legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the seas where shadows roll, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are laid. Ghosted tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide, cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Thick fog, casting eerie shadows on the heavy. Every year, book exchange, in particular, fills down the spine. The story of the old Witherspoon, abandoned of its Agnes Witherspoon, running the As Halloween approached, the small town of Eldridge fell under a thick fog, casting eerie shadows on the streets and making the air feel heavy with anticipation. Every year, the townsfolk exchanged ghost stories, but one tale in particular sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The story of the old Witherspoon house, abandoned for decades and rumored to be haunted by the spirit of its last resident, a reclusive woman named Agnes. Agnes Witherspoon had lived in that house all her life, shunning the outside world. Whispers circulated that she dabbled in the dark arts and had made a pact with something sinister. She was found dead in her home under mysterious circumstances, her body cold and lifeless, but the cause of death remained a mystery. Shortly after her funeral, strange occurrences began to plague the neighborhood. Lights flickered in the Witherspoon house, ghastly noises echoed at night, and a palpable dread seeped into the very air. One Halloween night, a group of 4 friends, Emma, Jake, Mia, and Ryan, decided to test their courage and explore the haunted Witherspoon house. Armed with flashlights and a sense of adventure, they approached the creaking old structure. The wind howled, and the air was thick with the scent of damp leaves and decay. As they stepped onto the porch, the floorboards groaned beneath their weight. The door swung open as if inviting them in, revealing a dark hallway lined with peeling wallpaper and broken furniture. With their hearts racing, they ventured deeper into the house, flashlights casting flickering beams against the grimy walls. "Did you hear that?" Mia whispered, her voice trembling. "What? It's probably just the wind," Jake replied, though he felt a shiver crawl up his spine. They
Did
moved
somebody
further
say
inside,
waffles?
entering the parlor,
No.
where dust motes danced in the beams of light. An old, dusty piano stood in the corner, its keys yellowed and cracked. Without thinking, Emma approached it and pressed down on a key. A haunting note echoed through the room, reverberating in the stillness. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the parlor, extinguishing their flashlights and plunging them into darkness. Panic set in as they fumbled to turn their lights back on. When they finally managed to switch them on, they were met with a sight that froze their blood. A shadowy figure stood at the end of the hallway, a silhouette of a woman with long, unkempt hair and a tattered dress that seemed to flow like smoke. "Run!" Ryan shouted, his voice cracking with fear. They bolted back towards the door, but the old house seemed to come alive, with doors slamming shut and the floorboards creaking ominously beneath them. As they stumbled through the darkness, they heard a soft whisper, echoing through the halls. "You shouldn't have come here." Mia, feeling the weight of something cold brush past her, screamed, "It's right behind us!" They ran faster, adrenaline surging through their veins. Just as they reached the front door, it swung shut with a deafening bang. Jake yanked on the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Desperation set in. "We have to find another way out," Emma shouted. They turned and raced down another hallway, but the shadows seemed to twist and morph around them, hiding every exit. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Leave this place. You are not welcome." The walls began to close in, and the air turned thick with an oppressive force. With a surge of determination, Ryan led them to a window at the end of a narrow corridor. They pried it open and climbed through, landing hard on the damp ground outside. Gasping for breath, they looked back at the house, which stood ominously still, its windows dark and unyielding. As they caught their breath, the friends shared terrified glances, their hearts still racing. "What just happened?" Jake gasped. "I don't know, but we need to tell everyone to stay away from that house," Mia said, shaking. As they walked back to town, the fog began to lift, but a lingering unease settled in their chests. The experience had left them shaken, but they felt a strange sense of relief at having escaped. However, weeks passed and Halloween approached again. The friends often spoke about their encounter, but it wasn't until a few days before the holiday that something truly unsettling happened. Emma received a text late one night from an unknown number. It read, "You shouldn't have come to my house." Her heart raced as she looked around her dimly lit room, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. She dismissed it as a prank, but when she showed it to the others, they felt the dread creep back. That Halloween night, they decided to stay together and avoid any temptation to revisit the Witherspoon house. As darkness enveloped the town, they settled into Emma's living room, surrounded by candy and decorations, but the tension lingered. Midway through the night, the power flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. They huddled together, flashlights illuminating their fearful faces. Just then, a loud crash came from the kitchen. The four exchanged terrified glances. "What was that?" Ryan whispered, his voice barely audible. "I'll check," Jake volunteered, reluctantly standing up and moving toward the kitchen. Emma gripped Mia's arm tightly, her heart racing. Moments later, they heard Jake scream, followed by an eerie silence. "Jake!" Mia cried, her voice cracking. They jumped up and rushed toward the kitchen, fear propelling them forward. As they reached the doorway, they froze. Jake was standing in the kitchen, his face pale and eyes wide, pointing at the floor. There, sprawled on the tiles, was an old, yellowed newspaper with a headline that read, "Local woman found dead in Witherspoon house." Below it, a chilling photo of Agnes Witherspoon stared back at them, her eyes seeming to follow their every move. Just then, the temperature dropped, and the lights flickered back to life. The friends turned to find the shadowy figure of Agnes standing behind them, her face twisted in anguish. "You should have left me alone," she whispered, her voice a cold breeze that swept through the room. In a blind panic, they bolted for the front door, but it slammed shut just as they reached it. The walls began to close in, and the whispers grew deafening. Suddenly, Emma remembered something. "The attic! We can escape through the attic!" They turned and raced up the stairs, but the house felt like a living nightmare, shifting and twisting around them. They burst into the attic, finding it filled with old furniture and dust. In the corner stood an old trunk. Emma, without thinking, pulled it open, hoping for a way out. Inside lay an old journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. "Read it," Ryan urged, and as Emma flipped through the pages, she discovered entries detailing Agnes's despair, her loneliness, and a desperate plea for help. It became clear. Agnes was trapped, her spirit bound to the house by the pain of her life. With newfound resolve, they gathered around the trunk, holding hands as Emma began to read aloud. As the words flowed, the air grew warmer and the whispers softened. They spoke of understanding, compassion, and a desire for Agnes to find peace. As Emma finished reading, the shadowy figure appeared once more, but this time her expression had softened. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and a light filled the attic, illuminating Agnes's figure until it slowly dissipated into the air. The friends stood in stunned silence, the weight of the haunting lifted. They looked at each other, relief washing over them. The door creaked open, and they stepped outside into the cool night, the fog now lifted. As they walked back home, the chill in the air transformed into a gentle breeze. They had faced a true horror and found the courage to help a lost soul, forever changing their lives and the tale of the Witherspoon house. From that day on, Eldridge whispered not just of fear, but of compassion, reminding each other that sometimes the scariest stories hide the most profound truths. And every Halloween, as they lit candles and shared stories, they made sure to include the tale of Agnes, the woman who just wanted to be remembered.
Story number 2.
The autumn leaves rustled like whispers in the chilling breeze as the small town of Everwood prepared for its annual Halloween festival. Every year, the townsfolk celebrated with bonfires, haunted houses, and the much-anticipated storytelling contest in the Old Town Square. It was said that the stories told on Halloween night held a power of their own, able to summon spirits and awaken the past. This year, Ella, a new resident and aspiring writer, felt compelled to participate. Having recently moved into a quaint, albeit slightly run-down Victorian house at the edge of town, she thought she could draw inspiration from her surroundings. Little did she know that the house held its own dark history. As Ella decorated her home with cobwebs and pumpkins, she began to hear odd noises at night. Soft footsteps shuffling in the hall, a gentle tapping against the window panes, and faint whispers that seemed to drift through the walls. She brushed it off as her imagination fueled
Hi,
by the eerie
Looney.
atmosphere of Halloween.
How are you, buddy?
The night of the storytelling contest arrived, and the square was filled with laughter and excitement. People gathered around a bonfire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. As Ella took her place among the storytellers, she felt a strange energy in the air. A chill ran down her spine as she noticed an old man sitting alone, his eyes piercing through the shadows. Ella cleared her throat and began her tale. Once in this very town, there was a young girl named Sarah who disappeared on Halloween night. She had a knack for trick-or-treating and was known for her bravery. However, on that fateful night, she ventured too far into the woods and never returned. The townsfolk searched for days but found no trace of her. It's said that on Halloween night, her spirit wanders the woods, thus searching for her way home. The crowd listened intently, leaning closer as Ella painted vivid images of Sarah's plight. Just as she reached the climax of her story, the
Doing
wind
all
picked up
right.
and the bonfire flickered violently. The old
Do a
man's
little
gaze
more
intensified,
building.
locking onto
We're gonna
Ella,
do
and
a
settling silence
daily
fell over the crowd. Feeling a
daily
strange compunction,
challenge.
Ella continued. Legend has it that if you call out her name 3 times, she will
It's
appear
the
before you.
Dragon
The crowd
Keepers
gasped, and
something
with a daring
or
spirit
other
fueled
today.
by adrenaline, Ella called out, "Sarah! Sarah! Sarah!" In an instant, the temperature dropped and a ghostly mist began to swirl around the edge of the bonfire. Gasps turned to screams as a figure emerged, a translucent silhouette of a young girl, her eyes wide with terror.
Did
and
somebody
longing.
say
The
waffles?
crowd recoiled
Hi,
in fear,
Vincy.
stumbling
I have
back.
brain damage.
Ella's heart raced, but she couldn't look away. The spirit of Sarah reached out, her mouth
Welcome
moving
to
as if she were
Story
trying to
Time with
speak.
Salt.
"Help me," was all that could be heard above the howling wind. Before anyone could react, the old man stood up and shouted, "Leave her be. You've awakened what shouldn't be disturbed." Panic erupted in the crowd, people scrambling to leave the square. Ella felt rooted to the spot, drawn to Sarah's ghostly figure. "Help me," Sarah pleaded again, her voice now clearer. "I can't find my way home." With the crowd dispersing in chaos, Ella felt an urge to help, her instincts as a writer and a compassionate soul surfacing. "What do you need?" she asked, her voice trembling but steady. The spirit pointed toward the woods. "I need to be found. I need to go home." As Ella moved toward the woods, the old man grasped her arm. "You don't know what you're doing. You can't help her." His eyes were frantic, but Ella felt an unexplainable connection to the spirit. Ignoring his warning, she stepped into the darkness, the mist swirling around her. The trees loomed tall and foreboding, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. As she ventured deeper, the whispers in the air grew louder, almost guiding her. "Sarah!" Ella called out, her voice echoing in the stillness. "Where are you?" The air grew colder, and the shadows thickened. Suddenly, she stumbled upon an old abandoned well, overgrown with weeds. The whispers intensified, swirling around her like a storm. She peered inside, the darkness seeming to pulse with an otherworldly energy. "Help me!" Sarah's voice rang out again, now desperate. Ella's heart raced as she realized that this was where Sarah had fallen. She knelt at the edge of the well, peering into the depths. "I'm here, Sarah. I'll help you." Just as Ella reached out, the ground beneath her crumbled. She lost her balance, tumbling toward the edge. Instinctively, she grasped the well's stone rim, desperately holding on. "Sarah! Please help me!" she screamed, but the spirit only watched, her face twisted in agony as Ella hung perilously above the darkness. In that moment, the realization hit Ella. She was not the one helping Sarah. Sarah was the one trying to drag her into the darkness. "Let me go," Ella cried, panic rising within her. But the whispers morphed into sinister laughter echoing through the woods. The shadows menacingly, and Ella felt a pull, an overwhelming desire to let go, to succumb to the void. With a final surge of strength, she pulled herself back, clawing her way up. The laughter faded as she escaped the edge of the well, panting and trembling. But when she turned to face Sarah, the spirit was gone, leaving only a lingering chill in the air. Shaken, Ella raced back through the woods and into the town square where the festival had turned chaotic. People were fleeing, terrified and murmuring about the spirit that had appeared. The old man approached her, his expression grave. "You shouldn't have called her. She was lost for a reason. Now you've given her hope, and she won't rest until she finds you again." Ella's heart sank. She had opened a door she couldn't close. As the festival continued in disarray, she realized that Everwood wasn't just a quaint town. It was a place haunted by its past, a past she had unwittingly awakened. That night, Ella returned home, but sleep eluded her. The shadows in her house felt more pronounced, and the whispers returned, wrapping around her like a shroud. As she lay in bed, she could almost feel Sarah's presence, watching, waiting. Ella knew she had to find a way to help the lost spirit before it consumed her entirely. But as the clock struck midnight, she felt the icy grip of the ghost closing in. The stories told on Halloween night held a power of their own, and now she was entwined in a tale far more sinister than she could have ever imagined.
Story number 3.
Every Halloween, the small town of Ravenswood transformed into a landscape of shadows and whispers. The streets were lined with flickering jack-o'-lanterns, their grimaces illuminated by candlelight. Children darted about in costumes, laughter mingling with the chill of the autumn air. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the townsfolk retreated into their homes, locking doors and drawing curtains. For there was a story that haunted Ravenswood, a tale that was all too real. Years ago, an old manor stood at the end of Willow Lane, shrouded in tales of woe and despair. The locals called it Blackwood Manor. It was said to be cursed. No one had dared step foot inside for decades after the mysterious disappearance of the last owner, a reclusive woman named Eliza Blackwood. The manor fell into disrepair, vines crawling up its walls, windows broken, and a sinister air enveloping it like a shroud. One Halloween, a group of adventurous teenagers, Jess, Ryan, Mia, and Kyle, decided to test their courage. Armed with flashlights and an old camera, they ventured toward Blackwood Manor. The air was thick with tension as they approached the creaking gate, rusted and nearly overgrown with weeds. "Are you sure about this?" Jess asked, glancing back at the ominous silhouette of the manor. "Come on, it'll be fun," Ryan urged, nudging her forward. "What's the worst that could happen? It's just an old house." As they stepped inside, the door groaned as if protesting their presence. The interior was a time capsule of dust and decay. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and furniture lay draped in white sheets like ghosts waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The air was stale, carrying the faint scent of mildew. "Let's check out the basement," Kyle suggested, his bravado masking the unease simmering beneath the surface. With reluctance, they made their way down the narrow staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The basement was colder, darker, and heavier with a sense of foreboding. As they reached the bottom, they spotted an old wooden chest against the far wall, covered in a thick layer of dust. "Should we open it?" Mia asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Absolutely," Ryan exclaimed, brushing aside the dust as they gathered around the chest. With a collective effort, they pried it open. Inside lay a collection of tattered journals, their pages yellowed with age. Ryan picked one up and began to read aloud. "It says here that Eliza Blackwood was obsessed with the idea of communicating with the dead," he read, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She held seances every week in an attempt to reach her lost family." "Creepy," Jess muttered, glancing around as if expecting something to materialize. Suddenly, the basement door slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. Panic surged through the group as they fumbled for their flashlights, but the beams flickered and died, leaving them in oppressive blackness. "Did you hear that?" Kyle whispered, his voice barely audible. A soft rustling sound echoed in the dark, followed by a low, sorrowful moan. The group huddled together, hearts racing. The air grew heavy, and an icy chill enveloped them. "Let's get out of here," Mia cried, pushing against the door. It wouldn't budge. They pounded on it, but it remained sealed. The moaning grew louder, reverberating through the basement walls, a mournful wail that spoke of anguish and despair. "Help!" Jess shouted, her voice cracking. In the distance, they heard a whisper, faint yet distinct. "Leave, now." Suddenly, the chest slammed shut, rattling violently as if something within was trying to escape. The group screamed, backing away, but the darkness seemed to close in around them. "Don't let her take you," came the voice again, now more urgent. With a surge of adrenaline, Kyle lunged at the door, throwing his weight against it. To their relief, it swung open, flooding the basement with the faint light of the moon. They scrambled up the stairs, stumbling over each other in their haste to escape. As they burst through the front door into the cool night air, they dared to look back at the manor. For a moment, they swore they could see a figure standing in the window, pale and ghostly, with hollow eyes filled with sorrow. "Let's never speak of this again," Ryan gasped, his face pale as they ran down Willow Lane. But the horrors of that night haunted them. Each had nightmares that twisted their sleep, visions of Eliza Blackwood reaching for them, her ghostly hands stretching from the darkness, whispering promises of eternal company. They were never quite the same again. Months later, on another Halloween, the town buzzed with excitement. But for Jess, Ryan, Mia, and Kyle, it felt like a trap. They decided to stay home, but curiosity got the better of them. They gathered at Jess's house, determined to confront the memory of that fateful night. As they recounted their tale, a chilling breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles flickering around them. The air grew thick, and a whisper echoed in the corners. "You came back." The four exchanged terrified glances, realizing they had awakened something far worse than before. The lights flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. "Don't let her take you," Mia screamed, but it was too late. The whispers swirled around them, a chorus of despair and longing. The following day, the townsfolk found Jess's house empty. The friends had vanished without a trace, leaving only a single candle burning on the table and a note scrawled in desperation. "She took us. Beware Blackwood Manor." The townspeople locked the gates of the manor, but the whispers of Eliza Blackwood still floated through the streets of Ravenswood, a warning to anyone who dared to wander too close. And every Halloween, the lanterns flickered brighter, and the shadows grew deeper, as if the town itself remembered the horrors hidden within Blackwood Manor.
Story number 4.
In the small town of Willow Creek, nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, Halloween was more than just a holiday. It was a rite of passage. Every year, the townsfolk held a festival to celebrate the spirits of the dead. Children dressed as ghosts and goblins roamed the streets, collecting candy from their neighbors. But there was one house that stood apart, a dilapidated, vine-covered mansion known as the Hawthorne House. The legend of the Hawthorne House was infamous. Decades ago, a woman named Eliza Hawthorne had lived there, rumored to be a witch. After a series of mysterious disappearances in the town, she was accused of dark magic and driven from her home. A mob of angry townspeople burned the mansion down, but Eliza was never found. Some claimed she perished in the flames, while others whispered she had escaped, cursing the town with her dying breath. As Halloween approached, a group of 5 friends, Aiden, Zoe, Marcus, Lily, and Ben, decided to spend the night in the Hawthorne House, eager to prove their bravery and seek the truth behind the legend. They arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that soon faded into darkness. The house loomed before them, its broken windows like hollow eyes watching their every move. With flashlights in hand, they pushed open the creaking door, which swung inwards with an unsettling groan. Dust motes danced in the beam of their lights, and the musty smell of decay filled their nostrils. As they stepped inside, the floorboards creaked underfoot, sounding like the whispers of long-dead secrets. "Let's start in the living room," Aiden suggested, leading the way. The group gathered in a dimly lit space adorned with cobwebs and remnants of old furniture. A large mirror hung on the wall that had its surface tarnished and cloudy. Zoe walked up to it, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "Do you think we'll see anything?" she joked, half-heartedly. "Just your reflection, I hope," Ben replied with a nervous laugh. Suddenly, Lily let out a gasp, pointing to a dusty old trunk in the corner. "Look, what's in there?" They approached the trunk, hesitant yet intrigued. Aiden knelt down and pried it open, revealing an array of strange objects. Old dolls with cracked porcelain faces, tarnished silver trinkets, and a faded book bound in leather. "What is this?" Marcus asked, flipping through the pages. The writing was spidery and jagged, filled with spells and incantations. It looked like a grimoire. "Guys, this is creepy," Zoe said, her unease growing. "Creepy is exactly why we're here," Aiden replied, excitement lighting his eyes. "Let's read something." As they took turns reading passages aloud, a chill swept through the room, making the air feel electric. The candle they had lit flickered violently, casting strange shadows on the walls. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the house, and they all jumped. "What was that?" Lily exclaimed, her voice shaking. "Probably just the house settling," Aiden reassured them, though his own heart raced. They moved to explore the rest of the ground floor, but every room felt suffocating and heavy, as if they were being watched. The windows were covered with grime, and the silence was deafening, broken only by their footsteps and whispered conversations. As they headed upstairs, a strange sense of dread filled the air. The stairs creaked ominously under their weight, and the shadows seemed to cling to them, as if the darkness had a life of its own. When they reached the landing, they noticed a door at the end of the hallway, slightly ajar. "Should we?" Zoe asked, glancing at the others. "Absolutely," Aiden said, his curiosity piqued. They approached the door, and as they pushed it open, a gust of cold air rushed past them. The room inside was cluttered with old furniture, but what caught their attention was the large mirror that stood against the far wall. Marcus stepped forward, staring into the reflective surface. "Look at that," he said, eyes widening. The mirror showed not just their reflections, but also a faint swirling mist behind them. "Is that a face?" Lily whispered, squinting at the mirror. In the reflection, they could see a woman, her features twisted in anguish, her mouth moving silently. "What is she saying?" Ben asked, taking a step back. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. Panic set in as they scrambled to turn on their flashlights. Just then, they heard a low, haunting voice whispering, "Get out! Leave this place!" The words seemed to echo from the mirror itself. "Let's get out of here!" Aiden shouted, and they turned to flee. As they raced down the hallway, they felt an unseen force pushing against them, slowing their movements. The door to the stairs slammed shut, trapping them. "No, this can't be happening," Zoe cried, her voice rising in terror. "Think, we need to break the mirror," Marcus yelled, desperate. They grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at the mirror, shattering the glass into countless shards. The moment it broke, the room shook violently, and a scream filled the air, sending a shockwave through their bodies. Suddenly, a dark mist poured out from the shattered mirror, swirling around them, carrying a chilling presence. It formed into the silhouette of Eliza Hawthorne, her face contorted with rage. "You dare disturb my rest?" she thundered, her voice echoing like a thunderstorm. The friends screamed and scrambled for the door, but the mist wrapped around their ankles, pulling them down. "We have to hold hands," Aiden shouted. They quickly joined hands, trying to anchor themselves against the force that sought to drag them under. "Read the spell from the book?" Lily yelled, her voice barely audible over the chaos. Marcus fumbled through the grimoire, finally finding a passage that promised protection from evil spirits. He read it aloud, his voice shaking with fear. As the words left his lips, the dark mist recoiled, the shadows writhing in pain. Eliza's furious face twisted in agony as a blinding light erupted from the remnants of the mirror, illuminating the room. The shadows screamed, echoing through the house, and in an instant they vanished, leaving only silence in their wake. Breathless and shaken, the friends found themselves back in the living room, the trunk closed and the house still. They looked at each other, disbelief etched on their faces. "We made it," Zoe whispered, her voice trembling. "Let's get out of here. Now," Ben insisted. They rushed toward the front door, flinging it open and stepping out into the cool night air. The moon shone brightly above them, and the haunting aura of the Hawthorne house seemed to fade into the distance. As they made their way back to town, they could still feel the lingering chill of Eliza's wrath. From that night on, they never spoke of their encounter, but the legend of the Hawthorne house lived on in Willow Creek. A cautionary tale of a woman wronged and the darkness that still lingered within the broken walls. Every Halloween, they would share the story with others, warning them of the house that still stood, waiting for the next group of curious souls to disturb its haunted past.
Story number 5.
In the quiet town of Hollow Creek, Halloween wasn't just a holiday, it was a tradition steeped in lore. Each year, as the leaves turned gold and crimson, the townspeople prepared for the annual All Hallows Eve festival. But this year felt different. A shroud of unease hung over Hollow Creek, and whispers of a forgotten legend resurfaced, the tale of the cursed doll. Years ago, a local girl named Annie had received a beautifully crafted doll from her late grandmother. It was a porcelain figure with intricate features, its eyes sparkling with an unsettling lifelike quality. Annie loved the doll dearly and named her Clara. However, as days turned to weeks, Annie began to change. She became withdrawn, speaking to Clara as if she were alive. The townsfolk grew concerned, especially when children reported seeing Clara move on her own. One fateful night, during a storm, Annie vanished without a trace. In the aftermath, Clara was found in the middle of the town square, her gaze fixed on the well where Annie had often played. The townsfolk believed Clara had somehow taken Annie, and in fear, they buried the doll deep in the woods, hoping to rid themselves of the curse. The legend warned that if anyone unearthed Clara, terrible things would follow. Yet, as Halloween approached, a group of daring teenagers, led by the mischievous Jake, decided to prove the legend wrong. They sought the doll, fueled by bravado and a thirst for thrills. On Halloween night, the group set out to find Clara. The moon was bright, casting an eerie glow over the woods as they ventured deeper into the thicket. Laughter echoed among the trees, but an unsettling silence soon replaced their bravado as the shadows danced ominously around them. After an hour of searching, they stumbled upon a small clearing. At its center was a weathered wooden box, half buried in the ground. The air grew thick with tension as they unearthed the box, revealing Clara nestled inside. Her porcelain face gleamed, almost too perfectly for something so old. "See? Just a dumb doll," Jake said, grinning as he held Clara aloft. "Let's take her back and show everyone." But as they began to leave, a chill swept through the clearing. The laughter faded, replaced by a soft whisper that seemed to echo through the trees. "Help me! Help me!" Ignoring the disquieting sound, they returned to town, Clara in tow. That evening, they held a small party at Jake's house where they showcased their eerie prize. Friends gathered, laughter mingling with nervous energy as the doll sat on a table, its eyes glinting in the candlelight. As the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere shifted. The lights flickered, and the temperature dropped. Clara's porcelain features seemed to warp, her smile stretching unnaturally as if mocking them. The whispers grew louder, echoing throughout the room. "Help me!" Suddenly, the lights went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. Panic erupted as the group scrambled to find their phones for light. As they flicked on their flashlights, they were met with a sight that froze them in their tracks. Clara had moved. She was no longer on the table, but standing at the edge of the room, her head tilted unnaturally. "Who did this?" Jake shouted, though his voice trembled with fear. "Stop messing around," one of the girls yelled, backing away. But Clara remained motionless, her eyes boring into each of them, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage. In a flash, the candles extinguished, plunging them into darkness once more. The air crackled with tension, and they heard it. A soft, mournful sobbing echoing in the room. "Help me! Help me!" With a newfound urgency, Jake fumbled for the door, but it slammed shut, trapping them inside. The walls seemed to close in, and Clara's voice transformed into a shriek of anguish. The group screamed in terror, their hearts pounding as they realized the legend was true. "Annie?" Clara cried, her voice now a haunting melody that filled the room. "Help me find Annie!" In that moment, the whispers became deafening, and the group was enveloped in darkness. Shadows twisted around them, forming ghostly figures that reached out with bony hands. The air turned cold, and they felt the presence of the lost girl, Annie, pleading for release. "Let her go," one of the boys shouted, but it was too late. Clara's porcelain face twisted into a snarl, her features shifting as if she were losing her form. The group felt themselves being pulled toward the doll, helpless against the invisible force. One by one, they were dragged to Clara, who loomed larger and larger, her eyes ablaze with desperation. In a final act of defiance, Jake grabbed a nearby candle and hurled it at Clara. The flame met porcelain, igniting the doll. A shrill scream erupted from Clara as she burst into flames, the room shaking with a fierce energy. But the fire did not consume her. Instead, it released a whirlwind of ghostly figures. Children, trapped and lost, swirling around the room. Annie's spirit emerged from the chaos, her eyes wide with despair as she reached out toward her friends, tears streaming down her face. "Help me, I can't find my way," Annie cried, her voice mingling with Clara's haunting wails. In that moment, the door flew open and the group stumbled out, escaping the chaos as the room imploded behind them. They raced through the streets of Hollow Creek, the echoes of Clara's wrath fading into the night. The next morning, the townsfolk found Jake and his friends trembling in the square, haunted by what they had experienced. The legend of Clara was revived, and the story of Annie was retold, this time as a warning. Some dolls should remain buried, and some spirits should never be disturbed. As the years passed, the tale of Clara and Annie faded into local legend, but those who had witnessed the horror knew the truth. Every Halloween, they could still hear Clara's whispers in the wind, reminding them of the night they had unwittingly unleashed the past, a past that would forever haunt the shadows of Hollow Creek.
Story number 6.
In the quiet town of Eldridge, Halloween brought more than just costumes and candy. It stirred up old tales, particularly the legend of the Hollow Man. They said he roamed the woods at the edge of town, a specter shrouded in tattered clothing, with hollow eyes that swallowed the light. Every year, a group of teenagers dared each other to venture into the woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature that haunted their dreams. This year was no different. On the night of Halloween, under a crescent moon, 5 friends, Tom, Sarah, Alex, Emily, and Jake, gathered at the edge of the forest. With flashlights in hand and bravado in their hearts, they set out on their adventure. The chill in the air only heightened their excitement as they stepped into the shadowy trees, the branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. "Did you hear that?" Alex whispered after they had walked a few minutes into the woods. "Stop being such a scaredy cat," Tom replied, his bravado faltering slightly. As they walked deeper, the laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping crickets and rustling leaves, seemed to vanish, leaving only the sound of their footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves. Suddenly, Emily froze. "Look," she pointed, her flashlight beam trembling. In the distance, just beyond the trees, stood a figure draped in rags, its face hidden in shadow. The friends squinted, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. "It's just a tree," Jake scoffed, but doubt crept into his voice. "No, it's moving," Sarah insisted, her eyes wide. The figure tilted its head, and for a moment they thought they saw a glimmer of light where its eyes should be. A cold chill raced down Tom's spine, and he felt a pull to step closer, though every instinct screamed to run. Let's go check it out, Tom said, surprising himself. Are you crazy? Alex shot back. What if it really is the Hollow Man? But curiosity overruled caution, and they crept toward the figure. With each step, the air grew heavier, suffocating them. The figure began to dissolve into the shadows, its hollow eyes shining brighter. A low, mournful sound echoed through the woods, a mix between a sob and a wail. Turn back! The voice seemed to resonate from everywhere and nowhere. Suddenly, Emily screamed. A shadow darted past her, flickering like a flame in the wind. The friends spun around, but there was nothing there, just the darkness enveloping them. Let's get out of here! Jake shouted, and they all turned to run, the thrill of adventure now replaced by pure terror. But as they dashed through the trees, the forest seemed to twist and turn, disorienting them. Every direction looked the same, and the shadows stretched ominously. The Hollow Man's wail grew louder, echoing in their ears, drowning out their own screams. They stumbled into a small clearing, breathless and panicked. The moonlight illuminated a circle of ancient stones standing like sentinels against the night. What is this place? Sarah gasped, clutching her flashlight like a lifeline. Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath them trembled, and the Hollow Man appeared at the edge of the clearing, its eyes now glowing like coals. The figure stepped forward and they could see its face, a gaunt visage with empty sockets where eyes should be, a mouth twisted into a perpetual mournful expression. Why have you come? It asked, its voice a whisper, echoed like rustling leaves. We just wanted to see you, Tom stammered, his courage evaporating. You should not seek what you cannot understand, the Hollow Man replied, extending a skeletal hand toward them. I was once like you. I craved the thrill of fear, but it brought me here, to this cursed existence. One by one, the friends felt a pull, as if the very essence of the Hollow Man reached into their hearts, searching for something. Please, let us go, Emily begged, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a flick of its hand, the Hollow Man let out a haunting laughter, chilling them to their bones. You cannot leave this place unchanged. The woods hold their secrets, and tonight you will learn theirs. Suddenly, the clearing darkened, shadows swirling around them like a storm. The friends screamed, but their voices were swallowed by the darkness. They felt themselves being pulled apart, each experiencing flashes of terror, images of their own fears, regrets, and darkest thoughts laid bare before them. Then, as quickly as it began, the storm of shadows ceased, and they found themselves alone, gasping for breath in the clearing. But something was different. They could feel the weight of the woods pressing against them, an insatiable hunger that had now found its way into their souls. We need to get back, Alex said, his voice shaking. The friends stumbled back through the woods, but the path they had taken had vanished. The trees loomed taller, their branches entwining like claws, guiding them deeper into the dark heart of the forest. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes, time lost all meaning. They wandered in silence, their minds racing with what they had just witnessed. Then they saw it again, the Hollow Man, standing in their path, eyes burning with a knowing light. Your fate is sealed, it said, a twisted smile spreading across its face. You sought the thrill of the unknown, and now you belong to the woods. The ground shook again, and the shadows writhed, closing in around them. They reached for one another, but the darkness pulled them apart, one by one. The last thing they saw was the Hollow Man's hollow eyes, devouring their screams. The next morning, the townsfolk awoke to an eerie silence in Eldridge. The woods stood still, but whispers danced through the air, a warning that echoed from the depths of the forest. The only evidence of the friends was their abandoned flashlights, flickering dimly at the edge of the trees. Years passed, but the tale of the Hollow Man lived on, growing darker with each retelling. Parents warned their children to stay away from the woods, especially on Halloween. But every year, a new group of teenagers dared to test their courage, searching for the Hollow Man, ignorant of the fate that awaited them. And every Halloween, the whispers in the woods grew louder, calling for those who sought the thrill of fear, promising that one day they would join the Hollow Man in eternal darkness.
Story number 7.
As Halloween approached in the quiet town of Ashwood, the air grew thick with anticipation. The streets were lined with orange and black decorations, and children buzzed with excitement for trick-or-treating. But deep in the woods, hidden from view, stood an old cemetery that most locals avoided, Rumor had it that the spirits of the long-dead residents were restless, especially around Halloween. A group of adventurous teenagers, Carter, Sophie, Liam, and Jess, decided to test the tales and explore the cemetery on Halloween night. They packed flashlights, snacks, and a sense of bravado, determined to uncover the truth behind the eerie stories that surrounded the place. As dusk settled over Ashwood, they made their way to the cemetery, the trees closing in around them, creating a canopy of shadows. The air was cold and crisp, sending a shiver down their spines. They approached the wrought iron gates, which creaked ominously as they pushed them open. The moon cast an ethereal glow over the weathered tombstones, some tilting at odd angles, while others were nearly swallowed by the earth. "This place is definitely creepy," Jess whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Come on, it's just an old graveyard," Carter said, trying to mask his own unease. "Let's see what we can find." They ventured deeper, the beam of their flashlights dancing over the names etched into the stones. Each grave told a story of life, loss, and love, but an unsettling feeling lingered in the air, as if the spirits were watching. As they reached the center of the cemetery, they discovered a large, ancient tree. Its gnarled branches twisted toward the sky, and a sense of foreboding enveloped them. Carter spotted a crumbling stone monument nearby, half buried in the ground. "Hey, look at this!" he called out. They gathered around, brushing away the dirt and leaves. The inscription read, "Here lies Clara Winslow, born 1870, died 1889. Beneath it, in faded letters, were the words, "Lost, but not forgotten." "What happened to her?" Sophie asked, glancing at the others. "I've heard stories," Liam said, his voice low. "They say she went missing in the woods, and her spirit never found peace." A gust of wind rustled the leaves, causing them all to jump. "Let's just take a picture and go," Jess suggested, her eyes darting nervously around. Carter raised his phone, but before he could snap a photo, a strange sound broke through the stillness, a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cemetery. They exchanged startled glances. "What was that?" Sophie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just an animal," Liam replied, though he looked unconvinced. They moved deeper into the cemetery, each step echoing in the silence. Suddenly, Carter's flashlight flickered, then died. "Ugh, great timing," he muttered, fumbling for his spare batteries. As he replaced the batteries, the others wandered a little farther, curiosity getting the better of them. They stumbled upon a dilapidated mausoleum, its door ajar and covered in vines. "Guys, check this out," Liam called. As they approached, the door creaked open, revealing darkness within. "Should we go in?" Jess asked, her voice shaky. "Absolutely. Let's see what's inside," Carter said, his bravado returning. They stepped inside, flashlights illuminating crumbling stone and cobwebs that hung like drapes. The air was thick and musty, filled with the scent of damp earth. In the center of the room stood an ornate sarcophagus, its lid slightly askew. "Whoa, look at that," Sophie exclaimed, pointing at the intricate carvings. "It's beautiful." "Let's not get too close," Jess cautioned. "This is still a tomb." But Carter, filled with curiosity, approached the sarcophagus. "What's the worst that could happen?" he said, trying to dismiss the tension. As he leaned in to get a closer look, a chill shot through the air. Suddenly, the lid of the sarcophagus slammed shut, trapping his hand inside. "Carter!" the others screamed, rushing to his side. Panic set in as Carter struggled to free himself. The air thickened with an unnatural cold, and the lights flickered. An eerie whisper floated through the room. "Leave now, or join the lost." In a desperate attempt, Liam pushed against the sarcophagus lid, but it wouldn't budge. Jess pulled at Carter's arm, and Sophie frantically searched for a way to release him. The whispers grew louder, echoing around them like a chorus of tormented souls. Finally, with a surge of adrenaline, Carter yanked his hand free, but as he pulled back, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. In that moment, the mausoleum began to shake violently, and the whispers turned into anguished screams. "Get out! Get out now!" Jess screamed, dragging Carter to his feet. They bolted for the door, the very walls seeming to close in around them. As they fled, they heard the voice again, more powerful and menacing. "You will not escape." Bursting through the door, they stumbled into the open air, gasping for breath. The cemetery was eerily quiet again, but the sense of foreboding lingered. They turned to run, desperate to put distance between themselves and the mausoleum. Once they reached the gates, they didn't stop until they were back at the edge of the woods, their hearts pounding in their chests. What just happened? Liam panted, looking back at the cemetery. I don't know, but we need to get out of here, Carter said, glancing over his shoulder. The dark woods seemed to hold their breath, watching them leave. As they walked away, the whispers followed them, echoing through the trees. Lost but not forgotten. Lost but not forgotten. That Halloween night, the friends shared their tale with others, warning them of the restless spirits of Ashwood Cemetery. And while the town continued to celebrate, the cemetery stood, shrouded in mystery, waiting for the next curious souls to disturb its ancient silence.
Story number 8.
The fog rolled in thick over the small coastal town of Gray Harbor as Halloween approached. The townsfolk busied themselves with preparations for their annual haunted lighthouse tour, a beloved tradition that drew tourists from miles around. This year, however, there was a palpable tension in the air. Whispers of a dark history began to circulate among the locals, a tale of the keeper's curse. Long ago, the lighthouse had been manned by a solitary keeper named Thomas, known for his fierce dedication to guiding ships safely to shore. But one stormy night, tragedy struck. A vessel, the Black Pearl, was lost in the tempest, crashing against the jagged rocks. Thomas, believing he could save the crew, lit the beacon brighter than ever, but the intense light blinded the captain, leading to disaster. The ship sank, taking the lives of all aboard, and Thomas vanished without a trace, presumed drowned. Legend had it that on Halloween night, when the fog was thickest, the ghost of Thomas would return to the lighthouse, eternally searching for redemption. Local children dared one another to approach the lighthouse at midnight, but most would turn back, too terrified of the keeper's curse. This year, a group of college students from the nearby university decided to challenge the legend. Led by Sarah, a spirited and skeptical young woman, they planned to explore the lighthouse, convinced that the story was nothing more than a ghost tale concocted to scare kids. Come on, it's just an old building, Sarah said, her confidence buoyed by the laughter of her friends. We'll prove that the lighthouse is just a tourist trap. As night fell, the group made their way through the thickening fog, the beam of the lighthouse slicing through the darkness. They reached the creaking door, which swung open with an eerie groan. Dust hung in the air, and the musty smell of decay filled their nostrils. Let's split up and explore, suggested Mike, the group's resident thrill seeker. We can cover more ground that way. Sarah hesitated, but eventually agreed, her curiosity getting the better of her. The group split into pairs and ventured deeper into the lighthouse, leaving Sarah and her friend Rachel to explore the lower levels. As they descended the spiral staircase, the wind howled outside, rattling the windows. The light flickered above them, casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. Sarah felt a chill creep down her spine. This place gives me the creeps, she admitted, glancing nervously at Rachel. Don't be such a baby, Rachel replied, rolling her eyes. It's just a building. They reached a small, dimly lit room filled with old equipment and faded photographs of the lighthouse keepers through the years. One photo, in particular, caught Sarah's attention. It was a portrait of Thomas, his eyes piercing and filled with sorrow. She felt a strange connection to the man in the picture, as if he were watching her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above. Startled, Sarah and Rachel exchanged fearful glances. What's that? Rachel whispered, her bravado fading. I don't know, Sarah replied, her heart racing. Let's check it out. They climbed the stairs, the wood creaking beneath their feet. As they reached the top, they stepped into the lantern room where the massive glass lens gleamed ominously. The wind howled and the beam of light swung wildly, casting eerie shadows across the walls. And then they saw him. A figure stood by the window, silhouetted against the fog. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, his face obscured by shadows. Help me, he murmured, his voice low and mournful. Thomas? Sarah gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. Rachel stepped back, terror written all over her face. Help me find them, he pleaded, his eyes now glistening with tears. They're lost. I can't find them. Sarah's heart raced as she stepped forward. Who are you looking for? But before she could get closer, a gust of wind howled through the room, extinguishing the lanterns. Darkness enveloped them, and they felt an icy grip around their throats, as if the shadows themselves were alive. Leave this place! A voice boomed, echoing through the room. The figure of Thomas flickered, becoming more transparent as the shadows writhed around him. You've awakened the curse! You must leave now! In a panic, Sarah grabbed Rachel's hand, pulling her toward the stairs, but the shadows surged, blocking their way. "We can't go back," Rachel screamed, her voice rising in terror. "Help me," Thomas cried, his voice now desperate. "You must help me. Find the souls of the crew." The wind howled again and the room began to shake. Sarah's instincts kicked in and she shouted, "We will help you. Just tell us how." Suddenly, the storm outside intensified, rattling the windows as if responding to their plea. The figure of Thomas looked hopeful, his form flickering like a candle. "You must light the beacon. The souls are trapped in the fog. They can't find their way home without it." Realizing they had no choice, Sarah and Rachel rushed to the large lantern, fumbling with the machinery. As they worked, they could feel the shadows closing in, threatening to swallow them whole. With a final twist of the lever, the lantern burst to life, illuminating the room with a brilliant light.
Ooh,
The shadows
parachute
recoiled,
cheap.
and Thomas's figure grew brighter, his features more defined. "Thank you," he exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "Now they can find their way home." As the light beamed out across the water, the howling wind began to fade, and the oppressive darkness lifted. Shapes began to emerge from the fog, ghostly figures of the crew from the Black Pearl, their faces etched with gratitude. They floated toward the light, free at last. The room pulsed with energy, and Sarah felt the warmth of the light wash over her. "We did it," she shouted, turning to Rachel. But when she looked back, Thomas was gone, replaced by a soft glow that filled the room. "Let's go," Rachel urged, grabbing Sarah's arm as they fled the lighthouse, then racing down the stairs and out into the fog. As they reached the door, they could still hear the ghostly whispers of the crew, now echoing with joy instead of despair. Once outside, they stumbled away from the lighthouse, the morning light beginning to break through the fog. They turned back to look at the structure, which stood silently, its beams still shining across the water. As the sun rose, Sarah and Rachel swore they would never speak of that night again. They left Gray Harbor behind, but they carried the memory of the Keeper's curse and the souls they had helped free. The lighthouse would continue to stand, a beacon of light guiding lost souls home, and the whispers of the past would linger on, forever echoing in the shadows.
Story number 9.
In the quaint village of Hollow Creek,
About
Halloween was more than just a
9.
holiday. It was a tradition steeped in history. The townsfolk would gather every year for the Harvest Night, a celebration that included storytelling, games, and most importantly, the lighting of the Great Pumpkin, a massive gourd that sat at the center of the town square. Legend had it that the Great Pumpkin kept the village safe from malevolent spirits that roamed the earth on Halloween night. As the sun set on Halloween Eve, excitement filled the air. Children ran through the streets, their laughter mingling with the crisp autumn breeze. Among them were 3 close friends, Lucy, Ben, and Clara. This year, they were determined to discover the truth behind the old tales that surrounded the Great Pumpkin. "Do you really think the stories are true?" Ben asked, glancing at the imposing pumpkin that loomed over the square. Its carved face flickered ominously in the torchlight. "Of course not," Lucy scoffed, though her heart raced at the thought. "It's just a big pumpkin, but I'd love to see what's inside." Clara, the most adventurous of the group, grinned. "Let's sneak into the town square after everyone leaves and see if we can carve it." As the festivities died down and the townsfolk returned to their homes, Lucy, Ben, and Clara crept back to the square. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the scene. The Great Pumpkin stood silent, waiting. With a deep breath, they approached the pumpkin. "This is going to be epic," Clara whispered, pulling out a small carving knife. Lucy hesitated. "Maybe we shouldn't. What if the legends are true?" "Oh, come on," Clara replied, rolling her eyes. "What's the worst that could happen?" With that, Clara plunged the knife into the pumpkin's
Famous
thick
last
stalk. The
words.
blade sunk deep, and the pumpkin let out a strange, hollow groan. The friends exchanged glances, but Clara just laughed, unfazed. She cut a jagged hole and peeled back the flesh to reveal a cavity filled with darkness. Suddenly, an icy wind swept through the square, extinguishing the torches and plunging them into darkness. "What was that?" Ben asked, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, an unsettling whisper filled the air, a chorus of voices rising from the depths of the pumpkin. "Release us." Lucy felt a chill crawl up her spine. "We need to get out of here," she urged, but Clara was entranced by the sounds emanating from the pumpkin. "Wait, there's something in there." Clara leaned closer, her curiosity overriding her fear. The whispers intensified, growing louder and more desperate. "Help us! Let us out!" In a moment of panic, Lucy shouted, "Stop it, Clara! Close it back up!" But it was too late. As Clara reached deeper into the pumpkin, a shadowy tendril shot out, wrapping around her wrist. "Clara!" Ben screamed as the darkness pulled her closer to the gaping hole. Lucy grabbed Clara's arm, but the tendril was too strong. "Help me!" Clara cried, her eyes wide with terror as she was dragged toward the void. With all their strength, Ben and Lucy pulled against the shadow, but it tightened its grip. In a final desperate attempt, Clara lunged forward, freeing herself from their grasp. "Run!" she yelled, her voice swallowed by the chaos. The shadows engulfed her, and with a final heart-wrenching scream, she disappeared into the darkness of the great pumpkin. Ben and Lucy stumbled back, hearts racing, their breaths coming in panicked gasps. The whispers continued, now filled with fury and despair. "You've released her! You've released us!" The great pumpkin began to tremble violently, its surface cracking as shadows wreathed and twisted. "You must pay the price," the voices roared. "Let's go!" Lucy grabbed Ben's hand, and they ran from the square, the haunting cries of the pumpkin echoing behind them. They dashed through the empty streets, not daring to look back. As they reached the edge of the village, a cold fog rolled in, enveloping them in a shroud of mist. The moonlight flickered ominously, and the air crackled with an unnatural energy. "What do we do?" Ben panted, panic in his eyes. "We need to warn everyone," Lucy said, but doubt crept into her mind. What could they possibly say? Who would believe them? They turned back, trying to make their way to the town square to gather help, but the fog thickened, blurring their surroundings. The village felt alive, whispering secrets they could barely understand. The cries of Clara and the other lost souls echoed in the distance, now mingled with an ominous laughter. "Help us, save us," the voices begged, wrapping around their minds like tendrils. "Lucy, Ben," a voice called out, breaking through the fog. It was Clara, her voice, but not her tone. It was cold and hollow, devoid of warmth. "Clara," Lucy called, her heart aching. "Where are you?" "Join us, it's safe here," the voice beckoned, an eerie allure that tugged at their hearts. "No, stay away," Ben shouted, trying to pull Lucy away from the sound. But Clara's voice grew louder, echoing all around them. "You can't escape me. You've set me free." The shadows danced at the edges of their vision, twisting and writhing, and with a final surge of energy, they burst through the fog, back into the town square. But it was no longer the same. The great pumpkin loomed larger, its carved face now contorted in a grotesque grin, glowing with a malevolent light. The whispers transformed into a cacophony of screams, and Lucy and Ben found themselves unable to move, entranced by the sight. "Welcome back," the great pumpkin roared, its voice resonating in their very bones. "You have awakened us." In that moment, Lucy and Ben understood the truth. The tales were real. The great pumpkin didn't protect Hollow Creek. It fed on fear, drawing in the souls of the curious and unwary. Clara was gone, lost to the shadows, and soon they would join her. As the pumpkin's laughter filled the air, they felt the shadows wrap around them, pulling them into the depths of the darkness. The last thing they saw was the twisted smile of the great pumpkin as it consumed them, their screams merging with the voices of the lost. Every Halloween after that, the villagers would gather in the square to celebrate Harvest Night, unaware of the souls trapped within the great pumpkin. The legend lived on, a warning whispered among the townsfolk. Never seek what lies within the darkness, for it may come to claim you.
Story number 10.
In the town of Maplewood, Halloween was not just a holiday. It was a time of deep-rooted traditions and stories passed down through generations. Every year, as the leaves turned crimson and gold, families prepared for the festivities. Yet, among the cheerful decorations and excitement, there was one story that always loomed in the background. The tale of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered Maplewood, a dark forest filled with ancient trees that seemed to harbor secrets of their own. It was said that anyone who ventured too deep into the woods would hear whispers, soft voices that beckoned them further in. Many believed it was the lost souls of those who had wandered in and never returned, forever trapped between worlds. This Halloween, a group of friends, Daniel, Mia, Sarah, and Ethan, decided to test the legend. They had heard the warnings from older residents, but youthful bravado and curiosity drove them to the edge of the woods, flashlights in hand. "Are you sure about this?" Mia asked, glancing at the dark tree line. "Come on. It's just a bunch of trees. We'll go in a little, hear the whispers, and come back," Daniel said, excitement bubbling in his voice. They stepped into the woods, the sunlight fading behind them as the trees closed in, creating a thick canopy overhead. The air grew colder, and the ground was littered with fallen leaves, crunching beneath their feet. After walking for a while, the group paused, their hearts racing with anticipation. "I don't hear anything," Sarah said, a note of disappointment in her voice. "Maybe we need to go deeper," Ethan suggested. Ignoring the nagging feeling in his gut, they pressed on, their laughter echoing through the stillness. Suddenly, a soft rustle caught their attention. "Did you hear that?" Mia asked, her voice tinged with fear. "Probably just an animal," Daniel shrugged. But as they continued, the rustling grew louder, followed by faint whispers that floated through the air, barely audible yet unmistakably there. "Turn off the flashlights," Ethan whispered, his eyes wide. "Let's see if we can hear better." Reluctantly, they switched
Yeah,
off
because
their lights,
flashlights
and the woods
make you
closed
hear
in.
better.
The whispers intensified, wrapping around them like a thick fog, a mix of laughter and sorrow. It was unsettling, a blend of familiar voices that felt strangely inviting yet hauntingly eerie. "Let's head back,"
Like
said
turning the
Sarah, her voice
radio
trembling.
off so you can
But
read
just as they
street
turned, the
signs
sound of
better.
footsteps echoed behind them, slow and deliberate. Panic gripped them as they spun around, flashlights flicking back on, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. "Did you see that?" Daniel stammered, his bravado crumbling. "I didn't see anything. Let's just go," Mia urged, grabbing Sarah's arm. As they hurried back the way they came, the whispers grew louder, swirling around them. "Stay. Stay with us." The voices seemed to beckon, enticing them to return. "Run," Ethan shouted, breaking into a sprint. The others followed, their hearts pounding in their chests, desperate to escape the grasp of the woods. Branches snagged at their clothes, and the darkness seemed to shift around them, disorienting them further. The whispers transformed into screams, the sounds of anguish piercing through the stillness. "You cannot leave. You belong to us now." As they ran, they stumbled upon a clearing, and in the center stood an old, gnarled tree, its bark twisted and blackened. Carved into its trunk were names of those who had gone missing over the years. Panic rose as they realized that some were familiar, townspeople they had known. "What is this place?" Sarah gasped, tears streaming down her face. The whispers became deafening, a cacophony of voices clamoring for their attention. "Join us! Join us!" In a moment of sheer desperation, Daniel recalled something he had heard from his grandmother, a way to break the curse of the woods. "We have to shout the names of the lost," he yelled, raising his voice over the din. "Are you crazy?" Mia protested, but Daniel was already calling out names. "Clara, Ben, Laura." With each name shouted, the whispers faltered, the intensity of the air shifting. The trees around them seemed to tremble, their shadows wavering. "Do it. We need to help them," Ethan urged, and one by one they joined in, shouting the names they remembered. Friends, neighbors, anyone they could think of who had vanished over the years. Harold, Julia, Marcus. With each name, the whispers grew weaker, and the atmosphere lightened, as if the forest itself was releasing its grip on the trapped souls. The tree shuddered violently, and in a flash of blinding light, the whispers dissipated into the air like smoke. Then silence. The friends stood together, trembling but alive, the weight of fear lifting. "Did we do it?" Mia whispered, her voice shaking. "I think we did," Daniel replied, his breath coming in shaky gasps. With newfound urgency, they made their way back through the woods, the familiar path becoming clearer. They emerged into the moonlight, gasping for air and filled with relief. The dense trees gave way to the open field, and they didn't stop running until they reached the edge of Maplewood. As they reached the town, they turned to look back at the whispering woods, now just a dark silhouette against the moonlight. The air was still, and a sense of peace settled over them. From that night on, the story of the Whispering Woods became more than just a tale of caution. It became a reminder of the power of memory and compassion, a warning that some spirits linger for a reason, waiting for someone to remember their names and set them free. Every Halloween, the friends gathered together, honoring those lost souls, ensuring that they were never forgotten again.
Story number 11.
The town of Windermere was notorious for its chilling autumn nights, especially as Halloween approached. fog rolled in from the surrounding hills, wrapping the town in an eerie embrace. This Halloween was different, however. As the townsfolk prepared for the annual haunted house tour at the old Winthrop Manor, whispers of an unsettling legend resurfaced, a tale of the Mirror of Sorrows. The legend told of a grand mirror that once adorned the manor, said to reflect not just one's image, but also one's darkest secrets and regrets. Many claimed it had the power to ensnare souls, trapping them within its glassy depths. The last owner of the mirror, Lady Eliza Winthrop, had vanished mysteriously one Halloween night, her spirit believed to be trapped within the mirror, eternally searching for a way to escape. Despite the foreboding tales, the local high school decided to include the legend in their haunted house tour, eager to attract visitors. Among the students was Lily, a curious and adventurous girl with a penchant for the paranormal. She was excited to explore the manor, determined to uncover the truth behind the mirror. On the night of the event, a crowd gathered outside the creaking gates of Winthrop Manor, excitement buzzing in the air. As they entered, the scent of old wood and musty air enveloped them. The manor was dimly lit, with cobwebs clinging to the corners and dusty furniture lining the halls. Lily and her friends moved through the various rooms, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Each room was filled with spooky decorations, but the air grew heavier as they approached the room that housed the infamous mirror. "This is it," Lily said, her heart racing. The door creaked open, revealing the grand mirror, its surface dark and clouded like a stormy sky. As the group stepped inside, the air turned colder. The mirror loomed ominously, its edges adorned with intricate carvings of sorrowful faces. "Come on, let's get a picture," Jake, one of Lily's friends, said, pulling out his phone. The group gathered in front of the mirror, their faces lit by the soft glow of the screen. As the flash went off, something strange happened. The mirror shimmered, and for a split second, Lily thought she saw a figure, a woman in a flowing gown, her face twisted in despair. "Did you see that?" she gasped. "See what?" Jake asked, looking puzzled. "It's just a mirror." "No, I swear, I saw someone," Lily insisted, but her friends laughed it off, dismissing her concerns as mere nerves. They moved on, but Lily couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As the night wore on, the group began to split up, drawn to different attractions throughout the manor. Lily, feeling a pull toward the mirror, decided to return to the room alone. Once inside, she stood before the mirror, staring into its depths. As she examined her reflection, the edges of the glass began to ripple. The room fell silent, and Lily leaned closer, entranced. The reflection began to shift, and she saw not just herself, but a darker version of her, a shadowy figure that mimicked her every move, but with a sinister smile. "Lily," the voice echoed from the mirror, deep and echoing. "Come closer." Fear coursed through her veins, but she felt an odd compulsion. "What do you want?" she whispered, her heart racing. "Your secrets, your sorrows, I can set you free," the voice promised, coaxing her closer. The figure reached out, its hand extending beyond the glass, beckoning her. Suddenly, Lily remembered the legend. "You're trapped. You want to take me?" Panic surged through her, and she stumbled back, shaking her head. "I won't let you." But the mirror shimmered more violently, the shadows within swirling. "Help me," the figure wailed, its voice rising in desperation. "You can set me free." Just then, the door creaked open, and Jake entered the room, his face pale. "Lily, what's going on?" Lily's gaze darted to him. "Jake, don't get too close. It's trying to trap me." But Jake didn't hear her. He stepped forward, entranced by the shimmering surface. "It's just a mirror," he said, reaching out to touch it. "What's the worst that could happen?" "No, don't," Lily shouted, but it was
Could
coming.
swallow
As Jake's
your
fingers brushed the surface, the mirror
soul.
erupted in a blinding light. The reflection twisted, and with a loud shatter, the glass fractured, sending shards flying. Jake stumbled back, clutching his arm, where a shard had cut him. In that moment, a whirlwind of energy filled the room, and Lily could feel the presence of the trapped spirits surging forward. Among them, she recognized the figure of Lady Eliza, her sorrowful eyes pleading for release. "Help us!" the voices cried in unison, echoing through the room. Lily felt a sudden rush of empathy for the spirits, especially for Lady Eliza. "I will help you," she vowed, her fear transforming into determination. "But you must promise not to harm anyone else." The spirits halted, their energy pulsing with anticipation. Help us find peace, Lady Eliza implored, her voice now soft but insistent. Lily closed her eyes, focusing on the memories that weighed her down, her insecurities, her fears, and her regrets. I release you, she shouted, the words spilling from her lips. I let go of my pain. As she spoke, a wave of light enveloped the room, and the spirits surged forward, merging with the fragments of the shattered mirror. The shadows dissolved, replaced by a warm glow that filled the space. Lady Eliza's figure flickered, her sorrow transforming into gratitude. Thank you, she whispered, her voice fading into the light. You have set us free. With that, the room fell silent, and the air grew still. The remaining shards of glass shimmered like stars, reflecting the soft glow of dawn breaking through the windows. Jake, still shaken, looked at Lily in awe. What just happened? I think we freed them, Lily said, breathless. We broke the curse. As they exited the manor, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the fog, casting a golden hue over Windermere. The haunted whispers of the past lingered in the air, but the burden of sorrow had been lifted. The mirror, once a prison, was now a testament to the power of letting go. From that day on, the townsfolk would tell the story of the Mirror of Sorrows with a new ending, a tale of redemption, courage, and the strength to confront one's own darkness. And as Halloween approached each year, the manor stood silent, a reminder that some legends were not just stories, they were echoes of the past waiting to be set free.
Story number 12.
In the sleepy town of West Hollow, Halloween was a time of joy, with trick-or-treating and haunted houses drawing families into the streets. But the town also harbored a dark secret, one that resurfaced every year when the leaves turned and the nights grew long. It was said that the old graveyard, hidden behind thick trees at the edge of town, held the restless spirits of those who had died under mysterious circumstances. Every Halloween, a chill ran through the townsfolk, a reminder of the tragedies that had unfolded in the graveyard. There were whispers of the spirit of the bell, a ghost who would ring the old bell in the graveyard at midnight, summoning souls to join her in eternal unrest. This year, a group of friends, Liam, Nora, Ethan, and Tara, decided to confront the legend. They had grown up hearing tales of the spirit of the bell, and their curiosity pushed them to venture into the graveyard after dark. Are you sure about this? Liam asked, glancing at the thick trees that loomed over the entrance like guardians. Come on, it's just a story, Ethan said, leading the way. What's the worst that could happen? As they stepped into the graveyard, an eerie stillness enveloped them. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow on the tombstones, some weathered and cracked, others standing tall like silent sentinels. Let's find that bell, Tara said, her voice trembling with excitement and fear. They walked deeper into the graveyard, the crunch of leaves underfoot breaking the silence. As they ventured further, the air grew heavier, and a sense of foreboding settled around them. Do you hear that? Nora whispered, her eyes darting around. Just then, a faint ringing echoed through the graveyard, soft at first, then growing louder, a chilling chime that resonated deep in their chests. There it is, Liam exclaimed, pointing toward an old moss-covered bell tower that stood at the far end of the graveyard. As they approached, the bell began to toll, its sound vibrating through the air like a call to the dead. The friends stood transfixed, the fear creeping into their hearts. What if it's true? Nora murmured, taking a step back. What if we shouldn't be here? Ethan shrugged, trying to mask his own unease. We're just here to see if the stories are real. Nothing is going to happen. But as they reached the base of the tower, the bell's ringing stopped abruptly, plunging them into silence. In that moment, they felt a cold breeze sweep through the graveyard, rustling the leaves and sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past them, barely visible in the moonlight. They turned, but it vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread. Let's get out of here, Tara said, her voice shaking. But as they turned to leave, they realized the path they had taken had vanished. The graves now formed a labyrinth, twisting and turning in impossible ways. Panic surged through them as they ran in different directions, trying to find a way out. Liam! Nora! Ethan shouted, but his voice echoed back at him, swallowed by the darkness. He stumbled upon an old gravestone, its inscription faded but still legible. Here lies Eliza, forever bound to the bell. He felt a chill crawl up his spine as the realization hit him. Eliza, he called, desperation clawing at his throat. Are you here? The air grew colder, and the whispers returned, a cacophony of voices rising from the ground. "Help us! Save us!" they pleaded. As he turned, he saw them, figures emerging from the shadows, translucent and glowing, their faces twisted in expressions of despair. Among them was a woman in a tattered white dress, her hair long and tangled, her eyes hollow yet filled with sorrow. "Why have you come?" she asked, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the graveyard. "We didn't mean any harm," Ethan stammered, stepping back. "We just wanted to see if the stories were true." The spirit of Eliza stepped closer, her expression shifting from sadness to anger. "You disturbed the peace of the dead. You must pay the price." "Wait!" Ethan shouted as she raised her hand, and a force pulled him toward her. He struggled, but the shadows around him tightened their grip. Meanwhile, Liam, Nora, and Tara were lost in their own panic, each trying to find their way back to the entrance. The shadows closed in on them, and they could hear the bell ringing again, its sound growing louder and more insistent. "Together!" Tara yelled, and they grasped each other's hands, refusing to let go. As they ran, they saw Ethan's silhouette in the distance, struggling against the force that held him captive. "Help me!" he cried, but the spirits surrounded him, whispering their grief, drawing him deeper into their world. "No! We have to save him!" Nora shouted, breaking free from the group and racing toward him. "Don't!" Liam yelled, but she was already too close. The shadows lunged at her, and she was engulfed in a swirl of darkness, her screams echoing through the graveyard. Tara and Liam stood frozen, horror etched on their faces. The bell tolled again, its sound now ominous, as if mocking their helplessness. "We need to go," Liam urged, tugging at Tara's arm. Together, they ran blindly through the graveyard, dodging tombstones and branches, desperate to escape. They could hear the spirits behind them, their mournful cries rising to a crescendo. Just as they thought they had found a way out, they stumbled upon the bell tower once more. It loomed over them, ominous and foreboding. "No, not here!" Tara cried, but it was too late. The ground trembled beneath them, and the shadows rose higher, pulling them into the depths. As they fought against the darkness, the last thing they saw was the spirit of Eliza, her face twisted into a grin of triumph. "You will join us in eternal unrest," she cried as they were swallowed whole. When the townsfolk awoke the next morning, they noticed a strange stillness in the air. The graveyard lay quiet, but the bell tower stood proud, the bell silent for the first time in years. No one spoke of the friends who had ventured into the graveyard, but as Halloween approached again, the whispers of the restless spirits grew louder, a reminder of those who had been lost, forever bound to the bell. And every year, as the leaves fell and the nights grew longer, the people of West Hollow remembered the tale of the spirit of the bell, knowing that the restless dead awaited the next curious souls to disturb their eternal slumber.
Dun, dun, dun. What other creepy stories do we have online? Haunted house stories. Anybody want to hear some haunted house stories? Oh, some old Irish folk tales. A female reader on this one, I believe.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody dies, don't they? Isn't that?
In the 5 Northumbrian counties, you will scarcely find so bleak, ugly, and yet, in a savage way, so picturesque a moor as Dardale Moss. The moor itself spreads north, south, east, and west, a great undulating sea of black peat and heath. What we may term its shores are wooded wildly with birch, hazel, and dwarf oak. No towering mountains surround it, but here and there you have a rocky knoll rising among the trees, and many a wooded promontory of the same pretty, because utterly wild, forest running out into its dark level. Habitations are thinly scattered in this barren territory, and a full mile away from the meanest was the stone cottage of Mother Cark. Let not my southern reader, who associates ideas of comfort with the term cottage, mistake. This thing is built of shingle with low walls. Its thatch is hollow, the peat smoke curls stingingly from its stunted chimney. It is worthy of its savage surroundings. The primitive neighbours remark that no rowan tree grows near, no holly, no bracken, and no horseshoe is nailed on the door. Not far from the birches and hazels that straggle about the rude wall of the little enclosure, on the contrary, they say, you may discover the broom and the ragwort in which witches mysteriously delight. But this is perhaps a scandal. Mal Carr was for many a year the sage femme of this wild domain. She has renounced practice, however, for some years, and now, under the rose, she dabbles. It is thought, in the black art, in which he has always been secretly skilled, tells fortunes, practices charms, and in popular esteem is little better than a witch. Mother Cark has been away to the town of Willardin to sell knit stockings and is returning to her rude dwelling by Dardale Moss. To her right, as far away as the eye can reach, the moor stretches. The narrow track she has followed here tops a gentle upland, and at her left a sort of jungle of dwarf oak and brushwood approaches its edge. The sun is sinking blood red in the west. His disk has touched the broad black level of the moor, and his parting beams glare athwart the gaunt figure of the old beldam as she strides homeward, stick in hand, and bring into relief the folds of her mantle, which gleam like the draperies of a bronze image in the light of a fire. For a few moments, this light floods the air. Tree, gorse, rock, and bracken glare, and then it is out, and grey twilight over everything. All is still and sombre. At this hour, the simple traffic of the thinly peopled country is over, and nothing can be more solitary. From this jungle, nevertheless, through which the mists of evening are already creeping, she sees a gigantic man approaching her. In that poor and primitive country, robbery is a crime unknown. She therefore has no fears for her pound of tea and pint of gin, and 16 shillings in silver which she's bringing home in her pocket. But there is something that would have frightened another woman about this man. He is gaunt, sombre, bony, dirty, and dressed in a black suit which a beggar would hardly care to pick out of the dust. This ill-looking man nodded to her as he stepped on the road. I don't know you, she said. He nodded again. I never seed you nowhere, she exclaimed sternly. Fine evening, Mother Cark, he says, and holds his snuff box toward her. She widened the distance between them by a step or so, and said again sternly and pale, I have naught to say to thee, whoever thou beest. You know Laura Silverbell? That's a by nyam, the lass's nyam is Laura Lou, she answered, looking straight before her. One name's as good as another for one that was never christened, mother. How know ye that? She asked grimly, for it is a received opinion in that part of the world that the fairies have power over those who have never been baptized. The stranger turned on her a malignant smile. There's a young lord in love with her, the stranger says, and I'm that lord. Have her at your house tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and you must stick cross pins through the candle, as you have done for many a one before, to bring her lover thither by 10, and her fortune's made. And take this for your trouble. He extended his long fingering thumb toward her with a guinea temptingly displayed. I have naught to do with thee, I never seed thee afore. Get thee away. I earned nee gold of thee, and I'll take nin. Away with thee, or the fine end will mak thee. The old woman had stopped and was quivering in every limb as she thus spoke. He looked very angry. Sulkily he turned away at her words and strode slowly towards the wood whence she had come. And as he approached it, it seemed to her to grow taller and taller, and stalked into it as high as a tree. I conceited there would come something o' it, she said to herself. Farmer Lou must get it done next Sunday, that old loupy. Old Farmer Lou was one of that sect who insist that baptism shall be but once administered, and not until the Christian candidate had attained adult years. The girl had indeed for some time been of age not only, according to this theory, to be baptized, but if need be, to be married. Her story was a sad little romance. A lady some 17 years before had come down and paid Farmer Lou for 2 rooms in his house. She told him that her husband would follow her in a fortnight, and that he was in the meantime delayed by business in Liverpool. In 10 days after her arrival, the baby was born. Mal Clark acting as sage-femme on the occasion, and on the evening of that day the poor young mother died. No husband came. No wedding ring, they said, was on her finger. About £50 was found in her desk, which Farmer Lou, who was a kind old fellow and had lost his 2 children, put in bank for the little girl, and resolved to keep her until the rightful owner should step forward to claim her. They found half a dozen love letters signed Francis, and calling the dead woman Laura. So Farmer Lou called the little girl Laura, and her sobriquet of Silverbell was derived from a tiny silver bell, once gilt, which was found among her poor mother's little treasures after her death, and which the child wore in a ribbon round her neck. Thus, being very pretty and merry, she grew up as a North Country farmer's daughter, and the old man, as she needed more looking after, grew older and less able to take care of her. So she was in fact very nearly her own mistress, and did pretty much in all things as she liked. Old Mal Clark, by some caprice for which no one could account, cherished an affection for the girl, who saw her often and paid her many a small fee in exchange for the secret indications of the future. It was too late when Mother Cark reached her home to look for a visit from Laura Silverbell that day. About 3 o'clock next afternoon, Mother Cark was sitting knitting with her glasses on outside her door on the stone bench, when she saw the pretty little girl mount lightly to the top of the stile at her left under the birch, against the silver stem of which she leaned her slender hand, and called, Mal, Mother Cark, are you alone all by yourself? Aye, Laura, lass, we can be close enough if you want a word with me, says the old woman, rising with a mysterious nod and beckoning her stiffly with long fingers. The girl was assuredly pretty enough for a lord to fall in love with. Only look at her. A profusion of brown rippling hair parted low in the middle of her forehead almost touched her eyebrows, and made the pretty oval of her face by the breadth of that rich line more marked. What a pretty little nose, what scarlet lips, and large, dark, long-fringed eyes. Her face is transparently tinged with those clear Murillo tints which appear in deeper dyes on her wrists and on the backs of her hands. These are the beautiful gypsy tints with which the sun dyes young skins so richly. The old woman eyes always, and her pretty finger, so round and slender, and her shapely little feet cased in the thick shoes that can't hide their comely proportions as she stands on the top of the stile, but it is with a dark and saturnine aspect. Come, lass, what stand ye for atop at wall where folk may chance to see thee? I have a thing to tell thee, lass. She beckoned her again. And I have a thing to tell thee, Mal. Come hither, says the old woman peremptorily. But you munna give me that creeping. I winna look again in the glass of water, mind ye. The old woman smiled grimly and changed her tone. Now, honey, get thee down and let me see the canny fias. And she beckoned her again. Laura Silverbell did get down and stepped lightly toward the door of the old woman's dwelling. Take this, said the girl, unfolding a piece of bacon from her apron, and I have a silver sixpence to give thee when I'm going away, yam. They entered the dark kitchen of the cottage, and the old woman stood by the door lest their conference should be lighted on by surprise. Before you begin, said Mother Clark, I softened her patois, I must tell you there's ill folk watching ye. What's old Farmer Lou about? He doesn't get the sir, the clergyman, to baptise thee. If he lets Sunday next pass, I'm afraid you'll never be sprinkled nor signed with a cross while there's a sky above us. Agoy, exclaims the girl, who's looking after me? A big black fellow as high as the Kipples came out of the wood near Dead Man's Grike just after the sun went down yesterday evening. I know well what he was, for his feet never touched the road while he made as if he walked beside me. And he wanted to give me snuff first, and I wouldn't have that. And then he offered me a golden guinea, but I was no sick orpy, and to bring you here tonight and cross the candle with pins to call your lover in. And he said he's a great lord, and in love with thee. And you refused him. Well for thee I did, lass, says Mother Cark. Why, it's every word true, cries the girl vehemently, starting to her feet, for she had seated herself on the great oak chest. True, lass. Come, say what you mean, demanded Mal Cark with a dark and searching gaze. Last night I was coming yam from the wake with old Farmer Dykes and his wife and his daughter Nell, and when we came to the stile I bid them good night and we parted. And you came by the path alone in the night time, did you? Exclaimed old Mal Clark sternly. I wasn't afeared. I don't know why. The path yam leads down by the watters of old Haworth Castle. I know it will, and a dowly path it is. You'll keep indoors o' nights for a while, or you'll rue it. What saw ye? No freetin', mother, nowt I was feared on. You heard a voice calling your name. I heard nowt that was dow but the hully-hoo in the old castle waste, answered the pretty girl. I heard nor seed nowt that's dow, but mickle it's canny and gladsome. I heard singing and laughing a long way off. I consated and I stopped a bit to listen. Then I walked on a step or two, and there, sure enough, in the pie-mag field, under the castle walls, not 20 steps away, I seed a grand company, silks and satins, and men with velvet coats with gold lace striped over them, and ladies with necklaces that would dazzle ye, and fans as big as griddles, and powdered footmen, like what the shirra had behind his coach, only these was 10 times as grand. It was full moon last night, said the old woman. So bright it would blind you to look at it, said the girl. Never an ill sight but the devil finds a light, quoth the old woman. There's a running brook there. You were at this side, and they at that. And did they try to make you cross over? Agoy did they. Nowt but civility and kindness, though, and you must let me tell it my own way. There was talking and laughing and eating and drinking out of long glasses and gold cups, seated on the grass, and music was playing, and I keeking behind a bush at all the grand doings, and up they gets to dance, and says a tall fella I hadn't seen before, you must step across and dance with a young lord that's fallen in love with thee, and that's myself. And sure enough, I keeked at him under my lashes, and a canny lad he is, and to my taste, though he be dressed in black, with sword and sash, velvet twice as fine as the sells in the shop at Golden Friars, and keeking at me again for the corners of his eyes. And the same fella telt me he was mad in love with me, and his father was there, and his sister, and they came all the way from Catstean Castle to see me that night, and that's the other side of Golden Friars. Come, lass, you know Mafflin, tell me true. What was he like? Was his face grimed with soot? A tall fellow with wide shoulders and looked like an ill thing, with black clothes, maced in rags. His face was long, but well favoured, and darker than a gypsy, and his clothes were black and grand and made of velvet. And he said he was the young lord himself, and he looked like it. That'll be the same fella I seed at Deadman's Grike, said Mal Clark, with an anxious frown. Hoot, mother, how could that be? Cried the lass, with a toss of her pretty head and a smile of scorn. But the fortune-teller made no answer, and the girl went on with her story. When they began to dance, continued Laura Silverbell, he urged me again, but I wouldn't step over. 'Twas partly pride, because I wasn't dressed fine enough, and partly contrariness or something, but gar I wouldn't, not a foot. No, but I more than half wished it at the time. Well for thee, thou didn't cross the brook. Hoity-toity, why not? Keep at home after nightfall, and don't you be walking by yourself by daylight on any light, lang, lonesome ways till after you're baptized, said Mal Clark. I'm like to be married first. Take care that marriage won't hang in the bell rub, said Mother Clark. Leave me alone for that. The young lord said he was most daft in love with me. He wanted to give me a canny ring with a beautiful stone in it, but drat it, I was sick and hopping, I wouldn't tack it, and he a young lord. Lord, indeed, are you daft or dreaming? Those fine folk, what were they? I'll tell you, dobbies and fairies, and if you don't do as you bid, they'll take ye, and you'll never get out of their hands again while grass grows, said the old woman grimly. Odd white it, replies the girl impatiently. Who's daft or dreaming now? I'd been dead with fear if it was any such thing. It couldn't be. All was so lovesome and bonny and shapely. Well, and what do you want of me, lass? asked the old woman sharply. I want to know, here's a sixpence, what I should do, said the young lass. 'Twould be a pity to lose such a marrow, eh? Say your prayers, lass, I can't help you, says the old woman darkly. If you go with the people, you'll never come back. You mustn't talk with them, nor eat with them, nor drink with them, nor take a pin's worth by way of gift for them. Mark well what I say, or you're lost. The girl looked down, plainly much vexed. The old woman stared at her with a mysterious frown steadily for a few seconds. Tell me, lass, and tell me true, are you in love with that lad? What for should I, said the girl with a careless toss of her head and blushing up to her very temples. I see how it is, said the old woman with a groan, and repeated the words, sadly thinking, and walked out of the wood, out of the door a step or two, and looked jealously round. The lassie's witched, the lassie's witched. Did you see him since? asked Mother Clark, returning. The girl was still embarrassed, and now she spoke in a lower tone and seemed subdued. I thought I seed him as I came here, walking beside me among the trees, but I can say it was only the trees themselves that looked like rinning one behind the other as I walked on. I can tell thee now, lass, but what I tell thee afore, answered the old woman peremptorily. Get ye hame, and don't delay on the way, and say your prayers as ye go, and let none but good thoughts come nigh ye, and never put a foot outside the doorstone again till you go to be christened, and get that done Sunday next. And with this charge, given with grisly earnestness, she saw her over the stile and stood upon it, watching her retreat until the trees quite hid her and the path from view. The sky grew cloudy and thunderous, and the air darkened rapidly as the girl, a little frightened by Mal Clark's view of the case, walked homeward by the lonely path among the trees. A black cat, which had walked close by her, For these creatures sometimes take a ramble in search of their prey among the woods and thickets, crept from under the hollow of an oak, and was again with her. It seemed to her to grow bigger and bigger as the darkness deepened, and its green eyes glared as large as halfpennies in her affrighted vision as the thunder came booming along the heights from the Willarden road. She tried to drive it away, but it growled and hissed awfully, and set up its back as if it would spring at her, and finally it skipped up into a tree where they grew thickest at each side of her path, and accompanied her high overhead, hopping from bough to bough as if meditating a pounce upon her shoulders. Her fancy being full of strange thoughts, she was frightened, and she fancied that he was haunting her steps and destined to undergo some hideous transformation the moment she ceased to guard her path with prayers. She was frightened for a while after she got home. The dark looks of Mother Cark were always before her eyes, and a secret dread prevented her passing the threshold of her home again that night. Next day it was different. She had got rid of the awe which with Mother Cark had inspired her. She could not get the tall, dark-featured lord in the black velvet dress out of her head. He had taken her fancy. She was growing to love him. She could think of nothing else. Bessie Hennock, a neighbour's daughter, came to see her that day and proposed a walk towards the ruins of Haworth Castle to gather bleaberries. So off the two girls went together. In the thicket, along the slopes near the ivied walls of Haworth Castle, the companions began to fill their baskets. Hours passed. The sun was sinking near the west, and Laura Silverbell had not come home. Over the hatch of the farmhouse door, the maids leant ever and anon with outstretched necks, watching for a sign of the girl's return, and wondering, as the shadows lengthened, what had become of her. At last, just as the rosy sunset gilding began to overspread the landscape, Bessie Hennock, weeping into her apron, made her appearance without her companion. Her account of their adventures was curious. I will relate the substance of it more connectedly than her agitation would allow her to give it, and without the disguise of the rude Northumbrian dialect. The girl said that as they got along together among the brambles that grow beside the brook that bounds the Pymag field, she on a sudden saw a very tall, big-boned man with an ill-favoured, smirched face, and dressed in worn and rusty black, standing at the other side of a little stream. She was frightened, and while looking at this dirty, wicked, starved figure, Laura Silverbell touched her, gazing at the same tall scarecrow, but with a countenance full of confusion and even rapture. She was peeping through the bush behind which she stood, and with a sigh she said, "Isn't that a canny lad? O God, see his bonny velvet clothes, his sword and sash. That's a lord, I can tell you, and well I know who he follows, who he loves, and who he'll wed." Bessie Hennock thought her companion daft. "See how lovesome he looks," whispered Laura. Bessie looked again and saw him gazing at her companion with a malignant smile, and at the same time he beckoned her to approach. "Don't go! Go not near him, he'll wring thy neck," gasped Bessie in great fear, as she saw Laura step forward with a look of beautiful bashfulness and joy. She took the hand he stretched across the stream, more for love of the hand than any need of help, and in a moment was across and by his side, and his long arm around her waist. "Fare thee weel, Bessie. I'm going my way," she called, leaning her head to his shoulder, "and tell good Father Lou I'm going my ways to be happy, and maybe, at long last, I'll see him again." And with a farewell wave of her hand, she went away with her dismal partner, and Laura Silverbell was never more seen at home, or among the coppies and the wick woods, the bonny fields and busky hollows by Dardell Moss. Bessie Hennock followed them for a time. She crossed the brook, and though they seemed to move slowly enough, she was obliged to run to keep them in view, and she all the time cried to her continually, come back, bonny Laura," until, getting over a bank, she was met by a white-faced old man, and so frightened was she that she thought she fainted outright. At all events, she didn't come to herself until the birds were singing their vespers in the amber light of sunset, and the day was over. No trace of the direction of the girl's flight was ever discovered. Weeks and months passed, and more than a year. At the end of that time, one of Malkark's goats died, as she suspected, by the envious practices of a rival witch who lived at the far end of Dardel Moss. All alone in her stone cabin, the old woman had prepared her charm to ascertain the author of her misfortune. The heart of the dead animal, stuck all over with pins, was burnt in the fire, the windows, doors, and every other aperture of the house being first carefully stopped. After the heart, thus prepared with suitable incantations, is consumed in the fire, the first person who comes to the door, who passes by it, is the offending magician. Mother Kark completed these lonely rites of dead of night. It was a dark night, with the glimmer of the stars only, and the melancholy night wind was soughing through the scattered woods that spread around. After a long and dead silence, there came a heavy thump at the door, and a deep voice called her by name. She was startled, for she expected no man's voice, and peeping from the window, she saw in the dim light a coach and 4 horses with gold-laced footmen, and a coachman in wig and cocked hat, turned out as if for a state occasion. She unbarred the door, and a tall gentleman dressed in black, waiting at the threshold, entreated her, as the only sage-femme within reach, to come in the coach and attend Lady Lairdale, who was about to give birth to a baby, promising her handsome payment. Lady Lairdale? She'd never heard of her. How far away is it? 12 miles on the old road to Golden Friars. Her avarice is roused, and she steps into the coach. The footman claps to the door, the glass jingles with the sound of a laugh. The tall, dark-faced gentleman in black is seated opposite. They're driving at a furious pace. They have turned out of the road into a narrow one, dark with thicker and loftier forest than she was accustomed to. She grows anxious, for she knows every road and bypath in the country round, and she's never seen this one. He encourages her. The moon has risen above the edge of the horizon, and she sees a noble old castle. Its summit of tower, watchtower, and battlement glimmers faintly in the moonlight. This is their destination. She feels on a sudden all but overpowered by sleep, but although she nods, she is quite conscious of the continued motion, which has become even rougher. She makes an effort and rouses herself. What has become of the coach, the castle, the servants? Nothing, but the strange forest remains the same. She is jolting along on a rude hurdle, seated on rushes, and a tall, big-boned man in rags sits in front, kicking with his heel the ill-favoured beast that pulls them along, every bone of which sticks out, and holding the halter which serves for reins. They stop at the door of a miserable building of loose stone, with a thatch so sunk and rotten that the roof tree and couples protrude in crooked corners like the bones of the wretched horse, with enormous head and ears that drag them to the door. The long, gaunt man gets down, and his sinister face grimed like his hands. It was the same grimy giant who had accosted her on the lonely road to Dead Man's Grike, but she feels that she must go through with it now, and she follows him into the house. 2 rushlights were burning in a large and miserable room, and on a coarse, ragged bed lay a woman, groaning piteously. "That's Lady Lairdale," says the gaunt, dark man, who then began to stride up and down the room, rolling his head, stamping furiously and thumping one hand on the palm of the other, and talking and laughing in the corners, where there was no one visible to hear or to answer. Old Mal Kark recognized in the faded, half-starved creature who lay on the bed, as dark now and grimy as the man, and looking as if she had never in her life washed hands or face, the once blithe and pretty Laura Lou. The hideous being who was her mate continued in the same odd fluctuations of fury, grief, and merriment, and whenever she uttered a groan, he parried it with another, as Mother Carke thought, in saturnine derision. At length he strode into another room and banged the door after him. In due time, the poor woman's pains were over, and a daughter was born. Such an imp, with long pointed ears, flat nose, and enormous restless eyes and mouth. It instantly began to yell and talk in some unknown language, at the noise of which the father looked into the room and told the sage-femme that she should not go unrewarded. The sick woman seized the moment of his absence to say in the ear of Mal Carke, "If ye had not been at ill work tonight, he could not have fetched ye. Take no more now than your rightful fee, or he'll keep ye here." At this moment he returned with a bag of gold and silver coins, which he emptied on the table, and told her to help herself. She took 4 shillings, which was her primitive fee, neither more nor less, and all his urgency could not prevail with her to take a farthing more. He looked so terrible at her refusal that she rushed out of the house. He ran after her. "You'll take your money with you," he roared, snatching up the bag still half full, and flung it after her. It lighted on her shoulder, and partly from the blow, partly from terror, she fell to the ground, and when she came to herself, it was morning, and she was lying across her own doorstone. It is said that she never more told fortune or practised spell, and though all that happened 60 years ago and more, Laura Silverbell, wise folk think, is still living, and will so continue till the day of the doom among the fairies.
Everybody dies, don't they? And some come back. Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked room today, didn't you? You tried.
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
Book because of the illustrations and because it's great actually. Book in the Painter by J. Sheridan Le Fanu, published in 1851. For he is not a man as I am, that we should come together, neither is there any that might lay his hand upon us both. Let him, therefore, take his rod away from me, and let not his fear terrify me. There exists at this moment in good preservation a remarkable work of Schalken's. The curious management of its lights constitutes, as usual in his pieces, the chief apparent merit of the picture. I say apparent, for in its subject and not in its handling, however exquisite, consists its real value. The picture represents the interior of what might be a chamber in some antique religious building, and its foreground is occupied by a female figure in a species of white robe, part of which is arranged so as to form a veil. The dress, however, is not that of any religious order. In her hand the figure bears a lamp, by which alone her figure and face are illuminated, and her features wear such an arch smile as well becomes a pretty woman when practising some prankish roguery in the background, and excepting where the dim red light of an expiring fire serves to define the form, in total shadow stands the figure of a man, dressed in the old Flemish fashion, in an attitude of alarm, his hand being placed upon the hilt of his sword, which he appears to be in the act of drawing. There are some pictures which impress one, I know not how, with a conviction that they represent not the mere ideal shapes and combinations which have floated through the imagination of the artist, but scenes, faces, and situations which have actually existed. There is in that strange picture something that stamps it as the representation of a reality. And such in truth it is, for it faithfully records a remarkable and mysterious occurrence, and perpetuates in the face of the female figure, which occupies the most prominent place in the design, an accurate portrait of Rose Felderkaust, the niece of Gerard Dove, the first and I believe the only love of Godfrey Schalken. My great-grandfather knew the painter well, and from Schalken himself he learned the fearful story of the painting. And from him, too, he ultimately received the picture itself as a bequest. The story and the picture have become heirlooms in my family, and having described the latter, I shall, if you please, attempt to relate the tradition which has descended with the canvas. There are few forms on which the mantle of romance hangs more ungracefully than upon that of the uncouth Schalken, the boorish but most cunning worker in oils, whose pieces delight the critics of our day almost as much as his manners disgusted the refined of his own. And yet this man, so rude, so dogged, so slovenly, in the midst of his celebrity, had, in his obscure but happier days, played the hero in a wild romance of mystery and passion. When Schalken studied under the immortal Gerard Dove, he was a very young man, and in spite of his phlegmatic temperament, he at once fell over head and ears in love with the beautiful niece of his wealthy master. Rose Felderkaust was still younger than he, having not yet attained her 17th year, and, if tradition speaks truth, possessed all the soft and dimpling charms of the fair, light-haired Flemish maidens. The young painter loved honestly and fervently. His frank adoration was rewarded. He declared his love and extracted a faltering confession in return. He was the happiest and proudest painter in all Christendom, but there was something to dash his elation. He was poor and undistinguished. He dared not ask old Gerard for the hand of his sweet ward. He must first win a reputation and a competence. There were therefore many dread uncertainties and cold days before him. He had to fight his way against sore odds, but he had won the heart of dear Rose Felderkaust, and that was half the battle. It is needless to say his exertions were redoubled, and his lasting celebrity proves that his industry was not unrewarded by success. These ardent labours, and worse still, the hopes that elevated and beguiled them, were, however, destined to experience a sudden interruption of a character so strange and mysterious as to baffle all inquiry, and to throw over the events themselves a shadow of preternatural horror. Schalken had one evening outstayed all his fellow pupils, and still pursued his work in the deserted room. As the daylight was fast failing, he laid aside his colours and applied himself to the completion of a sketch on which he had expressed extraordinary pains. It was a religious composition, and represented the temptations of a pot-bellied St. Anthony. The young artist, however destitute of elevation, had, nevertheless, discernment enough to be satisfied with his own work, and many were the patient erasures and improvements which saint and devil underwent, yet all in vain. The large, old-fashioned room was silent, and, with the exception of himself, quite emptied of its usual inmates. An hour had thus passed away, nearly two, without any improved result. Daylight had already declined, and twilight was deepening into the darkness of night. The patience of the young painter was exhausted, and he stood before his unfinished production, angry and mortified, one hand buried in the folds of his long hair, and the other holding the piece of charcoal which had so ill performed its office, and which he now rubbed without much regard to the sable streaks it produced, with irritable pressure upon his ample Flemish inexpressibles. "Curse the subject," said the young man aloud. "Curse the picture, the devil's the saint." At this moment, a short, sudden sniff, uttered close beside him, made the artist turn sharply round, and he now, for the first time, became aware that his labours had been overlooked by a stranger. Within about a yard and a half, and rather behind him, there stood the figure of an elderly man in a cloak and broad-brimmed conical hat. In his hand, which was protected with a heavy gauntlet-shaped glove, he carried a long ebony walking stick, surmounted with what appeared, as it glittered dimly in the twilight, to be a massive head of gold, and upon his breast, through the folds of the cloak, there shone the links of a rich chain of the same metal. The room was so obscure that nothing further of the appearance of the figure could be ascertained, and his hat threw his features into profound shadow. It would not have been easy to conjecture the age of the intruder, but a quantity of dark hair escaping from beneath this sombre hat, as well as his firm and upright carriage, served to indicate that his years could not yet exceed 60 or thereabouts. There was an air of gravity and importance about the garb of the person, and something indescribably odd, I might say awful, in the perfect, stone-like stillness of the figure, that effectually checked the testy comment which had at once risen to the lips of the irritated artist. He, therefore, as soon as he had sufficiently recovered his surprise, asked the stranger civilly to be seated, and desired to know if he had any message to leave for his master. "Tell Gerard Doe," said the unknown, without altering his attitude in the smallest degree, "that Mynheer van der Hausen of Rotterdam desires to speak with him on tomorrow evening at this hour, and if he please in this room, upon matters of weight. That is all." The stranger, having finished this message, turned abruptly and with a quick but silent step quitted the room, before Schalken had time to say a word in reply. The young man felt a curiosity to see in what direction the burgher of Rotterdam would turn on quitting the studio, and for that purpose he went directly to the window which commanded the door. A lobby of considerable extent intervened between the inner door of the painter's room and the street entrance, so that Schalken occupied the post of observation before the old man could possibly have reached the street. He watched in vain, however. There was no other mode of exit. Had the poor old man vanished, or was he lurking about in the recesses of the lobby for some sinister purpose? This last suggestion filled the mind of Schalken with a vague uneasiness, which was so unaccountably intense as to make him alike afraid to remain in the room alone, and reluctant to pass through the lobby. However, with an effort which appeared very disproportioned to the occasion, he summoned resolution to leave the room, and having locked the door and thrust the key in his pocket, without looking to the right or left, he traversed the passage which had so recently, perhaps still, contained the person of this mysterious visitant, scarcely venturing to breathe till he had arrived in the open street. "Mynheer van der Hausen," said Gerard Doe within himself, as the appointed hour approached. "Mynheer van der Hausen of Rotterdam. I never heard of the man till yesterday. What can he want of me? A portrait, perhaps, to be painted, or a poor relation to be apprenticed, or a collection to be valued, or, pshaw, there's no one in Rotterdam to leave me a legacy. Well, whatever the business may be, we shall soon know it all." It was now the close of day, and again every easel except that of Schalken was deserted. Gerard Doe was pacing the apartment with the restless step of impatient expectation, sometimes pausing to glance over the work of one of his absent pupils, but more frequently placing himself at the window, from whence he might observe the passengers who threaded the obscure by-street in which his studio was placed. "Said you not, Godfrey," exclaimed Doe, after a long and fruitful gaze from his post of observation, and turning to Schalken, that the hour he appointed was about 7 by the clock of the Stadthouse? "It had just tolled 7 when I first saw him, sir," answered the student. "The hour is close at hand, then," said the master, consulting an horologe as large and as round as an orange. "Mynheer van der Hausen from Rotterdam, is it not so?" "Such was the name." "And an elderly man, richly clad," pursued Doe musingly. "As well as I might see," replied his pupil. "He could not be young, nor yet very old neither, and his dress was rich and grave, as might become a citizen of wealth and consideration." At this moment the sonorous boom of the Stadthouse clock tolled, stroke after stroke, the hour of 7. The eyes of both master and student were directed to the door,
and it was not until the last peal of the bell had ceased to vibrate that Doe exclaimed, So, we shall have his worship presently, that is, if he means to keep his hour. If not, you may wait for him, Godfrey, if you court his acquaintance. But what, after all, if it should prove but a mummery got up by Von Karp or some such wag? I wish you had run all risks and cudgelled the old burgomaster soundly. I'd wager a dozen of Rhenish his worship would have unmasked and pleaded old acquaintance in a trice. Here he comes, sir, said Schalken, in a low, monitory tone, and instantly, upon turning towards the door, Gerard Doe observed the same figure which had, on the day before, so unexpectedly greeted his pupil Schalken. There was something in the air of the figure which at once satisfied the painter that there was no masquerading in the case, and that he really stood in the presence of a man of worship. And so, without hesitation, he doffed his cap, and courteously saluting the stranger, requested him to be seated. The visitor waved his hand slightly, as if in acknowledgment of the courtesy, but remained standing. I have the honour to see Mynheer van der Hausen of Rotterdam, said Gerard Doe. The same, was the laconic reply of his visitor. I understand your worship desires to speak with me, continued Dow, and I am here by appointment to wait your commands. Is that a man of trust? Said van der Hausen, turning towards Schalken, who stood at a little distance behind his master. Certainly, replied Gerard. Then let him take this box, and get the nearest jeweller or goldsmith to value its contents, and let him return hither with the certificates of the valuation. At the same time, he placed a small case, about 9 inches square, in the hands of Gerard Doe, who was as much amazed at its weight as at the strange abruptness with which it was handed to him. In accordance with the wishes of the stranger, he delivered it into the hands of Schalken, and repeating his direction, dispatched him on the mission. Schalken disposed his precious charge securely beneath the folds of his cloak, and rapidly traversing 2 or 3 narrow streets, he stopped at a corner house, the lower part of which was then occupied by the shop of a Jewish goldsmith. He entered the shop, and calling the little Hebrew into the obscurity of its back recesses, he proceeded to lay before him Van der Hausen's casket. On being examined by the light of a lamp, it appeared entirely cased with lead, the outer surface of which was much scraped and soiled and nearly white with age. This having been partially removed, there appeared beneath a box of some hard wood, which also they forced open, and after the removal of 2 or 3 folds of linen, they discovered its contents to be a mass of golden ingots, closely packed, and, as the Jew declared, of the most perfect quality. Every ingot underwent the scrutiny of the little Jew, who seemed to feel an Epicurean delight in touching and testing these morsels of the glorious metal, and each one of them was replaced in its berth with the exclamation, Mein Gott, how very perfect! Not one grain of alloy. Beautiful! Beautiful! The task was at length finished, and the Jew certified under his hand the value of the ingots submitted to his examination to amount to many thousand rix dollars. With the desired document in his pocket and the rich box of gold carefully pressed under his arm and concealed by his cloak, he retraced his way, and entering the studio, found his master and the stranger in close conference. Schalken had no sooner left the room in order to execute the commission he had taken in charge than Van der Hausen addressed Gerard Doe in the following terms. I cannot tarry with you tonight more than a few minutes, and so I shall shortly tell you the matter upon which I come. You visited the town of Rotterdam some 4 months ago, and then I saw in the church of St. Lawrence your niece, Rose Felderkaust. I desire to marry her, and if I satisfy you that I am wealthier than any husband you can dream of for her, I expect that you will forward my suit with your authority. If you approve my proposal, you must close with it here and now, for I cannot wait for calculations and delays. Gerardo was hugely astonished by the nature of Mynheer van der Hausen's communication, but he did not venture to express surprise, for, besides the motives supplied by prudence and politeness, the painter experienced a kind of chill and oppression, like that which is said to intervene when one is placed in unconscious proximity with the object of a natural antipathy, an undefined but overpowering sensation, while standing in the presence of the eccentric stranger, which made him very unwilling to say anything which might reasonably offend him. I have no doubt, said Gerard after 2 or 3 prefatory hems, that the alliance which you propose would prove alike advantageous and honourable to my niece, but you must be aware that she has a will of her own, and may not acquiesce in what we may design for her advantage. Do not seek to deceive me, Sir Painter, said Van der Hausen. You are her guardian. She is your ward. She is mine, if you like to make her so. The man of Rotterdam moved forward a little as he spoke, and Gerard Dow, he scarce knew why, inwardly prayed for the speedy return of Schalken. I desire, said the mysterious gentleman, to place in your hands at once an evidence of my wealth and a security for my liberal dealing with your niece. The lad will return in a minute or 2 with a sum in value 5 times the fortune which she has a right to expect from her husband. This shall lie in your hands together with her dowry, and you may apply the united sum as suits her interest best. It shall be all exclusively hers while she lives. Is that liberal? Dow assented and inwardly acknowledged that fortune had been extraordinarily kind to his niece. The stranger, he thought, must be both wealthy and generous, and such an offer was not to be despised, though made by a humorist and one of no very prepossessing presence. Rose had no very high pretensions, for she had but a modest dowry, which she owed entirely to the generosity of her uncle. Neither had she any right to raise exceptions on the score of birth, for her own origin was far from splendid, and, as the other objections, Gerard resolved, and indeed, by the usages of the time, was warranted in resolving, not to listen to them for a moment. Sir, he said, addressing the stranger, your offer is liberal, and whatever hesitation I may feel in closing with it immediately arises solely from my not having the honour of knowing anything of your family or station. Upon these points you can, of course, satisfy me without difficulty. As to my respectability, said the stranger dryly, you must take that for granted at present. Pester me with no inquiries. You can discover nothing more about me than I choose to make known. You shall have sufficient security for my respectability, my word, if you are honourable, if you are sordid, my gold. A testy old gentleman, thought Doe. He must have his own way, but all things considered, I'm not justified to declining his offer. I will not pledge myself unnecessarily, however. You will not pledge yourself unnecessarily, said Van der Hausen, strangely uttering the very words which had just floated through the mind of his companion. But you will do so if it is necessary, I presume, and I will show you that I consider it indispensable. If the gold I mean to leave in your hands satisfy you, and if you don't wish my proposal to be at once withdrawn, you must, before I leave this room, write your name to this engagement. Having thus spoken, he placed a paper in the hands of the master, the contents of which expressed an engagement entered into by Gerard Doe to give Wilken van der Hausen of Rotterdam in marriage Rose Felderkaust, and so forth, within 1 week of the date thereof. While the painter was employed in reading this covenant by the light of a twinkling oil lamp in the far wall of the room, Schalken, as we have stated, entered the studio, and having delivered the box and the valuation of the Jew into the hands of the stranger, he was about to retire, when Van der Hausen called to him to wait. In presenting the case and the certificate to Gerard Dow, he paused in silence until he had satisfied himself by an inspection of both, respecting the value of the pledge left in his hands. At length he said, "Are you content?" The painter said he would fain have another day to consider. "Not an hour," said the suitor apathetically. "Well then," said Dow, with a sore effort, I'm content. It is a bargain." "Then sign at once," said van der Hausen, "for I am weary." At the same time he produced a small case of writing materials, and Gerard signed the important document. "Let this youth witness the covenant," said the old man, and Godfrey Schalken unconsciously attested the instrument which forever bereft him of his dear Rose Felderkaust. The compact being thus completed, the strange visitor folded up the paper and stowed it safely in an inner pocket. "I will visit you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock at your own house, Gerard Dow, and will see the object of our contract." And so saying, Wilken van der Hausen moved stiffly but rapidly out of the room. Schalken, eager to resolve his doubts, had placed himself by the window in order to watch the street entrance. But the experiment served only to support his suspicions, for the old man did not issue from the door. This was very strange, odd, nay, fearful. He and his master returned together and talked but little on the way, for each had his own subject of reflection, of anxiety, and of hope. Schalken, however, did not know the ruin which menaced his dearest projects. Gerard Dow knew nothing of the attachment which had sprung up between his pupil and his niece, and even if he had, it's doubtful whether he would have regarded its existence as any serious obstruction to the wishes of Mynheer van der Hausen. Marriages were then and there matters of traffic and calculation, and it would have appeared as absurd in the eyes of the guardian to make a mutual attachment an essential element in a contract of the sort, as it would have been to draw up his bonds and receipts in the language of romance. The painter, however, did not communicate to his niece the important step which he had taken in her behalf, a forbearance caused not by any anticipated opposition on her part, but solely by a ludicrous consciousness that if she were to ask him for a description of her destined bridegroom, he would be forced to confess that he had not once seen his face, and if called upon would find it absolutely impossible to identify him. Upon the next day, Gerard Dow, after dinner, called his niece to him, and having scanned her person with an air of satisfaction, he took her hand, and looking upon her pretty, innocent face with a smile of kindness, he said, "Rose, my girl, that face of yours will make your fortune." Rose blushed and smiled. Such faces and such tempers seldom go together, and when they do, the compound is a love charm few heads or hearts can resist. Trust me, you'll soon be a bride girl. But this is trifling, and I am pressed for time, so make ready the large room by 8 o'clock tonight and give directions for supper at 9. I expect a friend, and observe me, child, do trick yourself out handsomely. I won't have him think us poor or sluttish." With these words, he left her, and took his way to the room in which his pupils worked. When the evening closed in, Gerard called Schalken, who was about to take his departure to his own obscure and comfortless lodgings, and asked him to come home and sup with Rose and van der Hausen. The invitation was of course accepted, and Gerard Dow and his pupil soon found themselves in a handsome and even then antique chamber which had been prepared for the reception of the stranger. A cheerful wood fire blazed in the hearth, a little at one side of which an old-fashioned table, which shone in the firelight like burnished gold, was awaiting the supper, for which preparations were going forward, and ranged with exact regularity stood the tall backed chairs, whose ungracefulness was more than compensated by their comfort. The little party, consisting of Rose, her uncle, and the artist, awaited the arrival of the expected visitor with considerable impatience. 9 o'clock at length came, and with it a summons at the street door, which being speedily answered, was followed by a slow and emphatic tread upon the staircase. The steps moved heavily across the lobby. The door of the room in which the party we have described to assemble slowly opened, and there entered a figure which startled, almost appalled the phlegmatic Dutchman, and nearly made Rose scream with terror. It was the form, and arrayed in the garb of Mynheer van der Hausen. The air, the gait, the height were the same, but the features had never been seen by face completely. The stranger stopped at the door of the room and displayed his form and face completely. He wore a dark-coloured cloth cloak, which was short and full, not falling quite to his knees. His legs were cased in dark purple silk stockings, and his shoes were adorned with roses of the same colour. The opening of the cloak in front showed the undersuit to consist of some very dark, perhaps sable, material, and his hands were enclosed in a heavy pair of leather gloves, which ran up considerably above the wrist, in the manner of a gauntlet. In one hand he carried his walking stick and his hat, which he had removed, and the other hung heavily by his side. A quantity of grizzled hair descended in long tresses from his head and rested upon the plaits of a stiff ruff which effectually concealed his neck. So far, all was well. But the face. All the flesh of the face was coloured with the bluish, leaden hue which is sometimes produced by metallic medicines administered in excessive quantities. The eyes showed an undue proportion of muddy white, and had a certain indefinable character of insanity. The hue of the lips, bearing the usual relation to that of the face, was consequently nearly black, and the entire character of the face was sensual, malignant, and even satanic. It was remarkable that the worshipful stranger suffered as little as possible of his flesh to appear, and that during his visit he did not once remove his gloves. Having stood for some moments at the door, Gerard Dow at length found breadth and collectedness to bid him welcome, and with a mute inclination of the head the stranger stepped forward into the room. There was something indescribably odd, even horrible, about all his motions, something undefinable that was unnatural, inhuman. It was as if the limbs were guided and directed by a spirit unused to the management of bodily machinery. The stranger spoke hardly at all during his visit, which did not exceed half an hour, and the host himself could scarcely muster courage enough to utter the few necessary salutations and courtesies, and indeed, such was the nervous terror which the presence of Van der Hausen inspired, that very little would have made all his entertainers fly in downright panic from the room. They had not so far lost all self-possession, however, as to fail to observe two strange peculiarities of their visitor. During his stay, his eyelids did not once close, or indeed move in the slightest degree, and farther, there was a death-like stillness in his whole person, owing to the absence of the heaving motion of the chest caused by the process of respiration. These two peculiarities, though when told they may appear trifling, produced a very striking and unpleasant effect when seen and observed. Van der Hausen at length relieved the painter of Leyden of his inauspicious presence, and with no trifling sense of relief, the little party heard the street door close after him. "Dear uncle," said Rose, "what a frightful man! I would not see him again for all the wealth of the States." "Tush, foolish girl," said Dow, whose sensations were anything but comfortable. "A man may be as ugly as the devil, and yet, if his heart and actions are good, he is worth all the pretty-faced, perfumed puppies that walk the mall. Rose, my girl, it's very true. He has not thy pretty face, but I know him to be wealthy and liberal, and were he 10 times more ugly, these two virtues would be enough to counterbalance all his deformity, and if not sufficient, actually to alter the shape and hue of his features, at least enough to prevent one thinking them so much amiss." "Do you know, uncle," said Rose, "when I saw him standing at the door, I couldn't get it out of my head that I saw the old painted wooden figure that used to frighten me so much in the church of St. Lawrence at Rotterdam." Gerard laughed, though he could not help inwardly acknowledging the justness of the comparison. He was resolved, however, as far as he could, to check his niece's disposition to dilate upon the ugliness of her intended bridegroom, though he was not a little pleased, as well as puzzled, to observe that she appeared totally exempt from that mysterious dread of the stranger which, he could not disguise it from himself, considerably affected him, as also his pupil, Godfrey Shalkin. Early on the next day there arrived from various quarters of the town rich presents of silks, velvets, jewellery, and so forth for Rose, and also a packet directed to Gerard Dow, which, upon being opened, was found to contain a contract of marriage formerly drawn up between Wilken van der Hausen of the Boom Key in Rotterdam and Rose Felderhaust of Leyden, niece to Gerard Dow, master in the art of painting, also of the same city, and containing engagements on the part of van der Hausen to make settlements upon his bride, far more splendid than he had before led her guardian to believe likely, and which were to be secured to her use in the most unexceptionable manner possible, the money being placed in the hand of Gerard Dow himself. I have no sentimental scenes to describe, no cruelty of guardians, no magnanimity of wards, no agonies or transport of lovers. The record I have to make is one of sordidness, levity, and heartlessness. In less than a week after the first interview, which we have just described, the contract of marriage was fulfilled, and Shalkin saw the prize which he would have risked existence to secure, carried off in solemn pomp by his repulsive rival. For 2 or 3 days he absented himself from the school. He then returned and worked, if with less cheerfulness, with far more dogged resolution than before. The stimulus of love had given place to that of ambition. Months passed away, and contrary to his expectation, and indeed to the direct promise of the parties, Gerard Dow heard nothing of his niece or her worshipful spouse. The interest of the money, which was to have been demanded in quarterly sums, lay unclaimed in his hands. He began to grow extremely uneasy. Mynheer van der Hausen's direction in Rotterdam he was fully possessed of. After some irresolution, he finally determined to journey thither, a trifling undertaking and easily accomplished, and thus to satisfy himself of the safety and the comfort of his ward, for whom he entertained an honest and strong affection. His search was in vain, however. No one in Rotterdam had ever heard of Mynheer van der Hausen. Gerard Dow left not a house in the Boom Key untried, but all in vain. No one could give him any information whatever touching the object of his inquiry, and he was obliged to return to Leyden, nothing wiser and far more anxious than when he had left it. On his arrival, he hastened to the establishment from which van der Hausen had hired the lumbering, though, considering the times, most luxurious vehicle which the bridal party had employed to convey them to Rotterdam. From the driver of this machine he learned that, having proceeded by slow stages, they had late in the evening approached Rotterdam, but that before they entered the city, and while yet nearly a mile from it, a small party of men, soberly clad and after the old fashion, with peaked beards and moustaches, standing in the centre of the road, obstructed the further progress of the carriage. The driver reined in his horses, much fearing from the obscurity of the hour and the loneliness of the road that some mischief was intended. His fears were, however, somewhat allayed by his observing that these strange men carried a large litter of an antique shape, in which they immediately sat down upon the pavement, whereupon the bridegroom, having opened the coach door from within, descended, and having assisted his bride to do likewise, led her, weeping bitterly and wringing her hands, to the litter, which they both entered. It was then raised by the men who surrounded it and speedily carried towards the city, and before it had proceeded very far, the darkness concealed it from the view of the Dutch coachman. In the inside of the vehicle he found a purse, whose contents more than thrice paid the hire of the carriage and man. He saw and could tell nothing more of Mynheer van der Hausen and his beautiful lady. This mystery was a source of profound anxiety and even grief to Gerard Dow. There was evidently fraud in the dealing of van der Hausen with him, though for what purpose committed he could not imagine. He greatly doubted how far it was possible for a man possessing such a countenance to be anything but a villain, and every day that passed without his hearing from or of his niece, instead of inducing him to forget his fears, on the contrary, tended more and more to aggravate them. The loss of her cheerful society tended also to depress his spirits, and in order to dispel the gloom which often crept upon his mind after his daily occupations were over, he was wont frequently to ask Shalkin to accompany him home and share his otherwise solitary supper. One evening the painter and his pupil were sitting by the fire, having accomplished a comfortable meal, and had yielded to the silent and delicious melancholy of digestion, when their ruminations were disturbed by a loud sound at the street door, as if occasioned by some person rushing and scrambling vehemently against it. A domestic had run without delay to ascertain the cause of the disturbance, and they heard him twice or thrice interrogate the applicant for admission, but without eliciting any other answer but a sustained reiteration of the sounds. They heard him then open the hall door, and immediately there followed a light and rapid tread on the staircase. Shalkin advanced towards the door. It opened before he reached it, and Rose rushed into the room. She looked wild, fierce, and haggard with terror and exhaustion, but her dress surprised them as much as even her unexpected appearance. It consisted of a kind of a white woolen wrapper made close about the neck and descending to the very ground. It was much deranged and travel-soiled. The poor creature had hardly entered the chamber when she fell senseless on the floor. With some difficulty they succeeded in reviving her, and on recovering her senses, she instantly exclaimed in a tone of terror rather than mere impatience, "Wine, wine, quickly, or I'm lost!" Astonished and almost scared at the strange agitation in which the call was made, they at once administered to her wishes, and she drank some wine with a haste and eagerness which surprised them. She had hardly swallowed it when she exclaimed with the same urgency, "Food! For God's sake, food at once, or I perish!" A considerable fragment of a roast joint was laid upon the table, and Shalkin immediately began to cut some, but he was anticipated, for no sooner did she see it than she caught it, a more than mortal image of famine, and with her hands, and even with her teeth, she tore off the flesh and swallowed it. When the paroxysm of hunger had been a little appeased, she appeared on a sudden overcome with shame, or it may have been that other more agitating thoughts overpowered and scared her, for she began to weep bitterly and to wring her hands. "Oh, send for a minister of God," she said. "I am not safe till he comes. Send for him speedily." Gerard Dow dispatched a messenger instantly, and prevailed on his niece to allow him to surrender his bedchamber to her use. He also persuaded her to retire to it at once to rest. Her consent was extorted upon the condition that they would not leave her for a moment. "Oh, that the holy man were here," she said. He can deliver me. The dead and the living can never be one. God has forbidden it." With these mysterious words, she surrendered herself to their guidance, and they proceeded to the chamber which Gerard Dow had assigned to her use. Do not leave me for a moment," said she. "I am lost for ever if you do." Gerard Dow's chamber was approached through a spacious apartment, which they were now about to enter. He and Shalkin each carried a candle, so that a sufficiency of light was cast upon all surrounding objects. They were now entering the large chamber, which, as I have said, communicated with Dow's apartment, when Rose suddenly stopped, and in a whisper which thrilled them both with horror, she said, "Oh God, he is here! He is here! See, there he goes!" She pointed towards the door of the inner room, and Shalkin thought
Red
he
rum! Red rum! Red
Oh,
rum!
fuck, that scared me.
He drew his sword, and raising the candle so as to throw its light with increased
Oh,
distinctness upon the objects in the
sent
room,
a chill up my
he entered the
spine.
chamber into which the shadow had glided. No figure was there, nothing but the furniture which belonged to the room, and yet he could not be deceived as to the fact that something had moved before them into the chamber. A sickening dread came upon him, and the cold perspiration broke out in heavy drops upon his forehead. Nor was he more composed when he heard the increased urgency and agony of entreaty with which Rose implored them not to leave her for a moment. "I saw him," said she. "He's here. I cannot be deceived. I know him. He's by me. He's with me. He's in the room. Then, for God's sake...
Did somebody
as you
say
will save
Waffles?
him, do not
No.
stir from beside
I
me."
have brain damage.
They
Hi,
both
Bitsy.
prevailed upon her to lie down upon the bed, where she continued to urge them to stay by her. She frequently uttered incoherent sentences, repeating again and again, "The dead and the living cannot be one. God has forbidden it." Then again, "Rest to the wakeful, sleep to the sleepwalkers." These and other such mysterious and broken sentences she continued to utter until the clergyman arrived. Gerard Dow began to fear, naturally enough, that terror or ill-treatment had unsettled the poor girl's intellect, and he half suspected, by the suddenness of her appearance, the unseasonableness of the hour, and above all from the wildness and terror of her manner, that she had made her escape from some place of confinement for lunatics, and was in imminent fear of pursuit. He resolved to summon medical advice as soon as the mind of his niece had been in some measure set at rest by the offices of the clergyman, whose attendance she had so earnestly desired. And until this object had been attained, he did not venture to put any questions to her, which might possibly, by reviving painful or horrible recollections, increase her agitation. The clergyman soon arrived, a man of ascetic countenance and venerable age, one whom Gerard Dow respected very much, forasmuch as he was a veteran polemic, though one perhaps more dreaded as a combatant than beloved as a Christian, of pure morality, subtle brain, and frozen heart. He entered the chamber which communicated with that in which Rose reclined, and immediately on his arrival she requested him to pray for her, as for one who lay in the hands of Satan, and who could hope for deliverance only from heaven. That you may distinctly understand all the circumstances of the event which I am going to describe, it is necessary to state the relative position of the parties who were engaged in it. The old clergyman and Shalkin were in the anteroom of which I have already spoken. Rose lay in the inner chamber, the door of which was open, and by the side of the bed, at her urgent desire, stood her guardian. A candle burned in the bedchamber, and 3 were lighted in the outer apartment. The old man now cleared his voice, as if about to commence, but before he had time to begin, a sudden gust of air blew out the candle which served to illuminate the room in which the poor girl lay, and she, with hurried alarm, exclaimed, "Godfrey, bring in another candle! The darkness is unsafe!" Gerard Dow, forgetting for the moment her repeated injunctions in the immediate impulse, stepped from the bedchamber into the other in order to supply what she desired. "Oh God, do not go, dear uncle!" shrieked the unhappy girl. And at the same time she sprung from the bed and darted after him, in order by her grasp to detain him. But the warning came too late, for scarcely had he passed the threshold, and hardly had his niece had time to utter the startling exclamation, when the door which divided the 2 rooms closed violently after him, as if swung by a strong blast of wind. Shalkin and he both rushed to the door, but their united and desperate efforts could not avail so much as to shake it. Shriek after shriek burst from the inner chamber, with all the piercing loudness of despairing terror. Shalkin and Doe applied every nerve to force open the door, but all in vain. There was no sound of struggling from within, but the screams seemed to increase in loudness, and at the same time they heard the bolts of the latticed window withdrawn, and the window itself grated upon the sill, as if thrown open. One last shriek, so long and piercing and agonized as to be scarcely human, swelled from the room, and suddenly there followed a death-like silence. A light step was heard crossing the room, as if from the bed to the window, and almost at the same instant the door gave way, and yielding to the pressure of the external applicants, nearly precipitated them into the room. It was empty. The window was open, and Shalkin sprung to a chair and gazed out upon the street and canal below. He saw no form, but he saw, or thought he saw, the waters of the broad canal beneath settling ring after ring in heavy circles, as if a moment before disturbed by the submission of some ponderous body. No trace of Rose was ever after found, Nor was anything certain respecting her mysterious wooer discovered or even suspected. No clue whereby to trace the intricacies of the labyrinth and to arrive at its solution presented itself. But an incident occurred which, though it will not be received by our rational readers in lieu of evidence, produced nevertheless a strong and a lasting impression upon the mind of Schalken. Many years after the events which we have detailed, Schalken, then residing far away, received an intimation of his father's death and of his intended burial upon a fixed day in the church of Rotterdam. It was necessary that a very considerable journey should be performed by the funeral procession, which, as it will be readily believed, was not very numerously attended. Schalken with difficulty arrived in Rotterdam late in the day upon which the funeral was appointed to take place. It had not then arrived. Evening closed in, and still it did not appear. Schalken strolled down to the church. He found it open. Notice of the arrival of the funeral had been given, and the vault in which the body was to be laid had been opened. The sexton, on seeing a well-dressed gentleman whose object was to attend the expected obsequies, pacing the aisle of the church, hospitably invited him to share with him the comforts of a blazing fire, which, as was his custom in winter-time upon such occasions, he had kindled in the hearth of a chamber in which he was accustomed to await the arrival of such grisly guests, and which communicated by a flight of steps with the vault below. In this chamber Schalken and his entertainer seated themselves, and the sexton, after some fruitless attempts to engage his guest in conversation, was obliged to apply himself to his tobacco pipe and can to solace his solitude. In spite of his grief and cares, the fatigues of a rapid journey of nearly 40 hours gradually overcame the mind and body of Godfrey Schalken, and he sank into a deep sleep, from which he awakened by someone shaking him gently by the shoulder. He first thought that the old sexton had called him, but he was no longer in the room. He roused himself, and as soon as he could clearly see what was around him, he perceived a female form, clothed in a kind of light robe of white, part of which was so disposed as to form a veil, and in her hand she carried a lamp. She was moving rather away from him, in the direction of a flight of steps which conducted towards the vaults. Schalken felt a vague alarm at the sight of this figure, and at the same time an irresistible impulse to follow its guidance. He followed it towards the vaults, but when it reached the head of the stairs he paused. The figure paused also, and turning gently round, displayed by the light of the lamp it carried the face and features of his first love, Rose Felderkaust. There was nothing horrible or even sad in the countenance. On the contrary, it wore the same arch smile which used to enchant the artist long before in his happy days. A feeling of awe and interest, too intense to be resisted, prompted him to follow the spectre, if spectre it were. She descended the stairs, he followed, and turning to the left, through a narrow passage, she led him, to his infinite surprise, into what appeared to be an old-fashioned Dutch apartment, such as the pictures of Gerard Dow have served to immortalize. Abundance of costly antique furniture was disposed about the room, and in one corner stood a four-post bed, with heavy black cloth curtains around it. The figure frequently turned towards him with the same arch smile, and when she came to the side of the bed, she drew the curtains, and by the light of the lamp which she held towards its contents, she disclosed to the horror-stricken painter, sitting bolt upright in the bed, the livid and demoniac form of Van der Hausen. Schalken had hardly seen him when he fell senseless upon the floor, where he lay until discovered on the next morning by persons employed in closing the passages into the vaults. He was lying in a cell of considerable size, which had not been disturbed for a long time. He had fallen beside a large coffin, which was supported upon small pillars, a security against the attacks of vermin. To his dying day, Schalken was satisfied of the reality of the vision which he had witnessed, and he has left behind him a curious evidence of the impression which it wrought upon his fancy, in a painting executed shortly after the event I have narrated, and which is valuable as exhibiting not only the peculiarities which have made Schalken's pictures sought after, but even more so as presenting a portrait of his early love, Rose Felderfaust, whose mysterious fate must always remain a matter of speculation. An account of some strange disturbances in Anger Street by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. It's not worth telling this story of mine, at least not worth writing. Told, indeed, as I have sometimes been called upon to tell it, to a circle of intelligent and eager faces, lighted up by a good after-dinner fire on a winter's evening, with a cold wind rising and wailing outside, and all snug and cosy within, it has gone off, though I say it who should not, indifferent well. But it is a venture to do as you would have me. Pen, ink, and paper are cold vehicles for the marvellous, and a reader decidedly a more critical animal than a listener. If, however, you can induce your friends to read it after nightfall, and when the fireside talk has run for a while on thrilling tales of shapeless terror, in short, if you will secure me the mollia tempora fandi, I will go to my work, and say my say, with better heart. Well then, these conditions presupposed, I shall waste no more words, but tell you simply how it all happened. My cousin, Tom Ludlow, and I studied medicine together. I think he would have succeeded had he stuck to the profession, but he preferred the church, poor fellow, and died early, a sacrifice to contagion, contracted in the noble discharge of his duties. For my present purpose, I say enough of his character when I mention that he was of a sedate but frank and cheerful nature, very exact in his observance of truth, and not by any means like myself, of an excitable or nervous temperament. My uncle Ludlow, Tom's father, while we were attending lectures, purchased 3 or 4 old houses on Anger Street, one of which was unoccupied. He resided in the country, and Tom proposed that we should take up our abode in the untenanted house, so long as it should continue unlet, a move which would accomplish the double end of settling us nearer alike to our lecture rooms and to our amusements, and of relieving us from the weekly charge of rent for our lodgings. Our furniture was very scant, our whole equipage remarkably modest and primitive, and in short, our arrangements pretty nearly as simple as those of a bivouac. Our new plan was therefore executed almost as soon as conceived. The front drawing room was our sitting room. I had the bedroom over it, and Tom the back bedroom on the same floor, which nothing could have induced me to occupy. The house, to begin with, was a very old one. It had been, I believe, newly fronted about 50 years before. But with this exception, it had nothing modern about it. The agent who bought it and looked into the titles for my uncle told me that it was sold, along with much other forfeited property, at Chichester House, I think in 1702, and had belonged to Sir Thomas Hackett, who was Lord Mayor of Dublin in James II's time. How old it was then, I can't say, but at all events, it had seen years and changes enough to have contracted all that mysterious and saddened air, at once exciting and depressing, which belongs to most old mansions. There had been very little done in the way of modernizing details, and perhaps it was better so, for there was something queer and bygone in the very walls and ceilings, in the shape of doors and windows, in the odd diagonal site of the chimney pieces, in the beams and ponderous cornices, not to mention the singular solidity of all the woodwork from the banisters to the window frames, which hopelessly defied the skies, and would have emphatically proclaimed their antiquity through any conceivable amount of modern finery and varnish. An effort had indeed been made to the extent of papering the drawing rooms, but somehow the paper looked raw and out of keeping, and the old woman, who kept a little dirt pie of a shop in the lane, and whose daughter, a girl of 52, was our solitary handmaid, coming in at sunrise and chastely receding again as soon as she had made all ready for tea in our state apartment, this woman, I say, remembered it when old Judge Horrocks, who, having earned the reputation of a particularly hanging judge, ended by hanging himself, as the coroner's jury found, under an impulse of temporary insanity, with the child's skipping rope over the massive old banisters. Resided there, entertaining good company with fine venison and rare old port. In those halcyon days, the drawing rooms were hung with gilded leather, and I dare say cut a good figure, for they were really spacious rooms. The bedrooms were wainscoted, but the front one was not gloomy, and in it the coziness of antiquity quite overcame its sombre associations. But the back bedroom, with its two queerly placed, melancholy windows, staring vacantly at the foot of the bed, and with the shadowy recess to be found in most old houses in Dublin, like a large ghostly closet, which from congeniality of temperament had amalgamated with the bedchamber and dissolved the partition. At night time this alcove, as our maid was wont to call it, had, in my eyes, a specially sinister and suggestive character. Tom's distant and solitary candle glimmered vainly into its darkness. There, it was always overlooking him, always itself impenetrable. But this was only part of the effect. The whole room was, I can't tell how, repulsive to me. There was, I suppose, in its proportions and features, a latent discord, a certain mysterious and indescribable relation, which jarred indistinctly upon some secret sense of the fitting and the safe, and raised indefinable suspicions and apprehensions of the imagination. On the whole, as I began by saying, nothing could have induced me to pass a night alone in it. I had never pretended to conceal from poor Tom my superstitious weakness, and he, on the other hand, most unaffectedly ridiculed my tremors. The sceptic was, however, destined to receive a lesson, as you shall hear. We had not been very long in occupation of our respective dormitories when I began to complain of uneasy nights and disturbed sleep. I was, I suppose, the more impatient under this annoyance, as I was usually a sound sleeper and by no means prone to nightmares. It was now, however, my destiny, instead of enjoying my customary repose, every night to sup full of horrors. After a preliminary course of disagreeable and frightful dreams, my troubles took a definite form, and the same vision, without an appreciable variation in a single detail, visited me, at least, on an average, every second night in the week. Now, this dream, nightmare, or infernal illusion, which you please, of which I was the miserable sport, was on this wise. I saw, or thought I saw, with the most abominable distinctness, although at the time in profound darkness, every article of furniture and accidental arrangement of the chamber in which I lay. This, as you know, is incidental to ordinary nightmare. Well, while in this clairvoyant condition, which seemed but the lighting up of the theatre in which was to be exhibited the monotonous tableau of horror, which made my nights insupportable, my attention invariably became, I know not why, fixed upon the windows opposite the foot of my bed, and, uniformly with the same effect, a sense of dreadful anticipation always took slow but sure possession of me. I became somehow conscious of a sort of horrid but undefined preparation going forward in some unknown quarter and by some unknown agency for my torment. And, after an interval, which always seemed to me of the same length, a picture suddenly flew up to the window, where it remained fixed as if by an electrical attraction, and my discipline of horror then commenced, to last perhaps for hours. The picture, thus mysteriously glued to the window panes, was the portrait of an old man, in a crimson flowered silk dressing gown, the folds of which I could now describe with a countenance embodying a strange mixture of intellect, sensuality, and power, but withal sinister and full of malignant omen. His nose was hooked like the beak of a vulture, his eyes large, grey, and prominent, and lighted up with more than mortal cruelty and coldness. These features were surmounted by a crimson velvet cap, the hair that peeped from under which was white with age, while the eyebrows retained their original blackness. Well, I remember every line, hue, and shadow of that stony countenance, and well I may. The gaze of this hellish visage was fixed upon me, and mine returned it with the inexplicable fascination of nightmare, for what appeared to me to be hours of agony. At last, the cock he crew, away he flew. The fiend who had enslaved me through the awful watches of the night, and harassed and nervous, I rose to the duties of the day. I can't say exactly why, but it may have been from the exquisite anguish and profound impressions of unearthly horror with which this strange phantasmagoria was associated, an insurmountable antipathy to describing the exact nature of my nightly troubles to my friend and comrade. Generally, however, I told him that I was haunted by abominable dreams, and true to the imputed materialism of medicine, we put our heads together to dispel my horrors, not by exorcism, but by a tonic. I will do this tonic justice, and frankly admit that the accursed portrait began to intermit its visits under its influence. What of that? Was this singular apparition as full of character as of terror, therefore the creature of my fancy, or the invention of my poor stomach? Was it, in short, subjective, to borrow the technical slang of the day, and not the palpable aggression and intrusion of an external agent? That, good friend, as we will both admit, by no means follows. The evil spirit who enthralled my senses in the shape of that portrait may have been just as near me, just as energetic, just as malignant, though I saw him not. What means the whole moral code of revealed religion regarding the due keeping of our own bodies, soberness, temperance, etc.? Here is an obvious connection between the material and the invisible. The healthy tone of the system and its unimpaired energy may, for aught we can tell, guard us against influences which would otherwise render life itself terrific. The mesmerist and the electrobiologist will fail upon an average with 9 patients out of 10. So may the evil spirit. Special conditions of the corporeal system are indispensable to the production of certain spiritual phenomena. The operation succeeds sometimes fails. That is all. I found afterwards that my would-be skeptical companion had his troubles too, but of these I knew nothing yet. One night, for a wonder, I was sleeping soundly, when I was roused by a step on the lobby outside my room, followed by the loud clang of what turned out to be a large brass candlestick, flung with all his force by poor Tom Ludlow over the banisters, and rattling with a rebound down the second flight of stairs. And almost concurrently with this, Tom burst open my door and bounced into my room backwards in a state of extraordinary agitation. I had jumped out of bed and clutched him by the arm before I had any distinct idea of my own whereabouts. There we were, in our shirts, standing before the open door, staring through the great old banister opposite at the lobby window, through which the sickly light of a clouded moon was gleaming. "What's the matter, Tom? What's the matter with you?" "What the devil's the matter with you, Tom?" I demanded, shaking him with nervous impatience. He took a long breath before he answered me, and then, it was not very coherently, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Did I speak? What did I say? Where's the candle, Richard? It's dark. I had a candle." "Yes, dark enough," I said, "but what's the matter? What is it? Why don't you speak, Tom? Have you lost your wits? What is the matter?" "The matter? Oh, it's all over. It must have been a dream. Nothing at all but a dream." "Don't you think so? It couldn't be anything more than a dream." "Of course," said I, feeling uncommonly nervous. "It was a dream. I thought," he said, "there was a man in my room, and I jumped out of bed, and where's the candle?" "In your room, most likely," I said. "Shall I go and bring it?" "No, stay here. Don't go. It's no matter. Don't. I tell you, it was all a dream. Bolt the door, Dick. I'll stay here with you." I feel nervous. "So, Dick, like a good fellow, light your candle and open the window." "I'm in a shocking state." I did as he asked me, and robing himself like Gronwell in one of my blankets, he seated himself close beside my bed. Everybody knows how contagious is fear of all sorts, but more especially that particular kind of fear under which poor Tom was at that moment labouring. I would not have heard, nor, I believe, would he have recapitulated just at that moment, for half the world, the details of the hideous vision which had so unmanned him. "Don't mind telling me anything about your nonsensical dream, Tom," said I, affecting contempt, really, in a panic. "Let's talk about something else. But it's quite plain that this dirty old house disagrees with us both. And hang me if I stay here any longer to be pestered with indigestion and bad nights. So we may as well look out for lodgings. Don't you think so? At once." Tom agreed, and after an interval said, "I've been thinking, Richard, that it's a long time since I saw my father, and I have made up my mind to go down tomorrow and return in a day or two, and you can take rooms for us in the meantime." I fancy that this resolution, obviously the result of the vision which had so profoundly scared him, would probably vanish next morning with the damps and shadows of night. But I was mistaken. Off went Tom at peep of day to the country, having agreed that so soon as I had secured suitable lodgings, I was to recall him by letter from his visit to my Uncle Ludlow. Now, anxious as I was to change my quarters, it so happened, owing to a series of petty procrastinations and accidents, that nearly a week elapsed before my bargain was made, and my letter of
He
recall was
procrastinated.
and in the meantime a trifling adventure or two had occurred to your humble servant, which, absurd as they now appear, diminished by distance, did certainly at the time serve to whet my appetite for change considerably. A night or two after the departure of my comrade, I was sitting by my bedroom fire, the door locked and the ingredients of a tumbler of hot whisky punch upon the crazed spider table, for, as the best mode of keeping the black spirits and white, blue spirits and grey, with which I was environed at bay, I had adopted the practice recommended by the wisdom of my ancestors, and kept my spirits up by pouring spirits down. I had thrown aside my volume of anatomy, and was treating myself by way of a tonic, preparatory to my punch and bed, to half a dozen pages of The Spectator, when I heard a step on the flight of stairs descending from the attics. It was 2 o'clock, and the streets were as silent as a churchyard. The sounds were, therefore, perfectly distinct. There was a slow, heavy tread, characterized by the emphasis and deliberation of age, descending by the narrow staircase from above. And what made the sound more singular? It was plain that the feet which produced it were perfectly bare, measuring the descent with something between a pound and a flop. Very ugly to hear. I knew quite well that my attendant had gone away many hours before, and that nobody but myself had any business in the house. It was quite plain also that the person who was coming downstairs had no intention whatever of concealing his movements, but, on the contrary, appeared disposed to make even more noise, and proceed more deliberately than was at all necessary. When the step reached the foot of the stairs outside my room, it seemed to stop, and I expected every moment to see my door open spontaneously and give admission to the original of my detested portrait. I was, however, relieved in a few seconds by hearing the descent renewed, just in the same manner, upon the staircase leading down to the drawing rooms, and thence, after another pause, down the next flight, and so on to the hall, whence I heard no more. Now, by the time the sound had ceased, I was wound up, as they say, to a very unpleasant pitch of excitement. I listened, but there was not a stir. I screwed up my courage to a decisive experiment, opened my door, and in a stentorian voice bawled over the banisters, "Who's there?" There was no answer but the ringing of my own voice through the empty old
God
house.
damn it.
No renewal of the movement. Nothing, in short, to give my unpleasant sensations a definite direction. There is, I think, something most disagreeably disenchanting in the sound of one's own voice under such circumstances, exerted in solitude and in vain. It redoubled my sense of isolation, and my misgivings increased on perceiving that the door, which I certainly thought I had left open, was closed behind me. In a vague alarm, lest my retreat should be cut off, I got again into my room as quickly as I could, where I remained in a state of imaginary blockade, and very uncomfortable indeed, till morning. Next night brought no return of my barefooted fellow lodger. But the night following, being in my bed and in the dark, somewhere, I suppose about the same hour as before, I distinctly heard the old fellow again descending from the garrets. This time I had had my punch, and the morale of the garrison was consequently excellent. I jumped out of bed, clutched the poker as I passed the expiring fire, and in a moment was upon the lobby. The sound had ceased by this time. The dark and chill were discouraging, and guess my horror when I saw, or thought I saw, a black monster. Whether in the shape of a man or a bear, I could not say, standing, with its back to the wall, on the lobby, facing me, with a pair of great greenish eyes shining dimly out. Now, I must be frank and confess that the cupboard which displayed our plates and cups stood just there, though at the moment I did not recollect it. At the same time, I must honestly say that, making every allowance for an excited imagination, I never could satisfy myself that I was made the dupe of my own fancy in this matter. For this apparition, after one or two shiftings of shape, as if in the act of incipient transformation, began, as it seemed on second thoughts, to advance upon me in its original form. From an instinct of terror rather than courage, I hurled the poker with all my force at its head, and to the music of a horrid crash made my way into my room and double-locked the door. Then, in a minute more, I heard the horrid bare feet walk down the stairs, till the sound ceased in the hall, as on the former occasion. If the apparition of the night before was an ocular delusion of my fancy sporting with the dark outlines of our cupboard, and if its horrid eyes were nothing but a pair of inverted teacups, I had, at all events, the satisfaction of having launched the poker with admirable effect, and, in true fancy phrase, knocked its 2 daylights into 1, as the commingled fragments of my tea service testified. I did my best to gather comfort and courage from these evidences, but it would not do. And then, what could I say of those horrid bare feet, and the regular tramp, 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 which measured the distance of the entire staircase through the solitude of my haunted dwelling, and at an hour when no good influence was stirring? Confound it, the whole affair was abominable. I was out of spirits, and dreaded the approach of night. It came, ushered ominously in with a thunderstorm and dull torrents of depressing rain. Earlier than usual, the streets grew silent, and by 12 o'clock, nothing but the comfortless pattering of the rain was to be heard. I made myself as snug as I could. I lighted 2 candles instead of 1. I forswore bed, and being myself in readiness for a sally, candle in hand, for coûte qui coûte, I was resolved to see the being, if visible at all, who troubled the nightly stillness of my mansion. I was fidgety and nervous, and tried in vain to interest myself with my books. I walked up and down my room, whistling in turn martial and hilarious music, and listening, ever and anon, for the dreadful noise. I sat down and stared at the square label on the solemn and reserved-looking black bottle until Flanagan & Co.'s best old malt whisky grew into a sort of subdued accompaniment to all the fantastic and horrible speculations which chased one another through my brain. Silence, meanwhile, grew more silent, and darkness darker. I listened in vain for the rumble of a vehicle or the dull clamour of a distant row. There was nothing but the sound of a rising wind, which had succeeded the thunderstorm that had travelled over the Dublin mountains, quite out of hearing. In the middle of this great city, I began to feel myself alone with nature, and heaven knows what beside. My courage was ebbing. Punch, however, which makes beasts of so many, made a man of me again. Just in time to hear with tolerable reserve and firmness the lumpy, flabby, naked feet deliberately descending the stairs again. I took a candle, not without a tremor. As I crossed the floor, I tried to extemporize a prayer, but stopped short to listen and never finished it. The steps continued. I confess I hesitated for some seconds at the door before I took heart of grace and opened it. When I peeped out, the lobby was perfectly empty. There was no monster standing on the staircase, and as the detested sound ceased, I was reassured enough to venture forward nearly to the banisters. Horror of horrors. Within a stair or two beneath the spot where I stood, the unearthly tread smote the floor. My eye caught something in motion. It was about the size of Goliath's foot. It was heavy, grey, and flapped with a dead weight from one step to another. As I am alive, it was the most monstrous grey rat I ever beheld or imagined. Shakespeare says, "Some men there are cannot abide a gaping pig, and some that are mad if they behold a cat." I went well nigh out of my wits when I beheld this rat, for laugh at me as you may, it fixed upon me, I thought, a perfectly human expression of malice. And as it shuffled about and looked up into my face, almost from between my feet, I saw, I could swear it, I felt it then and know it now, the infernal gaze and the accursed countenance of my old friend in the portrait, transfused into the visage of the bloated vermin before me. I bounced into my room again with a feeling of loathing and horror I cannot describe, and locked and bolted the door as if a lion had been on the other side. Damn him or it. Curse the portrait and its original. I felt in my soul that the rat, yes, the rat I had just seen was that evil being in masquerade and rambling through the house upon some infernal nightlark. Next morning, I was early trudging through the miry streets, and among other transactions posted a peremptory note recalling Tom. On my return, however, I found a note from my absent chum, announcing his intended return next day. I doubly rejoiced at this, because I had succeeded in getting rooms, and because the change of scene and return of my comrade were rendered specially pleasant by the last night's half-ridiculous, half-horrible adventure. I slept
Scared to
extemporaneously
death
in my new
by a
quarters in
rat.
Diggs Street that night, and next morning returned for breakfast to the haunted mansion, where I was certain Tom would call immediately on his arrival. I was quite right. He came in, and almost his first question referred to the primary object of our change of residence. "Thank God," he said, with genuine fervour, on hearing that all was arranged. "On your account, I'm delighted. As to myself, I assure you that no earthly consideration could have induced me ever again to pass a night in this disastrous old house." "Confound a house," I ejaculated, with a genuine mixture of fear and detestation. "We have not had a pleasant hour since we came to live here." And so I went on, and related incidentally my adventure with the plethoric old rat. Well, if I were all so unpleasant, affecting to make light of the matter, I don't think I should have minded it very much. "Ah, but it's I. Its countenance, my dear Tom," urged I. "If you had seen that, you would have felt it might be anything but what it seemed." "I incline to think the best conjurer in such a case would be an able-bodied cat," he said, with a provoking chuckle. "But let us hear your own adventure," I said tartly. In this challenge he looked uneasily around him. I had poked up a very unpleasant recollection. "You shall hear it, Dick. I'll tell it to you," he said. "By gad, sir, I should feel quite queer, though, telling it here, though we are too strong a body for ghosts to meddle with just now." Though he spoke this like a joke, I think it was a serious calculation. Our Hebe was in the corner of the room packing our cracked Delft tea and dinner services into a basket. She soon suspended operations and with mouth and eyes wide open became an absorbed listener. Tom's experiences were told nearly in these words. "I saw it 3 times, Dick. 3 distinct times, and I'm perfectly certain it meant me some infernal harm. I was, I say, in danger, in extreme danger, for if nothing else had happened, my reason would most certainly have failed me unless I had escaped so soon. Thank God I did escape. The first night of this hateful disturbance, I was lying in the attitude of sleep in that lumbering old bed. I hate to think of it. I was really wide awake, though I had put out my candle and was lying as quietly as if I had been asleep. And although accidentally restless, my thoughts were running in a cheerful and agreeable channel. I think it must have been 2 o'clock at least when I thought I heard a sound in that odious dark recess at the far end of the bedroom. It was as if someone was drawing a piece of cord slowly along the floor, lifting it up and dropping it softly down again in coils. I sat up once or twice in my bed, but could see nothing, so I concluded it must be mice in the wainscot. I felt no emotion graver than curiosity, and after a few minutes ceased to observe it. While lying in this state, strange to say, without at first a suspicion of anything supernatural, on a sudden I saw an old man, rather stout and square, in a sort of roan red dressing gown, and with a black cap on his head, moving stiffly and slowly in a diagonal direction from the recess across the floor of the bedroom, passing my bed at the foot and entering the lumber closet at the left. He had something under his arm. His head hung a little at one side. And merciful God, when I saw his face. Tom stopped for a while and then said, "That awful countenance, which living or dying I can never forget, disclosed what he was." Without turning to the right or left, he passed beside me and entered the closet by the bed's head. While this fearful and indescribable type of death and guilt was passing, I felt that I had no more power to speak or stir than if I had been myself a corpse. For hours after it had disappeared, I was too terrified and weak to move. As soon as daylight came, I took courage and examined the room, and especially the course which the frightful intruder had seemed to take. But there was not a vestige to indicate anybody's having passed there. No sign of any disturbing agency visible among the lumber that strewed the floor of the closet. I now began to recover a little. I was fagged and exhausted, and at last overpowered by
I
a
hope
feverish
everybody's
sleep.
having a
I came down
good
late, and
night
finding you out of spirits
so
on account of
far.
your dreams about the portrait whose original, I am now certain, disclosed himself to me, I did not care to talk about the infernal vision. In fact, I was trying to persuade myself that the whole thing was an illusion, and I didn't like to revive in their intensity the hated impressions of the past night, or to risk the constancy of my skepticism by recounting the tale of my sufferings. It required some nerve, I can tell you, to go to my haunted chamber next night and lie down quietly in the same bed, continued Tom. I did so with a degree of trepidation which, I am not ashamed to say, a very little matter would have sufficed to stimulate to downright panic. This night, however, passed off quietly enough, and also the next, and so too did 2 or 3 more. I grew more confident, and began to fancy that I believed in the theories of spectral illusions with which I had at first vainly tried to impose upon my convictions. The apparition had been, indeed, altogether anomalous. It had crossed the room without any recognition of my presence. I had not disturbed it, and it had no mission to me. What then was the imaginable use of its crossing the room in a visible shape at all? Of course, it might have been in the closet instead of going there, as easily as it introduced itself into the recess without entering the chamber in a shape discernible by the senses. Besides, how the deuce had I seen it? It was a dark night. I had no candle, there was no fire, and yet I saw it as distinctly in colouring and outline as ever I beheld human form. A cataleptic dream would explain it all, and I was determined that a dream it should be. One of the most remarkable phenomena connected with the practice of mendacity is the vast number of deliberate lies we tell ourselves, whom, of all persons, we can least expect to deceive. In all this, I need hardly tell you, Dick, I was simply lying to myself, and did not believe one word of the wretched humbug. Yet I went on as men will do, like persevering charlatans and impostors who tire people into credulity by the mere force of reiteration. So I hoped to win myself over at last to a comfortable skepticism about the ghost. He had not appeared a second time, that certainly was a comfort, and what, after all, did I care for him and his queer old toggery and strange looks? Not a fig. I was nothing the worse for having seen him, and a good story the better. So I tumbled into bed, put out my candle, and cheered by a loud drunken quarrel in the back lane, went fast asleep. From this deep slumber, I awoke with a start. I knew I had had a horrible dream, but what it was I couldn't remember. My heart was thumping furiously. I felt bewildered and feverish. I sat up in the bed and looked about the room. A broad flood of moonlight came in through the curtainless window. Everything was as I had last seen it, and though the domestic squabble in the back lane was, unhappily for me, allayed, I yet could hear a pleasant fellow singing on his way home, the then popular comic ditty called Murphy Delaney. Taking advantage of this diversion, I lay down again with my face towards the fireplace, and closing my eyes did my best to think of nothing else but the song, which was at every moment growing fainter in the distance. 'Twas Murphy Delaney, so funny and frisky, stepped into a shebeen shop to get his skin full. He reeled out again pretty well lined with his whiskey, as fresh as a shamrock, as blind as a bull. The singer, whose condition I dare say resembled that of his hero, was soon too far off to regale my ears any more, and as his music died away, I myself sank into a doze, neither sound nor refreshing. Somehow the song had got into my head, and I went meandering on through the adventures of my respectable fellow countryman, who, on emerging from the shebeen shop, fell into a river, from which he was fished up to be sat upon by a coroner's jury, who, having learned from a horse doctor that he was dead as a doornail, so there was an end, returned their verdict accordingly, just as he returned to his senses, when an angry altercation at the pitched battle between the body and the coroner winds up the lay with due spirit and pleasantry. Through this ballad I continued with a weary monotony to plod, down to the very last line, and then da capo, and so on, in my uncomfortable half-sleep, for how long I can't conjecture. I found myself at last, however, muttering, dead as a doornail, so there was an end, and something like another voice within me seemed to say, very faintly but sharply, dead, 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 and may the Lord have mercy on your soul. And instantly I was wide awake and staring right before me from the pillow. Now, will you believe it, Dick? I saw the same accursed figure standing full front and gazing at me with its stony and fiendish countenance, not 2 yards from the bedside. Tom stopped here and wiped the perspiration from his face. I felt very queer. The girl was as pale as Tom, and assembled as we were in the very scene of these adventures, we were all, I dare say, equally grateful for the clear daylight and the resuming bustle out of doors. For about 3 seconds only I saw it plainly, then it grew indistinct, but for a long time there was something like a column of dark vapour where it had been standing between me and the wall, and I felt sure that he was still there. After a good while, this appearance went too. I took my clothes downstairs to the hall and dressed there with the door half open, then went out into the street and walked about the town till morning, when I came back in a miserable state of nervousness and exhaustion. I was such a fool, Dick, as to be ashamed to tell you how I came to be so upset. I thought you would laugh at me, especially as I had always taught philosophy and treated your ghosts with contempt. I concluded you would give me no quarter, and so kept my tale of horror to myself. Now, Dick, you will hardly believe me when I assure you that for many nights after this last experience I did not go to my room at all. I used to sit up for a while in the drawing room after you had gone up to your bed, and then steal down softly to the hall door, let myself out, and sit in the Robin Hood Tavern until the last guest went off, and then I got through the night like a sentry, pacing the streets until morning. For more than a week I never slept in bed. I sometimes had a snooze on a form in the Robin Hood, and sometimes a nap in a chair during the day, but regular sleep I had absolutely none. I was quite resolved that we should get into another house, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you the reason, and somehow put it off from day to day, although my life was, during every hour of this procrastination, rendered as miserable as that of a felon with the constables on his track. I was growing absolutely ill from this wretched mode of life. One afternoon I determined to enjoy an hour's sleep upon your bed. I hated mine, so that I had never, except in a stealthy visit every day to unmake it, lest Martha should discover the secret of my nightly absence, entered the ill-omened chamber. As ill luck would have it, you had locked your bedroom and taken away the key. I went into my own to unsettle the bedclothes as usual and give the bed the appearance of having been slept in. Now, a variety of circumstances concurred to bring about the dreadful scene through which I was that night to pass. In the first place, I was literally overpowered with fatigue and longing for sleep. In the next place, the effect of this extreme exhaustion upon my nerves resembled that of a narcotic, and rendered me less susceptible than perhaps I should in any other condition have been of the exciting fears which had become habitual to me. Then again, a little bit of the window was open. A pleasant freshness pervaded the room, and to crown all, the cheerful sun of day was making the room quite pleasant. What was to prevent my enjoying an hour's nap here? The whole air was resonant with the cheerful hum of life, and the broad, matter-of-fact light of day filled every corner of the room. I yielded, stifling my qualms, to the almost overpowering temptation, and merely throwing off my coat and loosening my cravat, I lay down, limiting myself to half an hour's doze in the unwonted enjoyment of a feather bed, a coverlet, and a bolster. It was horribly insidious, and the demon, no doubt, marked my infatuated preparations. Dolt that I was, I fancied, with mind and body worn out for want of sleep, and in arrear of a full week's rest to my credit, that such measures as half an hour's sleep in such a situation was possible. My sleep was death-like, long, and dreamless. Without a start or fearful sensation of any kind, I waked gently but completely. It was, as you have good reason to remember, long past midnight, I believe about 2 o'clock, when sleep has been deep and long enough to satisfy nature thoroughly. One often wakens in this way, suddenly, tranquilly, and completely. There was a figure seated in that lumbering old sofa chair near the fireplace. Its back was rather towards me, but I couldn't be mistaken. It turned slowly round, and merciful heavens, there was the stony face, with its infernal lineaments of malignity and despair gloating on me. There was now no doubt as to its consciousness of my presence, and the hellish malice with which it was animated, for it arose and drew close to the bedside. There was a rope about its neck, and the other end, coiled up, it held stiffly in its hand. My good angel nerved me for this horrible crisis. I remained for some seconds transfixed by the gaze of this tremendous phantom. He came close to the bed and appeared on the point of mounting upon it. The next instant I was upon the floor at the far side, and in a moment more was, I don't know how, upon the lobby. But the spell was not yet broken. The valley of the shadow of death was not yet traversed. The abhorred phantom was before me there. It was standing near the banisters, stooping a little, and with one end of the rope around its own neck, was poising a noose at the other as if to throw over mine. And while engaged in this baleful pantomime, it wore a smile so sensual, so unspeakably dreadful, that my senses were nearly overpowered. I saw and remember nothing more until I found myself in your room. I had a wonderful escape, Dick, there's no disputing that, an escape for which, while I live, I shall bless the mercy of heaven. No one can conceive or imagine what it is for flesh and blood to stand in the presence of such a thing, but one who has had the terrific experience. Dick, a shadow has passed over me. A chill has crossed my blood and marrow, and I will never be the same again. Never, Dick, never. Our handmaid, a mature girl of 52, as I have said, stayed her hand as Tom's story proceeded, and by little and little drew near to us with open mouth, and her brows contracted over her little beady black eyes, till stealing a glance over her shoulder now and then, she established herself close behind us. During the relation, she had made various earnest comments in an undertone, but these and her ejaculations for the sake of brevity and simplicity I have omitted in my narration. It's often I heard tell of it, she now said, but I never believed it rightly till now, though indeed, why should not I? Does not my mother, down there in the lane, know queer stories, God bless us, beyond telling about it? But you ought not to have slept in the back bedroom. She was loath to let me be going in and out of that room, even in the daytime, let alone for any Christian to spend a night in it. For sure, she says, it was his own bedroom. Whose own bedroom? We asked in a breath. Why, his, the old judge's, Judge Horrocks to be sure, God rest his soul, and she looked fearfully around. Amen, I muttered. But did he die here? Die there? No, not quite there, he said. Sure, was it not over the banisters he hung himself, the old sinner? God be merciful to us all. And was it not in the alcove they found the handles of the skipping rope cut off, and the knife where he was settling the cord? God bless us to hang himself with. It was his housekeeper's daughter owned the rope, my mother often told me, and the child never throve after, and used to be starting up out of her sleep and screeching in the night time with dreams and frights that come on her. And they said how it was the spirit of the old judge that was tormenting her. And she used to be roaring and yelling out to hold back the big old fellow with the crooked neck. And then she'd screech, oh, the master, he's stamping at me and beckoning to me. Mother, darling, don't let me go. And so the poor creature died at last. And the doctors said it was water on the brain. But it was all they could say. How long ago was this, I asked. Oh, then how would I know, she answered. But it must be a wonderful long time ago, for the housekeeper was an old woman with a pipe in her mouth and not a tooth left, and better not 80 years old when my mother was first married. And they said she was a real buxom, fine-dressed woman when the old judge came to his end. And indeed, my mother's not far from 80 years old herself this day. And what made it worse for the unnatural old villain, God rest his soul, to frighten a little girl out of the world the way he did, was what was mostly thought and believed by everyone. My mother says how the poor little creature was his own child, for he was by all accounts an old villain every way, and the hangingest judge that ever was known in Ireland's ground. From what you say about the danger of sleeping in that bedroom, said I suppose there were stories about the ghost having appeared there to others. Well, there was things said. Queer things, surely, she answered, as it seemed with some reluctance. And why would not there? Sure, it was not up in that same room he slept for more than 20 years? And was it not in the alcove he got the rope ready that done his own business at last? The way he done many a better man's in his lifetime. And was not the body lying in the same bed after death, and put in the coffin there too, and carried out to his grave from it in Peter's churchyard after the coroner was gone? But there was queer stories. My mother has them all, about how one Nicholas Spate got into trouble on the head of it. And what did they say of this Nicholas Spate, I asked. Oh, for that matter, it's soon told, she answered. And she certainly did relate a very strange story, which so piqued my curiosity that I took occasion to visit the ancient lady, her mother, from whom I learned many very curious particulars. Indeed, I am tempted to tell the tale, but my fingers are weary, and I must defer it. But if you wish to hear it another time, I shall do my best. When we had heard the strange tale I have not told you, we put one or two further questions to her about the alleged spectral visitations to which the house had, ever since the death of the wicked old judge, been subjected. No one ever had luck in it, she told us. There was always cross accidents, sudden deaths, and short times in it. The first that took, it was a family, I forget the name, but at any rate there was 2 young ladies and the papa. He was about 60, and a stout, healthy gentleman as you'd wish to see at that age. Well, he slept in that unlucky back bedroom, and God between us and harm. Sure enough, He was found dead one morning, half out of the bed, with his head as black as a sloe and swelled like a pudding hanging down near the floor. It was a fit, they said. He was as dead as a mackerel. And so he did not say what it was, but the old people was all sure that it was nothing at all but the old judge, God bless us, that frightened him out of his senses and his life together. Some time after, there was a rich old maiden lady took the house. I don't know which room she slept in, but she lived alone, and at any rate one morning the servants, going down early to their work, found her sitting on the passage stairs, shivering and talking to herself, quite mad. And never a word more could any of them or her friends get from her ever afterwards, but don't ask me to go, for I promised to wait for him. They never made out from her who it was she meant by him, but of course those that knew all about the old house were at no loss for the meaning of all that happened to her. Then, afterwards, when the house was let out in lodgings, there was Mickey Byrne that took the same room with his wife and 3 little children, and sure I heard Mrs. Byrne myself telling how the children used to be lifted up in the bed at night, she couldn't see by what means, and how they were started and screeching every hour, just all as one as the housekeeper's little girl that died. Till at last one night poor Mickey had a drop in him, the way he used to, now and again. And what do you think? In the middle of the night he thought he heard a noise on the stairs, and being in liquor, nothing less to do him, but out he must go himself to see what was wrong. Well, after that, all she ever heard of him was himself saying, "Oh God," and a tumble that shook the very house, and there, sure enough, he was lying on the lower stairs under the lobby, with his neck smashed double under him, where he was flung over the banisters. Then the handmaiden added, "I'll go down to the lane and send up Joe Gavey to pack up the rest of the things and bring all the things to cross to your new lodgings." And so we all sallied out together, each of us breathing more freely, I have no doubt, as we crossed that ill-omened threshold for the last time. Now, I may add thus much in compliance with the immemorial usage of the realm of fiction, which sees the hero not only through his adventures, but fairly out of the world. You must have perceived that what the flesh, blood, and bone hero of romance proper is to the regular compounder of fiction, this old house of brick, wood, and mortar is to the humble recorder of this true tale. I therefore relate, as in duty bound, the catastrophe which ultimately befell it, which was simply this, that about 2 years subsequently to my story, it was taken by a quack doctor who called himself Baron Dusseldorf, and filled the parlour windows with bottles of indescribable horrors preserved in brandy, and the newspapers with the usual grandiloquent and mendacious advertisements. This gentleman, among his virtues, did not reckon sobriety, and one night, being overcome with much wine, he set fire to his bed curtains, partially burned himself, and totally consumed the house. It was afterwards rebuilt, and for a time an undertaker established himself in the premises. I have now told you my own and Tom's adventures, together with some valuable collateral particulars, and having acquitted myself of my engagement, I wish you a very good night and pleasant dreams.
Madame Crowell's Ghost. Sheridan Lefanu. I'm an old woman now, and I was but 13 my last birthday, the night I came to Applewell House. My aunt was the housekeeper there, and a sort of one-horse carriage was down at Lexhow waiting to take me and my box up to Applewell. I was a bit frightened by the time I got to Lexhow, and when I saw the carriage and horse, I wished myself back again with my mother at Hazelden. I was crying when I got into the shay, that's what we used to call it, and old John Mulberry that drove it, and was a good-natured fellow. Bought me a handful of apples at the Golden Lion to cheer me up a bit, and he told me that there was a currant cake and tea and pork chops waiting for me, all hot, in my aunt's room in the great house.
It was a fine moonlight night, and I ate the apples, looking out of the shay window. It's a shame for gentlemen to frighten a poor foolish child like I was. I sometimes think it might be tricks. There was two of them on the top of the coach beside me, and they began to question me after nightfall, when the moon rose, where I was going to. Well, I told them it was to wait on Dame Arabella Crowell of Applewell House, nearby Lexo. Oh, then, says one of them, you'll not be long there. And I looked at him as much as to say, why not? For I had spoken out when I told them where I was going, as if 'twas something clever I had to say. Because, says he, and don't you for the life tell no one, only watch her and see. She's possessed by the devil, and one half a ghost. Have you got a Bible? Yes, sir, says I, for my mother put my little Bible in my box, and I knew it was there. And by the same token, though the print's too small for my old eyes, I have it in my press to this hour. As I looked up at him saying, yes, sir, I thought I saw him winking at his friend. I couldn't be sure. Well, says he, be sure you put it into your bolster every night. It'll keep the old girl's claws off you. And I got such a fright when he said that, you wouldn't fancy. And I'd like to ask him a lot about the old lady, but I was too shy. And he and his friend began talking together about their own concerns, and dowly enough, I got down, as I told you, at Lexo. My heart sank as I drove into the dark avenue. The trees stand very thick and big, as old as the old house almost, and four people with their arms out and their fingers touching barely gourds round some of them. Well, my neck was stretched out to the winds, looking for the first view of the great house, and all at once we pulled up in front of it. A great white and black house it is, with great black beams across, right up to it, and gables looking out as white as a sheet to the moon, and the shadows of the trees, 2 or 3 up and down in front. You could count the leaves on them, and all the little diamond-shaped window panes glimmering on the great hall window, and great shutters in the old fashion, hinged on the outside, bolted across the rest of the windows in front, for there was but 3 or 4 servants, and the old lady in the house, and most of the rooms was locked up. My heart was in my mouth when I said the journey was over, and this the great house afore me. And I saw near me aunt that I never see till now, and Dame Crowell that I was come to wait upon, and was afeard on already. My aunt kissed me in the hall and brought me to her room. She was tall and thin, with a pale face and black eyes, and thin hands with black mittens on. She was past 50, and her word was short, but her word was law. I have no complaints to make of her.
Thank you for
She
the
was a
biddies,
hard
Looney.
woman, and I think she would have been kinder to me if I'd been her sister's child in place of her brother's. But all that's nae consequence
Old
now.
Irish
The
tales.
squire, his name was Mr. Chevenix Crowell. He was Dame Crowell's grandson, come down there by way of seeing that the old lady was well treated about 2 or 3 in a year. I seed him but 2
Making our
all the
little
time I was at Applewell House.
dragons keep.
I can't say but she was well taken care of, notwithstanding, but that was because my aunt and Meg Wiven, that was a maid, had a conscience and did the duty by her.
Dragons Watcher
Mrs.
keep
Wiven,
or something
Meg
like
Wiven,
that.
my aunt
It's
called
a
it to
daily
herself, and Mrs. Wiven to me,
test
was a fat,
to
jolly
see
lass
what
of
you can
50, a
build.
good height and a good breadth, always good-humoured, and walked slow. She had fine wages, but she was a bit stingy, and kept all her fine clars under lock and key, and wore mostly a twilled chocolate cotton with red and yellow and green sprigs and bars on it, and it lasted wonderful. She never give me nought, not the value of a brass thimble all time I was there, but she was good-humoured and always laughing, and she talked no end of prose over her tea, and seeing me sae sackless and dowly, she rose me up with her laughing and her stories, and I think I liked her better than my aunt. Children is so taken with a bit of fun or a story, though my aunt was very good to me, but a hard woman about some things, and silent always. My aunt took me into her bedchamber that I might rest mysel' a bit, while she was setting the tea in her room. But first she patted me on the shoulder, and said I was a tall lass of me years and had spired up weel, and asked me if I could do plain work and stitching, and she looked in me face and said I was like me father, her brother, that was dead and gone, and she hoped I was a better Christian, and when they do, oh, that lids. It was hard saying the first time I set foot in a room, I thought. When I went into the next room, the housekeeper's room, very comfortable, yak all round. There was a fine fire blazing away with coal and peat and wood, all in the low together, and tea on the table, and hot cake and smoking meat. And there was Mrs. Wiven, fat, jolly, and talking away more in an hour than my aunt would in a year. While I was still at my tea, my aunt went upstairs to see Madam Crowell. She's gone up to see that old Judith Squales is awake, said Mrs. Wiven. Judith sits with Madam Crow when me and Mrs. Shutters, that was my aunt's name, is away. She's a troublesome old lady. You'll have to be sharp with her, or she'll be into fire out at window. She goes on wires, she does, old though she be. How old, ma'am, says I. 93 her last birthday, and that's 8 months gone, says she, and she laughed. And don't be asking questions about her before your aunt, mind. I tell you, just take her as you find her, and that's all. And what's to be my business about her, please, ma'am, says I. About the old lady? Well, says she, your aunt, Mrs. Shutters, will tell you that. But I suppose you'll have to sit in the room with your work and see she's at no mischief, and let her amuse herself with her things on the table, and get her a food and drink if she calls for it, and keep her out of mischief, and ring the bell hard if she's troublesome. Is she deaf, ma'am? Nay, no, blin, says she, as sharp as a needle. But she's gone quite outpy and can't remember now rightly. And Jack the Giant Killer or Goody Two Shoes will please her as well as the King's Court or the affairs of the nation. And what did the little girl go away for, ma'am, that went on Friday last? My aunt wrote to my mother she was to go. Yes, she's gone. What for, says I again. She didn't answer, Mrs. Shutters, I do suppose, says she. I don't know. Don't be
Is
talking.
the mouse still
Your
working?
aunt can't
What are you
abide a
talking about?
talking child. And please, ma'am, is the old
Yeah,
lady
it's still
well
working.
in health, says I. It ain't no harm to ask that, says she. She's toffling a bit lately, but better this week past. And I dare say she'll last out 100 years yet. Wisht, here's your aunt coming down the passage. In comes me aunt and begins talking.
Oh yeah,
with
new
me, and
new
I
mouse is
beginning
still
to feel
working.
more comfortable.
Works good.
And at home like was walking about the room, looking at this thing and that. There was pretty old china things on a cupboard, and pictures again on the wall. There was a door up on it, wainscot, and I sees a queer old leathern jacket with straps and buckles to it, and sleeves as long as the bedpost hanging up inside. What's that you're at, child? Says my aunt, sharp enough, turning about when I thought she least minded. What's that in your hand? This, ma'am, says I, turning about with the leathern jacket. I don't know what it is, ma'am. Pale as she was, the red came up on her cheeks, and her eyes flashed with anger, and I think only she had half a dozen steps to take between her and me, she'd have given me a sezip. But she did give me a shack by the shoulder, and she plucked the thing out of me hand and says she, while ever you stay here, don't ye meddle with nowt that don't belong to ye. And she hung it up on the pin that was there, and shut the door with a bang, and locked it fast. Mrs. Wiven was lifting up her hands and laughing all this time, quietly in her chair, rolling herself a bit in it, as she used to do when she was kinking. The tears was in my eyes, and she winked at my aunt, and says she, drying her own tears, was wet with the laughing, Tut, the child meant nae harm. Come here to me, child. It's only a pair of crutches for lame ducks, and ask us nae question, mind, and we'll tell you nae lies. And come here and sit down and drink a mug of beer before you go to your bed. My room, mind you, was upstairs next to the old lady's, and Mrs. Wiven's bed was near hers in her room, and I was to be ready at call if need should be. The old lady was in one of her tantrums that night and part of the day before. She used to take fits of the sulks. Sometimes she wouldn't let them dress her, and at other times she would not let them take her clothes off. She was a great beauty, they said, in her day, but there was no one about Applewell that remembered her in her prime. And she was dreadful fond of dress, and had thick silks and stiff satins and velvets and laces and all sorts, enough to set up 7 shops at the least. All her dresses was old-fashioned and queer, but worth a fortune. Well, I went to my bed. I lay for a while awake, for all things was new to me. And I think the tea was in my nerves too, for I wasn't used to it, except now and then on a holiday like. And I heard Mrs. Wiven talking, and I listened with my hand to my ear. But I could not hear Mrs. Crowell, and I don't think she said a word. There was great care took of her. The people at Applewell knew that when she died, they would every one get the sack, and the situations was well paid and easy. The doctor come twice a week to see the old lady, and you may be sure they all did as he bid them. One thing was the same every time. They were never to cross or frump her anyway, but to humour and please her in everything. So she lay in her class all that night. The next day not a word she said, and I was at me needlework all that day in my own room, except when I went down to me dinner. I would have liked to see the old lady and even to hear her speak, but she might as well been in London or time for me. When I had me dinner, me aunt set me out for a walk for an hour. I was glad when I come back. The trees were so big and the place was so dark and lonesome. It was a cloudy day, and I cried a great deal thinking of home while I was walking alone there. That evening, the candles being alight, I was sitting in my room, and the door was open into Madame Crowell's chamber where my aunt was. It was then, for the first time, I heard what I suppose was the old lady talking. It was a queer noise like. I couldn't well say which, a bird or a beast, only it had a bleating sound in it, and was very small.
Bleating
I
sound.
pricked my ears to hear all I could,
I'll be right
but I
back.
couldn't make out one word she said, and my aunt answered, "The evil one can't hurt no one, ma'am, but the Lord permits." Then the same queer voice from the bed says something more that I couldn't make head nor tail on. And my aunt made answer again, "Let them pull faces, ma'am, and say what they will if the Lord be for us, who can be against us?" I kept listening, with my ear turned to the door, holding my breath, but not another word or sound came in from the room. In about 20 minutes, as I was sitting by the table looking at the pictures in the old Aesop's fables, I was aware of something moving at the door. And looking up, I seed my aunt's face looking in at the door and her hand raised.
Left my can of soda out too long without opening it.
And comes out
Got
to
all
me on
warm.
tiptoe, and she says in a whisper, "Thank God she's asleep at last. And don't you make no noise till I come back, for I'm going down to take me cup of tea, and be back in now, me and Mrs. Wiven, and she'll be sleeping in the room, and you can run down when we come up, and Judith will give you your supper in my room." And with that, she goes. I kept looking at the picture book as before, listening every now and then, but there was no sound, nor a breath that I could hear, and I began whispering to the pictures and talking to myself to keep me heart up, for I was grown feared in that big room. And at last up I got, and began walking about the room, looking at this and peeping at that, to amuse me mind, you'll understand. And at last, what should I do but peeps into Madame Crowell's bedchamber? A grand chamber it was, with a great flower poster with fluid silk curtains as tall as the ceiling and folding down to the floor, and drawn close all around. There was a looking glass, the biggest I ever seed before, and the room was a blaze of light. I counted 22 wax candles all lit. Such was her fancy, and no one dared say her name. I listened at the door and gaped and wondered all around, when I heard there was not a breath, and did not see so much as a stir in the curtains. I took heart and walked into the room on tiptoe and looked around again. Then I takes a keek at mysel in the big glass, and at last it came into me head. Why couldn't I ha' a keek at the old lady hersel in the bed? You'd think me a fool if you knew half how I longed to see Dame Crowle, and I thought to mysel if I didn't peep now, I might wait many a day before I got so good a chance again. Well, my dear, I come to the side of the bed, the curtains being closed, and my heart almost failed me. But I took courage, and I slips my finger in between the thick curtains, and then my hand. So I waits a bit, but all was as still as death. So softly, softly, I draws the curtain, and there, sure enough, I seed before me, stretched out, like the painted lady on the tombstone in Lexhorn Church, the famous Dame Crowle of Applewell House. There she was, dressed out. You never see the like in their days. Satin and silk and scarlet and green and gold and pint lace by Jenny. 'Twas a seat, a big powdered wig, half as high as herself, was atop of her head, and wow, was ever such wrinkles, and her old baggy throat all powdered white, and her cheeks rouged, and most skin eyebrows that Mrs. Wiven used to stick on. And there she lay, proud and stark, with a pair of clocked silk hose on, and heels to her shoon as tall as 9 pins. Lauk, but her nose was crooked and thin, and half the whites of her eyes was open. She used to stand dressed as she was, giggling and dribbling before the looking glass, with a fan in her hand and a big nosegay in her bodice. Her wrinkled little hands were stretched down by her sides, and such long nails all cut into points I never seed in my days. Could it even have been the fashion for great folk to wear their fingernails so? Well, I think you'd have been frightened yourself if you'd seed such a sight. I couldn't let go of the curtain, nor move an inch, nor take my eyes off her. My very heart stood still, and in an instant she opens her eyes, and up she sits and spins herself round, and down with a clack on her 2 tall heels on the floor, facing me, ogling in my face with her 2 great glassy eyes, and a wicked simper with her wrinkled lips and long false teeth. Well, a corpse is a natural thing, but this was the dreadfulest sight I ever seen. She had her fingers straight out pointing at me, and her back was crooked, round again with age. Says she, "Ye little limb, what for did ye say I killed the boy? I'll tickle ye till you're stiff." And if I'd thought an instant, I'd have turned about and ran, but I couldn't take my eyes off her, and I backed from her as soon as I could, and she come clattering after like a thing on wires, with her fingers pointing to me throat, and she making all time assumed with her tongue like ziz, ziz, ziz. I kept backing and backing as quick as I could, and her fingers was only a few inches away from my throat, and I felt I'd lose me wits if she touched me. I went back this way, right into the corner, and I give a yellock. I think soul and body was parting, and that minute me aunt from the door calls out with a blare, and the old lady turns round on her, and I turns about and ran through me room and down stairs as hard as me legs would carry me. I cried hearty, I can tell you, when I got down to the housekeeper's room. Mrs. Wiven laughed a deal when I telled her what had happened, but she changed her key when she heard the old lady's words. "Say them again," says she. So I telled her. Ye little limb, for what did ye say? I killed the boy. I'll tickle ye till you're stiff. And did she say she killed the boy? Says she. Not I, ma'am, says I. Judith was always up with me after that, when the two elder women was away from her. I would have jumped out the window rather than stay alone in the same room with her. It was about a week after, as well as I can remember, Mrs. Wiven, yard day when me and her was alone, told me a thing about Madame Crow that I didn't know before. She, being young and a great beauty, full 70 year before, had married Squire Crow of Applewell, but he was a widower and had a son about 9 years old. There never was tale nor tidings of this boy after one morning. No one could say where he went to. He was allowed too much liberty. He used to be off in the morning, one day to the keeper's cottage, and breakfast with him, and away to the warren, and not home mayhap till evening, and another time down to the lake and bathe there, and spend the day fishing there, or paddling about in the boat. Well, no one could say what was gone with him, only this, that his hat was found by the lake, under the hawthorn that grows there to this day, and 'twas thought he was drowned bathing. And the squire's son, by his second marriage with this Madam Crow that lived, say, dreadful lang, came in for the estates. It was his son, the old lady's grandson, Squire Chevenix Crow, that owned the estates at the time I came to Applewell. There was a deal of talk long before my aunt's time about it, and 'twas said the stepmother knew more than she was leg to let out, and she managed her husband, the old squire, with her white heft and flatteries. And as the boy was never seen more, in course of time, the thing died out of folks' minds. I'm going to tell you now about what I seed with my own een. I was not there 6 months, and it was winter time when the old lady took her last sickness. The doctor was afeard she might have took a fit of madness, as she did 15 year before, and was buckled up many a time in a straight waistcoat, which was the very leathern jacket I seed in the closet of my aunt's room. Well, she didn't. She pined and winded, and went off, tawfling quiet enough, till a day or two before her flitting. Then she took to rabbling, and sometimes skirling in the bed. You'd think a robber had a knife to her throat. And she used to work out of the bed, and not being strong enough then to walk or stand, she'd fall to the floor with her old wizened hands stretched before her face, and skirling still for mercy. You may guess I didn't go into the room, and I used to be shivering in my bed with fear at her skirling and scraffling on the floor, and blaring out words that'd make your skin turn blue. My aunt and Mrs. Wiven and Judith Squales and the woman from Lexor was always about her. At last she took fits, and they wore her out. Sir was there and prayed for her, but she was past praying with, I suppose. It was right, but none could think there was much good in it. And so long at last she made a flitting. Now was over, and old Dame Crow was shrouded and coffined, and Squire Chevenix was wrought for. But he was away in France, and the delay was so long that Sir and Doctor both agreed it would not do to keep her longer out of her place, and no one cared but just them two, and me aunt and the rest of us from Applewell to go to the burying. So the old lady of Applewell was laid in the vault under Lexhor Church, and we lived up at the great house till such a time as the squire should come to tell his will about us, and pay off such as he chose to discharge. I was put into another room, 2 doors away from what was Dame Crowell's chamber after her death, and this thing happened the night before Squire Chevenix came to Applewell. The room I was in now was a large square chamber, covered with yak panels, but unfurnished except for my bed, which had neat curtains to it, and a chair, and a chabble or so that looked nothing at all in such a big room, and the big looking glass that the old lady used to keek into and admire herself from head to heel. Now that there was nae mair of that work, was put out of the way, and stood against the wall in my room, for there was shifting a many things in the chamber, you may suppose, when she came to be coffined. The news had come that day that the squire was to be down next morning at Applewell, and not sorry was I, for I thought I was sure to be sent home again to my mother, and right glad was I, and I was thinking of all at home, and my sister Janet, and the kitten, and the pie mag, and trim of the tyke and hot rest, and I got so fidgety I couldn't sleep, and the clock struck 12, and me wide awake, and the room as dark as pick. My back was turned to the door, my eyes toward the wall opposite. Well, it couldn't be a full 12:15 when I sees a lighting on the wall before me, as if something took fire behint, and the shadows of the bed and the chair and my gown that was hanging from the wall was dancing up and down on the ceiling beams and the yak panels, and I turns me head over my shoulder quick, thinking something must have gone afire. And what should I see, by Jen, but the likeness of the old beldam, bedizened out in her satins and velvets, on her deed body simpering, with her eyes as wide as saucers, and her face like the fiend himself. 'Twas a red light that rose about her in a fuff and low, as if her dress round her feet was blazing. She was driving on right for me with her old shrivel hands crooked, as if she was gonna claw me. I couldn't stir, but she passed me straight by with a blast of cold air, and I seed her at the wall in the alcove, as my aunt used to call it, which was a recess where the state bed used to stand in old times, with a door wide open, and her hands groping in at summit was there. I never seed that door before, and she turned round to me like a thing on a pivot, flying, and all at once the room was dark, and I standing at the far side of the bed. I don't know how I got there, and I found me tongue at last, and if I didn't a blare a yellock or rennin down the gallery, and almost pulled Mrs. Wivens' door off hooks, and frightened her half out of her wits. You may guess I didn't sleep that night, and with first light down with me to me aunt, as fast as me 2 legs could carry me. Well, me aunt didn't frump nor flight me as I thought she would, but she held me by the hand and looked hard in me face all time, and she telled me not to be feared, and says she, had the appearance a key in its hand. Yes, says I, bringing it to mind, a big key in a queer brass handle. Stop a bit, says she, letting go me hand and opening cupboard door. Was it like this, says she, taking Jan out in her fingers and showing it to me with a dark look in my face. That was it, says I, quick enough. Are you sure, she says, turning it round. Sat, says I, but I felt like I was going to faint when I seed it. Well, that'll do, child, says she, softly thinking, and she locked it up again. The squire himself will be here today before 12 o'clock, and you must tell him all about it, says she, thinking, and I suppose I'll be leaving soon, and so the best thing for the present is that you should get home this afternoon, and I'll look out another place for you when I can. Fain was I, you may guess, at that word. Me aunt packed up me things for me, and the £3 that I was due to me to bring home, and Squire Crowell himself came down to Applethwaite that day, a handsome man, about 30 years old. It was the second time I seed him, but this was the first time he spoke to me. My aunt talked with him in the housekeeper's room, and I don't know what they said, I was a bit afeard on the squire, he being a Greek gentleman down in Lexor, and I daren't go near till I was called. And says he, smiling, "What's all this we ye sent, child? It mun be a dream. For you know there's nae sick a thing as a boo or a freet in our world. But whatever it was, my little maid, sit ye down and tell us all about it, from first to last." Well, so soon as I made an end, he thought a bit, and says he to me aunt, "I mind the place well. In old Sir Oliver's time, Lame Windle tell't me there was a door in that recess to the left, where the lassie dreamed she saw me grandmother up in it. He was past 80 when he tell't me that, and I but a boy. It's 20 years since. The plate and jewels used to be kept there long ago, before the iron closet was made in the arras chamber. And he tell't me the key had a brass handle, and this, ye say, was found in the bottom of the kist, where she kept her old fans. No, would not it be a queer thing if we found some spoons or diamonds forget there? You must come up with us, lassie, and point to the very spot." Loth was I, and me heart in my mouth, and fast I held by my aunt's hand as I stepped into that awesome room, and showed them beath who she came and passed me by, and the spot where she stood, and where the door seemed to open. There was an old empty press against the wall then, and shoving it aside, sure enough, there was the tracing of a door in the wainscot, and a keyhole stopped with wood, and planed across, smooth as the rest, and the joining of the door all stopped with putty the colour of yak. But for the hinges that showed a bit where the press was shoved aside, ye would not consent there was a door there at all. "Ha!" says he with a queer smile. "This looks like it." It took some minutes with a small chisel and hammer to pick the bit of wood out of the keyhole. The key fitted sure enough, and with a strong twist and a long squeak, the bolt went back, and he pulled the door open. There was another door inside, stronger than the first, but the locks was gone, and it opened easy. Inside was a narrow floor, and walls and vault of brick. We could not see what was in it, for 'twas dark as pick. When me aunt had lighted candle, the squire held it up and stepped in. Me aunt stood on tiptoe, trying to look over his shoulder, and I didn't see nought. "Ha ha!" says the squire, stepping backward. "What's that? Give me the poker, quick," says he to me aunt. And as she went to the hearth, I peeps beside his arm, and I seed, squat down in the far corner, a monkey or a flame on the chest, or else the most shrivelled up, wizened old wife that ever was seen on earth. "By Jen," says me aunt, was putting poker in his hand. She keeked by his shoulder and seed the ill-favoured thing. "Ha care, sir, what you doing? Back with ye, and shut to the door." But in place of that, he steps in softly with the poker pointed like a sword, and he gives it a poke, and down it tumbles together, heed and all, in a heap of bjans and dust, little mair than a hatful. 'Twas bjans of a child. All the rest went to dust at a touch. They said nowt for a while, but he turns round skull as it lay on the floor. Young as I was, I concerted I knew well enough what they was thinking on. "A dead cat," says he, pushing back and blowing out candle and shutting door. "We'll come back, you and me, Mrs. Shutters, and look on the shelves by and by. I've other matters for us to speak to ye about. And this little girl's gone yam, you say. She has her wages, and I must mak her a present," says he, patting me shoulder with his hand. And he did give me a good pound, and I went after Lexo about an hour after, and saw Yam at stagecoach, and fain was I to be at Yam again, and I never see Dame Crowell Applewell, God be thanked, either in appearance or in dream after. But when I was grown to be a woman, me aunt spent a day with me at Littleham, and she telled me there was nae doubt it was poor old boy that was missing so lang sen, that was shut up to die there in dark by that wicked beldam, where his skulls or his prayers or his thumping couldn't be heard, and his hat was left by the water's edge, whoever did it, to mak belief he was drowned. The claws at the first touch ran into snuff of dust in the cell for the bians was fun. But there was a handful of jet buttons and a knife with a green heft, together with a couple of pennies the poor old fella had in his pocket, I suppose, when he was decoyed in there and seed his last at late. And there was among the squire's papers a copy of the notice that was printed after he was lost, when the old squire thought he might have run away or been took with gypsies, and it said he had a green hefted knife with him, and that his buttons were cut a jet. So that is all I have to say concerning old Dame Crowell, Applewell House.
In the 5 Northumbrian counties, you will scarcely find so bleak, ugly, and yet, in a savage way, so picturesque a moor as Dardale Moss. The moor itself spreads north, south, east, and west, a great undulating sea of black peat and heath. What we may term its shores are wooded wildly with birch, hazel, and dwarf oak. No towering mountains surround it, but here and there you have a rocky knoll rising among the trees, and many a wooded promontory of the same pretty, because utterly wild, forest running out into its dark level. Habitations are thinly scattered in this barren territory, and a full mile away from the meanest was the stone cottage of Mother Cark. Let not my southern reader, who associates ideas of comfort with the term cottage, mistake. This thing is built of shingle with low walls. Its thatch is hollow, the peat smoke curls stingingly from its stunted chimney. It is worthy of its savage surroundings. The primitive neighbours remark that no rowan tree grows near, no holly, no bracken, and no horseshoe is nailed on the door. Not far from the birches and hazels that straggle about the rude wall of the little enclosure, on the contrary, they say, you may discover the broom and the ragwort in which witches mysteriously delight. But this is perhaps a scandal. Mal Cark was for many a year the sage femme of this wild domain. She has renounced practice, however, for some years, and now, under the rose, she dabbles. It is thought in the black art, in which she has always been secretly skilled, tells fortunes, practices charms, and in popular esteem is little better than a witch. Mother Cark has been away to the town of Willerdon to sell knit stockings, and is returning to her rude dwelling by Dardale Moss. To her right, as far away as the eye can reach, the moor stretches. The narrow track she has followed here tops a gentle upland, and at her left a sort of jungle of dwarf oak and brushwood approaches its edge. The sun is sinking blood red in the west. His disk has touched the broad black level of the moor, and his parting beams glare athwart the gaunt figure of the old beldam as she strides homeward, stick in hand, and bring into relief the folds of her mantle, which gleam like the draperies of a bronze image in the light of a fire. For a few moments, this light floods the air. Tree, gorse, rock, and bracken glare, and then it is out, and grey twilight over everything. All is still and sombre. At this hour, the simple traffic of the thinly peopled country is over, and nothing can be more solitary. From this jungle, nevertheless, through which the mists of evening are already creeping, she sees a gigantic man approaching her. In that poor and primitive country, robbery is a crime unknown. She therefore has no fears for her pound of tea and pint of gin, and 16 shillings in silver which she's bringing home in her pocket. But there is something that would have frightened another woman about this man. He is gaunt, sombre, bony, dirty, and dressed in a black suit which a beggar would hardly care to pick out of the dust. This ill-looking man nodded to her as he stepped on the road. "I don't know you," she said. He nodded again. "I never seed you nowhere," she exclaimed sternly. "Fine evening, Mother Cark," he says, and holds his snuff-box towards her. She widened the distance between them by a step or so, and said again sternly and pale, "I have nought to say to thee, whoever thou beest." "You know Laura Silverbell?" "That's a by nyam, the lass's nyam is Laura Lou," she answered, looking straight before her. "One name's as good as another for one that was never christened, Mother." "How know ye that?" she asked grimly, for it is a received opinion in that part of the world that the fairies have power over those who have never been baptized. The stranger turned on her a malignant smile. "There's a young lord in love with her," the stranger says, "and I'm that lord. Have her at your house tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and you must stick cross pins through the candle, as you have done for many a one before, to bring her lover thither by 10, and her fortune's made. And take this for your trouble." He extended his long finger and thumb toward her with a guinea temptingly displayed. "I have nought to do with thee. I never seed thee afore. Get thee away. I earned nee gold of thee, and I'll take nin. Away with thee, or the fine end it'll mack thee." The old woman had stopped and was quivering in every limb as she thus spoke. He looked very angry. Sulkily he turned away at her words and strode slowly towards the wood from which he had come, and as he approached it, it seemed to her to grow taller and taller, and stalked into it as high as a tree. "I conceited there would come something o' it," she said to herself. "Farmer Lou must get it done next Sunday, that old loupy." Old Farmer Lou was one of that sect who insist that baptism shall be but once administered, and not until the Christian candidate had attained adult years. The girl had indeed for some time been of age not only, according to this theory, to be baptized, but if need be, to be married. Her story was a sad little romance. A lady some 17 years before had come down and paid Farmer Lou for 2 rooms in his house. She told him that her husband would follow her in a fortnight, and that he was in the meantime delayed by business in Liverpool. In 10 days after her arrival, the baby was born. Mal Clark acting as sage-femme on the occasion, and on the evening of that day the poor young mother died.
Story already.
No husband came, no wedding, again for the corners of his eyes, and the same fella tell't me he was mad in love with me, and his father was there.
Green Tea by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Prologue. Martin Hesselius, the German physician. Though carefully educated in medicine and surgery, I have never practiced either. The study of each continues, nevertheless, to interest me profoundly. Neither idleness nor caprice caused my secession from the honourable calling which I had just entered. The cause was a very trifling scratch inflicted by a dissecting knife. The trifle cost me the loss of 2 fingers, amputated promptly, and the more painful loss of my health, for I have never been quite well since, and have seldom been 12 months together in the same place. In my wanderings I became acquainted with Dr. Martin Hesselius, a wanderer like myself, like me, a physician, and like me, an enthusiast in his profession. Unlike me in this, that his wanderings were voluntary, and he a man, if not of fortune, as we estimate fortune in England, at least in what our forefathers used to term easy circumstances. He was an old man when I first saw him, nearly 35 years my senior. In Dr. Martin Hesselius I found my master. His knowledge was immense. His grasp of a case was an intuition. He was the very man to inspire a young enthusiast like me with awe and delight. My admiration has stood the test of time and survived the separation of death. I am sure it was well founded. For nearly 20 years I acted as his medical secretary. His immense collection of papers he has left in my care to be arranged, indexed, and bound. His treatment of some of the cases is curious. He writes in two distinct characters. He describes what he saw and heard as an intelligent layman might, and when in this style of narrative he had seen the patient either through his own hall door to the light of day, or through the gates of darkness to the caverns of the dead, he returns upon the narrative, and in the terms of his art, and with all the force and originality of genius, proceeds to the work of analysis, diagnosis, and illustration. Here and there, a case strikes me as of a kind to amuse or horrify a lay reader with an interest quite different from the peculiar one which it may possess for an expert. With slight modifications, chiefly of language, and of course a change of names, I copy the following. The narrator is Dr. Martin Hesselius. I find it among the voluminous notes of cases which he made during a tour in England about 64 years ago. It is related in a series of letters to his friend Professor Van Loo of Leyden. The professor was not a physician, but a chemist, and a man who read history and metaphysics and medicine, and had in his day written a play. The narrative is therefore, if somewhat less valuable as a medical record, necessarily written in a manner more likely to interest an unlearned reader. These letters, from a memorandum attached, appear to have been returned on the death of the professor in 1819 to Dr. Hesselius. They are written, some in English, some in French, but the greater part in German. I am a faithful, though I am conscious by no means a graceful translator, and although here and there I omit some passages and shorten others and disguise names, I have interpolated nothing. Chapter 1. Dr. Hesselius relates how he met the Reverend Mr. Jennings. The Reverend Mr. Jennings is tall and thin. He is middle-aged and dresses with a natty, old-fashioned, high church precision. He is naturally a little stately, but not at all stiff. His features, without being handsome, are well-formed, and their expression extremely kind, but also shy. I met him one evening at Lady Mary Hayduke's. The modesty and benevolence of his countenance are extremely prepossessing. We were but a small party, and he joined agreeably enough in the conversation. He seems to enjoy listening very much more than contributing to the talk. But what he says is always to the purpose and well said. He is a great favourite of Lady Mary's, who, it seems, consults him upon many things, and thinks him the most happy and blessed person on earth. Little knows she about him. The Reverend Mr. Jennings is a bachelor, and has, they say, £60,000 in the funds. He is a charitable man. He is most anxious to be actively employed in his sacred profession, and yet, though always tolerably well elsewhere, when he goes down to his vicarage in Warwickshire to engage in the actual duties of his sacred calling, his health soon fails him, and in a very strange way. So says Lady Mary. There is no doubt that Mr. Jennings's health does break down in generally a sudden and mysterious way, sometimes in the very act of officiating in his old and pretty church at Kenlis. It may be his heart, it may be his brain, but so it has happened 3 or 4 times, or oftener, that after proceeding a certain way in the service, he has on a sudden stopped short, and after a silence, apparently quite unable to resume, he has fallen into solitary, inaudible prayer, his hands and his eyes uplifted, and then, pale as death, and in the agitation of a strange shame and horror, descended trembling, and got into the vestry room, leaving his congregation without explanation to themselves. This occurred when his curate was absent. When he goes down to Kenlis now, he always takes care to provide a clergyman to share his duty, and to supply his place on the instant should he become thus suddenly incapacitated. When Mr. Jennings breaks down quite and beats a retreat from the vicarage and returns to London, where, in a dark street off Piccadilly, he inhabits a very narrow house, Lady Mary says that he is always perfectly well. I have my own opinion about that. There are degrees, of course. We shall see. Mr. Jennings is a perfectly gentlemanlike man. People, however, remark something odd. There is an impression, a little ambiguous. One thing which certainly contributes to it, people I think don't remember, or perhaps distinctly remark, but I did, almost immediately. Mr. Jennings has a way of looking sidelong upon the carpet, as if his eye followed the movements of something there. This, of course, is not always, it occurs now and then, but often enough to give a certain oddity, as I have said, to his manner. And in this glance travelling along the floor, there is something both shy and anxious. A
Oh,
medical
that looks
philosopher,
cool.
as you are good enough to call me, elaborating
Almost a full
theories with
free
the aid of
span.
cases sought out by himself, and by him watched and scrutinized with more time at command, and consequently infinitely more minuteness than the ordinary practitioner can afford, falls insensibly into habits of observation, which accompany him everywhere, and are exercised, as some people would say, impertinently, upon every subject that presents itself with the least likelihood of rewarding inquiry. There was a promise of this kind in the slight, timid, kindly, but reserved gentleman whom I met for the first time at this agreeable little evening gathering. I observed, of course, more than I here set down, but I reserve all that borders on the technical for a strictly scientific paper. I may remark that when I here speak of medical science, I do so, as I hope some day, to see it more generally understood, in a much more comprehensive sense than its generally material treatment would warrant. I believe the entire natural world is but the ultimate expression of that spiritual world from which, and in which alone, it has its life. I believe that the essential man is a spirit, that the spirit is an organized substance, but as different in point of material from what we ordinarily understand by matter, as light or electricity is, that the material body is, in the most literal sense, a vesture, and death, consequently, no interruption of the living man's existence, but simply his extrication from the natural body, a process which commences at the moment of what we term death, and the completion of which, at furthest a few days later, is the resurrection in power. The person who weighs the consequences of these positions will probably see their practical bearing upon medical science. This is, however, by no means the proper place for displaying the proofs and discussing the consequences of this too generally unrecognized state of facts. In pursuance of my habit, I was covertly observing Mr. Jennings with all my caution, and I think he perceived it, and I saw plainly that he was as cautiously observing me. Lady Mary happening to address me by name as Dr. Hesselius, I saw that he glanced at me more sharply, and then became thoughtful for a few minutes. After this, as I conversed with a gentleman at the other end of the room, I saw him look at me more steadily, and with an interest which I thought I understood. I then saw him take an opportunity of chatting with Lady Mary, and was, as one always is, perfectly aware of being the subject of a distant inquiry and answer. This tall clergyman approached me by and by, and in a little time we had got into conversation. When two people who like reading and who know books and places, having travelled, wish to discourse, it is very strange if they can't find topics. It was not accident that brought him near me and led him into conversation. He knew German and had read my essays on metaphysical medicine, which suggest more than they actually say. This courteous man, gentle, shy, plainly a man of thought and reading, who moving and talking among us was not altogether of us, and whom I already suspected of leading a life whose transactions and alarms were carefully concealed with an impenetrable reserve from not only the world, but his best beloved friends, was cautiously weighing in his own mind the idea of taking a certain step with regard to me. I penetrated his thoughts without his being aware of it, and was careful to say nothing which could betray to his sensitive vigilance my suspicions respecting his position, or my surmises about his plans respecting myself. We chatted upon indifferent subjects for a time, but at last he said, "I was very much interested by some papers of yours, Dr. Hesselius, upon what you term metaphysical medicine. I read them in German 10 or 12 years ago. Have they been translated?" "No, I'm sure they haven't. I should have heard. They would have asked my leave, I would think. I asked the publishers here a few months ago to get the book for me in the original German, but they tell me it's out of print. So it is, and has been for some years. But it flatters me as an author to find that you have not forgotten my little book, although," I added, laughing, 10 or 12 years is a considerable time to have managed without it. "But I suppose you have been turning the subject over again in your mind, or something has happened lately to revive your interest in it." At this remark, accompanied by a glance of inquiry, a sudden embarrassment disturbed Mr. Jennings, analogous to that which makes a young lady blush and look foolish. He dropped his eyes and folded his hands together uneasily and looked oddly, and you would have said guiltily, for a moment. I helped him out of his awkwardness in the best way by appearing not to observe it and going straight on. I said, "Those revivals of interest in a subject happen to me often. One book suggests another, and often sends me back a wild goose chase over an interval of 20 years. But if you still care to possess a copy, I shall be only too happy to provide you. I've still got 2 or 3 by me, and if you allow me to present one, I shall be very much honoured." "You're very good indeed," he said, quite at his ease again in a moment. "Pray don't say a word. The thing is really so little worth that I'm only ashamed of having offered it. And if you thank me any more, I shall throw it into the fire in a fit of modesty." Mr. Jennings laughed. He inquired where I was staying in London, and after a little more conversation on a variety of subjects, he took his departure. Chapter 2. The Doctor questions Lady Mary, and she answers. "I like your vicar so much, Lady Mary," said I, as soon as he was gone. "He has read, travelled, and thought, and having also suffered, he ought to be an accomplished companion." "So he is, and better still, he is a really good man," said she. "His advice is invaluable about my schools, and all my little undertakings at Dawlbridge, and he's so painstaking. He takes so much trouble, you have no idea, wherever he thinks he can be of use. He's so good-natured and sensible." It's pleasant to hear so good an account of his neighbourly virtues. I can only testify to his being an agreeable and gentle companion, and in addition to what you have told me, I think I can tell you 2 or 3 things about him, said I. "Really?" "Yes. To begin with, he's unmarried." "Yes, that's right. Go on." "He has been writing. That is, he was. But for 2 or 3 years, perhaps, he has not gone on with his work. And the book was upon some rather abstract subject, perhaps theology." "Well, he was writing a book, as you say. I'm not quite sure what it was about, but only that it was nothing that I cared for. Very likely you're right. And he certainly did stop. Yes. And although he only drank a little coffee here tonight, he likes tea. At least, did like it extravagantly." "Yes, that's quite true. He drank green tea a good deal, didn't he?" I pursued. "Well, that's very odd. Green tea was a subject on which we used almost to quarrel. But he has quite given that up," said I. "So he has. And now, one more fact. His mother or his father, did you know them?" "Yes, sir, both. His father is only 10 years dead, and their place is near Dawlbridge. We knew them very well," she answered. "Well, either his mother or his father, I should rather think his father, saw a ghost," said I. "Well, you really are a conjurer, Dr. Hesselius." "Conjurer or no, haven't I said right?" I answered merrily. "You certainly have. And it was his father. He was a silent, whimsical man, and he used to bore my father about his dreams. And at last he told him a story about a ghost he had seen and talked with, and a very odd story it was. I remember it particularly because I was so afraid of him. This story was long before he died, when I was quite a child, and his ways were so silent and moping. And he used to drop in sometimes in the dusk, when I was alone in the drawing room, and I used to fancy there were ghosts about him. I smiled and nodded. And now, having established my character as a conjurer, I think I must say good night, said I. But how did you find it out? By the planets, of course, as the gypsies do, I answered, and so gaily we said good night. The next morning, I sent the little book he had been inquiring after and a note to Mr. Jennings, and on returning later that evening, I found that he had called at my lodgings and left his card. He asked whether I was at home, and asked at what hour he would be most likely to find me. Does he intend opening his case and consulting me professionally, as they say? I hope so. I have already conceived a theory about him. It is supported by Lady Mary's answers to my parting questions. I should like much to ascertain from his own lips. But what can I do consistently with good breeding to invite a confession? Nothing. I rather think he meditates one. At all events, my dear Van L., I shan't make myself difficult of access. I mean to return his visit tomorrow. It will be only civil in return for his politeness to ask to see him. Perhaps something may come of it. Whether much, little, or nothing, my dear Van L., you shall hear. Chapter 3. Dr. Hesselius picks up something in Latin books. Well, I have called at Blank Street. On inquiring at the door, the servant told me that Mr. Jennings was engaged very particularly with a gentleman, a clergyman from Kenlis, his parish in the country. Intending to reserve my privilege and to call again, I merely intimated that I should try another time, and had turned to go, when the servant begged my pardon and asked me, looking at me a little more attentively than well-bred persons of his order usually do, whether I was Dr. Hesselius. And, on learning that I was, he said, "Perhaps then, sir, you would allow me to mention it to Mr. Jennings, for I am sure he wishes to see you." The servant returned in a moment with a message from Mr. Jennings, asking me to go to his study, which was in effect his back drawing-room, promising to be with me in a very few minutes. This was really a study, almost a library. The room was lofty, with 2 tall, slender windows and rich, dark curtains. It was much larger than I had expected, and stored with books on every side, from the floor to the ceiling. The upper carpet, for to my tread it felt that there were 2 or 3, was a Turkey carpet. My steps fell noiselessly.
A Turkey
The bookcases
carpet.
standing out placed the windows, particularly narrow ones, in deep recesses. The effect of the room was, although extremely comfortable and even luxurious, decidedly gloomy, and aided by the silence, almost oppressive. Perhaps, however, I ought to have allowed something for association. My mind had connected peculiar ideas with Mr. Jennings. I stepped into this perfectly silent room of a very silent house with a peculiar foreboding in its darkness and solemn clothing of books, for except where 2 narrow looking-glasses were set in the wall, they were everywhere, helped this sombre feeling. While awaiting Mr. Jennings' arrival, I amused myself by looking into some of the books with which his shelves were laden. Not among these, but immediately under them, with their backs upward on the floor, I lighted upon a complete set of Swedenborg's Arcana Caelestia, in the original Latin, a very fine folio set, bound in natty livery, which theology affects, pure vellum, namely gold letters, and carmine edges. There were paper markers in several of these volumes. I raised and placed them, one after the other, upon the table, and opening where these papers were placed, I read in the solemn Latin phraseology a series of sentences indicated by a penciled line at the margin. Of these, I copy here a few, translating them into English. When man's interior sight is opened, which is that of his spirit, then there appear the things of another life, which cannot possibly be made visible to the bodily sight. By the internal sight, it has been granted me to see the things that are in the other life more clearly than I see those that are in the world. From these considerations, it is evident that external vision exists from interior vision, and this from a vision still more interior, and so on. There are with every man at least two evil spirits. With wicked genii, there is also a fluent speech, but harsh and grating. There is also among them a speech which is not fluent, wherein the descent of the thoughts is perceived as something secretly creeping along within it. The evil spirits associated with man are indeed from the hells, but when with man, they are not then in hell, but are taken out thence. The place where they then are is in the midst between heaven and hell, and is called the world of spirits. Where the evil spirits who are with man are in that world, they are not in infernal torment, but in every thought and affection of man, and so in all that the man himself enjoys. But when they are remitted into their hell, they return to their former state. If evil spirits could perceive that they were associated with man, and yet that they were spirits separate from him, and if they could flow into the things of his body, they would attempt by 1,000 means to destroy him, for they hate man with a deadly hatred. Knowing, therefore, that I was a man in the body, they were continually striving to destroy me, not as to the body only, but especially as to the soul. For to destroy any man or spirit is the very delight of the life of all who are in hell. But I have been continually protected by the Lord. Hence it appears how dangerous it is for man to be in a living consort with spirits, unless he be in the good of faith. Nothing is more carefully guarded from the knowledge of associate spirits than their being thus conjoint with a man. For if they knew it, they would speak to him with the intention to destroy him. The delight of hell is to do evil to a man and to hasten his eternal ruin.
As far as the mouse goes,
A long note written with a very sharp and fine pencil.
that's when I'm
placed the Jennings
playing
hand at the foot of the page caught
games
my eye.
like Daisy
Expecting his
or
criticism
something
upon
with
the
a little
text,
more
I read a
activity
word
in
or
it.
two and stopped.
But when I'm
For it was
playing
something quite
stuff
different.
like
It
this
began with
or
these
Space
words.
Engineers, where I don't
Deus
have to,
miseriatur me.
where I have to be
May
more
God
delicate with my
compassionate
movements
me.
and stuff all the
Thus
time,
warned of its private nature, I averted my eyes and shut the book,
that
replacing all
usually
the volumes as I had found them, except one, which interested
won't
me,
cause
and in
any
which, as many
damage to
studious and
anything, you know
solitary
what I
men
mean?
habits will do, I grew so absorbed
Plus, I
as to
haven't
take
gotten,
no
like,
cognizance of the outer
upset
world,
or
nor to
angry
remember where I
about
was.
anything while
I was reading
playing,
some pages which
where I
referred to
might
representatives and correspondence in the technical language of
overflex my
Swedenborg,
hands a
and
little
had
bit.
arrived at a passage, the substance of which is that evil spirits, when seen by other eyes than those of their infernal associates, present themselves by correspondence in the shape of the beast, Fera, which represent their particular lust and life in aspect direful and atrocious. This is a long passage and particularizes a number of those bestial forms. Chapter 4. 4 eyes were reading the passage. I was running the head of my pencil case along the line as I read it, and something caused me to raise my eyes. Directly before me was one of the mirrors I have mentioned, in which I saw reflected the tall shape of my friend Mr. Jennings, leaning over my shoulder and reading the page at which I was busy, and with a face so dark and wild that I should hardly have known him. I turned and rose. He stood erect also, and with an effort laughed a little, saying, "I came in and asked you how you did, but without succeeding in awaking you from your book. So I couldn't restrain my curiosity, and very impertinently, I'm afraid, peeped over your shoulder. This is not your first time of looking into those pages. You have looked into Swedenborg, no doubt, long ago." "Oh dear, yes, I owe Swedenborg a great deal. You'll discover traces of him in the little book on metaphysical medicine which you were so good as to remember." Although my friend affected a gaiety of manner, there was a slight flush in his face, and I could perceive that he was inwardly much perturbed. "I'm scarcely yet qualified. I know so little of Swedenborg. I've only had them a fortnight," he answered. And I think they're rather likely to make a solitary man nervous. That is, judging from the very little I've read. I don't say that they have made me so," he laughed, "and I'm so very much obliged for the book. I hope you got my note." I made all proper acknowledgments and modest disclaimers. "I never read a book that I go with so entirely as that of yours," he continued. "I saw at once there is more in it than is quite unfolded. Do you know Dr. Harley?" he asked, rather abruptly. In passing, the editor remarks that the physician here named was one of the most eminent who had ever practiced in England. I did, having had letters to him, and had experienced from him great courtesy and considerable assistance during my visit to England. "I think that man one of the very greatest fools I ever met in my life," said Mr. Jennings. This was the first time I had ever heard him say a sharp thing of anybody, and such a term applied to so high a name a little startled me. "Really? And in what way?" I asked. "In his profession," he answered. I smiled. "I mean this," he said. "He seems to me one half blind. I mean, one half of all he looks at is dark. Preternaturally bright and vivid all the rest, and the worst of it is, it seems willful. I can't get him. I mean, he won't. I've had some experience of him as a physician, but I look on him as, in that sense, no better than a paralytic mind, an intellect half dead. I'll tell you, I know I shall sometime, all about it," he said, with a little agitation. "You stay some months longer in England. If I should be out of town during your stay for a little time, would you allow me to trouble you with a letter?" I should be only too happy," I assured him. "Very good of you. I am so utterly dissatisfied with Harley." A little leaning to the materialistic school," I said. "A mere materialist," he corrected me. "You can't think how that sort of thing worries one who knows better. You won't tell anyone, any of my friends you know, that I am hippish now, for instance. No one knows, not even Lady Mary, that I have seen Dr. Harley, or any other doctor, so pray don't mention it. And if I should have any threatening of an attack, you'll kindly let me write, or, should I be in town, have a little talk with you." I was full of conjecture, and unconsciously I found I had fixed my eyes gravely on him, for he lowered his for a moment and said, "I see you think I might as well tell you now, or else you are forming a conjecture, but you may as well give it up. If you were guessing all the rest of your life, you'll never hit on it." He shook his head, smiling, and over that wintry sunshine a black cloud suddenly came down, and he drew his breath in through his teeth, as men do in pain. "Sorry, of course, to learn that you apprehend occasion to consult any of us, but command me when and how you like. I need not assure you that your confidence is sacred." He then talked of quite other things, and in a comparatively cheerful way, and after a little time I took my leave. Chapter 5. Dr. Hesselius is summoned to Richmond. We parted cheerfully, but he was not cheerful, nor was I. There are certain expressions of that powerful organ of spirit, the human face, which, although I have seen them often and possess a doctor's nerve, yet disturb me profoundly. One look of Mr. Jennings haunted me. It had seized my imagination with so dismal a power that I changed my plans for the evening and went to the opera, feeling that I wanted a change of ideas. I heard nothing of or from him for 2 days or 3 days, when a note in his hand reached me. It was cheerful and full of hope. He said that he had been for some little time so much better, quite well in fact, that he was going to make a little experiment and run down for a month or so to his parish to try whether a little work might not quite set him up. There was in it a fervent religious expression of gratitude for his restoration, as he now almost hoped he might call it. A day or two later, I saw Lady Mary, who repeated what his note had announced and told me he was actually in Warwickshire, having resumed his clerical duties at Kenlis, and she added, "I begin to think that he's really perfectly well, or that there was never anything the matter, more than nerves and fancy. We're all nervous, but I fancy that there's nothing like a little hard work for that kind of weakness, and he has made up his mind to try it. I should not be surprised if he didn't come back for a year." Notwithstanding all this confidence, only 2 days later I had this note dated from his house off Piccadilly. "Dear Sir, I have returned disappointed. If I should feel at all able to see you, I shall write to ask you kindly to call. At present I am too low, and in fact simply unable to say all I wish to say. By and by, please God, you shall hear from me. I mean to take a run into Shropshire, where some of my people are. God bless you. May we on my return meet more happily than I can now write." About a week after this, I saw Lady Mary at her own house, the last person, she said, left in town, and just on the wing for Brighton, for the London season was quite over. She told me that she had heard from Mr. Jennings' niece, Martha, in Shropshire. There was nothing to be gathered from her letter, more than that he was low and nervous. In those words of which healthy people think so lightly, what a world of suffering is sometimes hidden. Nearly 5 weeks had passed without any further news of Mr. Jennings. At the end of that time, I received a note from him. He wrote, "I have been in the country and have had a change of air, change of scene, change of faces, a change of everything, and in everything, but myself. I have made up my mind, so far as the most irresolute creature on earth can do it, to tell my case fully to you. If your engagements will permit, pray come to me today, tomorrow, or the next day, but pray defer as little as possible. You know not how much I need help. I have a quiet house at Richmond, where I now am. Perhaps you can manage to come to dinner, or to luncheon, or even to tea. You shall have no trouble in finding me out. The servant at Blank Street who takes this note will have a carriage at your door at any hour you please, and I am always to be found. You will say that I ought not to be alone. I've tried everything. Come and see." I called up the servant and decided on going out the same evening, which accordingly I did. He would have been much better in a lodging house or hotel, I thought, as I drove up through a short double row of sombre elms to a very old-fashioned brick house, darkened by the foliage of these trees, which overtopped and nearly surrounded it. It was a perverse choice, for nothing could be imagined more triste and silent. The house I found belonged to him. He had stayed for a day or two in town, and finding it for some cause insupportable, had come out here, probably because, being furnished and his own, he was relieved of the thought and delay of selection by coming here. The sun had already set, and the red reflected light of the western sky illuminated the scene with the peculiar effect with which we are all familiar. The hall seemed very dark, but getting to the back drawing-room, whose windows commanded the west, I was again in the same dusky light. I sat down, looking out upon the richly wooded landscape that glowed in the grand and melancholy light which was every moment fading. The corners of the room were already dark. All was growing dim, and the gloom was insensibly toning my mind, already prepared for what was sinister. I was waiting, alone, for his arrival, which soon took place. The door communicating with the front room opened, and the tall figure of Mr. Jennings, faintly seen in the ruddy twilight, came with quiet, stealthy steps into the room. We shook hands, and taking a chair to the window, where there was still light enough to enable us to see each other's faces, he sat down beside me, and placing his hand upon my arm, with scarcely a word of preface, began his narrative. Chapter 6. How Mr. Jennings Met His Companion. The faint glow of the west, the pomp of the then lonely woods of Richmond were before us, behind and about us the darkening room, and on the stony face of the sufferer, for the character of his face, though still gentle and sweet, was changed, rested that dim, odd glow which seems to descend and produce, where it touches, lights, sudden though faint, which are lost, almost without gradation, in darkness. The silence, too, was utter. Not a distant wheel or bark or whistle from without, and within, the depressing stillness of an invalid bachelor's house. I guessed well the nature, though not even vaguely the particulars of the revelations I was about to receive from that fixed face of suffering that so oddly flushed stood out like a portrait of Schalken's before its background of darkness. It began, he said, on the 15th of October, 3 years and 11 weeks ago, and 2 days. I keep a very accurate account, for every day is torment. If I leave anywhere a chasm in my narrative, tell me. About 4 years ago I began a work which had cost me very much thought and reading. It was upon the religious metaphysics of the ancients. I know, said I, the actual religion of educated and thinking paganism, quite apart from symbolic worship, a wide and very interesting field. Yes, but not good for the mind, the Christian mind, I mean. Paganism is all bound together in essential unity and with evil sympathy. Their religion involves their art, and both their manners and the subject is a degrading fascination, and the nemesis sure. God forgive me. I wrote a great deal. I wrote late at night. I was always thinking on the subject, walking about, wherever I was, everywhere. It thoroughly infected me. You are to remember that all the material ideas connected with it were more or less of the beautiful, the subject itself delightfully interesting, and I then without a care. He sighed heavily. I believe that everyone who sets about writing in earnest does his work, as a friend of mine phrased it, on something, tea or coffee or tobacco. I suppose there's a material waste that must be hourly supplied in such occupations, and that we should grow too abstracted, and the mind, as it were, pass out of the body, unless it were reminded often enough of the connection by actual sensation. At all events, I felt the want, and I supplied it. Tea was my companion. At first the ordinary black tea, made in the usual way, not too strong, but I drank a good deal and increased its strength as I went on. I never experienced an uncomfortable symptom from it. I began to take a little green tea. I found the effect pleasanter. It cleared and intensified the power of thought, so I had come to take it frequently, but not stronger than one might take it for pleasure. I wrote a great deal out here. It was so quiet, and in this room. I used to sit up very late, and it became a habit with me to sip my tea, a green tea, every now and then as my work proceeded. I had a little kettle on my table that swung over a lamp, and made tea 2 or 3 times between 11 o'clock and 2 or 3 in the morning, my hours of going to bed. I used to go into town every day. I wasn't a monk, and although I spent an hour or two in the library hunting up authorities and looking out lights upon my theme, I was in no morbid state as far as I can judge. I met my friends pretty much as usual, and enjoyed their society, and on the whole existence had never been, I think, so pleasant before. I had met with a man who had some odd old books, German editions in medieval Latin, and I was only too happy to be permitted access to them. This obliging person's books were in the city, a very out-of-the-way part of it, and I had rather outstayed my intended hour. and on coming out, seeing no cab near, I was tempted to get into the omnibus, which used to drive past this house. It was darker than this by the time the bus had reached an old house, you may have remarked, with 4 poplars at each side of the door, and there the last passenger but myself got out. We drove along rather faster. It was twilight now. I leaned back in my corner, next the door, ruminating pleasantly. The interior of the omnibus was nearly dark. I had observed in the corner opposite me, at the other side, and at the end next the horses, 2 small circular reflections, as it seemed to me, of a reddish light. They were about 2 inches apart, and about the size of those small brass buttons that yachting men used to put on their jackets. I began to speculate, as listless men will, upon this trifle, as it seemed. From what centre did that faint but deep red light come? And from what, glass beads, buttons, toy decorations, was it reflected? We were lumbering along gently, having nearly a mile still to go. I hadn't solved the puzzle, and it became in another minute more odd, for these 2 luminous points, with a sudden jerk, descended nearer and nearer the floor, keeping still their relative distance and horizontal position, and then, as suddenly, they rose to the level of the seat on which I was sitting, and I saw them no more. My curiosity was now really excited, and before I had time to think, I saw again these 2 dull lamps again, together, near the floor. Again they disappeared, and again in their old corner I saw them. So, keeping my eyes upon them, I edged quietly up my own side towards the end, at which I saw these tiny discs of red. There was very little light in the bus. It was nearly dark. I leaned forward to aid my endeavour to discover what these little circles really were. They shifted position a little as I did so. I began now to perceive an outline of something black, and I soon saw with tolerable distinctness the outline of a small black monkey, pushing its face forward in mimicry to meet mine. Those were its eyes, and I now dimly saw its teeth grinning at me, and drew back, not knowing whether it might not meditate a spring. I fancied that one of the passengers had forgot this ugly pet, and wishing to ascertain something of its temper, though not caring to trust my fingers to it, I poked my umbrella swiftly towards it. It remained immovable, up to it, through it. For through it and back and forward it passed, without the slightest resistance. I can't in the least convey to you the kind of horror that I felt when I had ascertained that the thing was an illusion, as I then supposed. There came a misgiving about myself, and a terror that fascinated me in impotence to remove my gaze from the eyes of the brute for some moments. As I looked, it made a little skip back, quite into the corner, and I, in a panic, found myself at the door, having put my head out, drawing deep breaths of the outer air and staring at the lights and trees we were passing, too glad to reassure myself of reality. I stopped the bus and got out. I perceived the man looked oddly at me as I paid him. I dare say there was something unusual in my looks and manner, for I had never felt so strangely before. Chapter 7. The Journey, First Stage. When the omnibus drove on, and I was alone upon the road, I looked carefully round to ascertain whether the monkey had followed me. To my indescribable relief, I saw it nowhere. I can't describe easily what a shock I had received, and my sense of genuine gratitude on finding myself, as I supposed, quite rid of it. I had got out a little before we reached this house, 200 or 300 steps. A brick wall runs along the footpath, and inside the wall is a hedge of yew or some dark evergreen of that kind, and within that again the row of fine trees which you may have remarked as you came. This brick wall is about as high as my shoulder, and happening to raise my eyes, I saw the monkey, with that stooping gait, on all fours, walking or creeping, close beside me, on top of the wall. I stopped looking at it with a feeling of loathing and horror. As I stopped, so did it.
Good morning, Will.
It sat upon the wall with its long hands on its knees, looking at me. There was not light enough to see it much more than in outline, nor was it dark enough to bring the peculiar light of its eyes into strong relief. I still saw, however, that red, foggy light plainly enough. It didn't show its teeth, nor exhibit any sign of irritation, but seemed jaded and sulky, and was observing me steadily. I drew back into the middle of the road. It was an unconscious recoil, and there I stood, still looking at it. It didn't move. With an instinctive determination to try something, anything, I turned about and walked briskly towards town with a scant look, all the time watching the movements of the beast. It crept swiftly along the wall at exactly my pace. Where the wall ends, near the turn of the road, it came down, and with a wiry spring or two brought itself close to my feet, and continued to keep up with me as I quickened my pace. It was at my left side, so close to my leg that I felt every moment as if I should tread upon it. The road was quite deserted and silent, and it was darker every moment. I stopped, dismayed and bewildered, turning as I did so the other way, I mean towards this house, away from which I had been walking. When I stood still, the monkey drew back to a distance of, I suppose, about 5 or 6 yards, and remained stationary, watching me. I had been more agitated than I have said. I have read, of course, as everyone has, something about spectral illusions, as you physicians term the phenomena of such cases. I considered my situation and looked my misfortune in the face. These affections, I had read, are sometimes transitory and sometimes obstinate. I had read of cases in which the appearance, at first harmless, had, step by step, degenerated into something direful and insupportable, and ended by wearing its victim out. Still, as I stood there, but for my bestial companion, quite alone, I tried to comfort myself by repeating again and again the assurance, the thing is purely disease, a well-known physical affection, as distinctly as smallpox or neuralgia. Doctors are all agreed on that. Philosophy demonstrates it. I mustn't be a fool. I've been sitting up too late, and I dare say my digestion's quite wrong. And with God's help, I shall be all right. And this is but a symptom of nervous dyspepsia. Did I believe all this? Not one word of it. No more than any other miserable being ever did who is once seized and riveted in this satanic captivity. Against my convictions, I might say my knowledge, I was simply bullying myself into a false courage. I now walked homeward. I had only a few hundred yards to go. I had forced myself into a sort of resignation, but I had not got over the sickening shock and the flurry of the first certainty of my misfortune. I made up my mind to pass the night at home. The brute moved close beside me, and I fancied there was the sort of anxious drawing towards the house which one sees in tired horses or dogs sometimes as they come towards home. I was afraid to go into town. I was afraid of anyone seeing and recognizing me. I was conscious of an irrepressible agitation in my manner. Also, I was afraid of any violent change in my habits, such as going to a place of amusement or walking from home in order to fatigue myself. At the hall door it waited till I mounted the steps, and when the door was opened, entered with me. I drank no tea that night. I got cigars and some brandy and water. My idea was that I should act upon my material system, and by living for a while in sensation apart from thought, send myself forcibly, as it were, into a new groove. I came up here to this drawing room. I sat just here. The monkey then got upon a small table that then stood there. It looked dazed and languid. An irrepressible uneasiness as to its movements kept my eyes always upon it. Its eyes were half closed, but I could see them glow. It was looking steadily at me. In all situations, at all hours, it is awake and looking at me. That never changes. I shall not continue in
Creepy
detail my
little
narrative
monkey.
of this particular night. I shall describe rather the phenomena of the first year, which never varied essentially. I shall describe the monkey as it appeared in daylight. In the dark, as you shall presently hear, there are peculiarities. It is a small monkey, perfectly black. It had only one peculiarity, a character of malignity, unfathomable malignity. During the first year it looked sullen and sick, but this character of intense malice and vigilance was always underlying that surly languor. During all that time it acted as if on a plan of giving me as little trouble as was consistent with watching me. Its eyes were never off me. I have never lost sight of it, except in my sleep, light or dark, day or night, since it came here, except when it withdraws for some weeks at a time, unaccountably. In total dark, it is visible as in daylight. I do not mean merely its eyes. It is all visible distinctly, in a halo that resembles a glow of red embers, and which accompanies it in all its movements. When it leaves me for a time, it's always at night, in the dark, and in the same way. It grows at first uneasy, and then furious, and then advances towards me, grinning and shaking, its paws clenched, and at the same time there comes the appearance of fire in the grate. I never have any fire. I can't sleep in the room when there is any. And it draws nearer and nearer to the chimney, quivering, it seems, with rage. And when its fury rises to the highest pitch, it springs into the grate and up the chimney, and I see it no more. When this first happened, I thought I was released. I was now a new man. A day passed, a night, and no return. And a blessed week, another week. I was always on my knees, Dr. Hesselius, always thanking God and praying. A whole month passed of liberty, but on a sudden, it was with me again. Chapter 8, the second stage. It was with me, and the malice which before was torpid under a sullen exterior was now active. It was perfectly unchanged in every other respect. This new energy was apparent in its activity and its looks, and soon in other ways. For a time, you will understand, the change was shown only in an increased vivacity and an air of menace, as if it were always brooding over some atrocious plan. Its eyes, as before, were never off me. "Is it here now?" I asked. "No," he replied. "It has been absent exactly a fortnight and a day, 15 days. It has sometimes been away so long as nearly 2 months, once for 3. Its absence always exceeds a fortnight, although it may be but by a single day. 15 days having passed since I saw it last, it may return now at any moment." "Is its return," I asked, "accompanied by any peculiar manifestation?" "Nothing, no," he said. It is simply with me again. On lifting my eyes from a book or turning my head, I see it, as usual, looking at me. And then it remains, as before, for its appointed time. I have never told so much and so minutely before to anyone. I perceived that he was agitated and looking like death, and he repeatedly applied his handkerchief to his forehead. I suggested that he might be tired, and told him that I would call, with his pleasure, in the morning. But he said, "No, if you don't mind hearing it all now. I have got so far, and I should prefer making one effort of it. When I spoke to Dr. Harley, I had nothing like so much to tell. You were a philosophic physician. You give spirit its proper rank. If this thing is real..." He paused, looking at me with agitated inquiry. "We can discuss it by and by, and very fully, and I will give you all I think," I answered after an interval. "Well, very well. If it is anything real, I say, it is prevailing, little by little, and drawing me more interiorly into hell. Optic nerves he talked of. Ah, well, there are other nerves of communication. May God Almighty help me. You shall hear. Its power of action, I tell you, has increased. Its malice became in a way aggressive. About 2 years ago, some questions that were pending between me and the bishop having been settled, I went down to my parish in Warwickshire, anxious to find occupation in my profession. I wasn't prepared for what happened, although I have since thought I might have apprehended something like it. The reason of my saying so is this. He was beginning to speak with a great deal more effort and reluctance, and sighed often, and seemed at times nearly overcome. But at this time his manner was not agitated. It was more like that of a sinking patient who has given himself up. Yes, but I'll first tell you about Kenlis, my parish. It was with me when I left this place for Dalbridge. It was my silent travelling companion, and it remained with me at the vicarage. When I entered on the discharge of my duties, another change took place. The thing exhibited an atrocious determination to thwart me. It was with me in the church, in the reading desk, in the pulpit, within the communion rails. At last it reached this extremity, that while I was reading to the congregation, it would spring upon the book and squat there, so that I was unable to see the page. This happened more than once. I left Dalbridge for a time. I placed myself in Dr. Harley's hands. I did
Whoa,
everything he told me.
60
He gave my
streams.
case a great deal
Dang.
of thought. It interested him, I think. He seemed successful. For nearly 3 months I was perfectly free from a return. I began to think I was safe. With his full assent, I returned to Dalbridge.
Oh,
I travelled in the chaise.
mother.
I was in good spirits. I was happy and grateful. I was returning, as I thought, delivered from a dreadful hallucination to the scene of duties which I longed to enter upon. It was a beautiful sunny evening. Everything looked serene and cheerful, and I was delighted. I remember looking out
I
of the window to see
don't
the
like
spire of
having
my
those
church
2
Kenlis
buttons
among
right
the
there.
trees, at the point where one has the earliest view of it.
They need
It's
to
exactly where the
get
little
rid of
stream that
those.
bounds the parish passes under the road by a culvert, and where it emerges at the
Oh,
roadside,
I'm sure they
a
are
stone
too.
with an old inscription is placed. As we passed this point, I drew my head in and sat down, and in the corner of the chaise was the monkey. For a moment I felt faint, and then quite wild with despair and horror. I called to the driver and got out and sat down at the roadside and prayed to God silently for mercy. A despairing resignation supervened. My companion was with me as I re-entered the vicarage. The same persecution followed. After a short struggle, I submitted, and soon I left the place. I told you, he said, that the beast has before this become in certain ways aggressive. I'll explain a little. It seemed to be actuated by intense and increasing fury whenever I said my prayers, or even meditated prayer. It amounted at last to a dreadful interruption. You will ask, how could a silent, immaterial phantom effect that? It was thus, whenever I meditated praying, it was always before me, and nearer and nearer. It used to spring on a table, on the back of a chair, on the chimney piece, and slowly to swing itself from side to side, looking at me all the time. There is in its motion an indefinable power to dissipate thought, and to contract one's attention to that monotony, till the ideas shrink, as it were, to a point, and at last to nothing. and unless I had started up and shook off the catalepsy, I have felt as if my mind were on the point of losing itself. There are other ways. He sighed heavily. Thus, for instance, when I pray with my eyes closed, it comes closer and closer, and I see it. I know it's not to be accounted for physically, but I do actually see it, though my lids are closed, and so it rocks my mind, as it were, and overpowers me, and I'm obliged to rise from my knees. If you had ever yourself known this, you would be acquainted with desperation. Chapter 9. The Third Stage. I see, Dr. Hesselius, that you don't lose one word of my statement. I need not ask you to listen specially to what I am now going to tell you. They talk of the optic nerves and of spectral illusions, as if the organ of sight was the only point assailable by the influences that have fastened upon me. I know better. For 2 years in my direful case, that limitation prevailed. But as food is taken in softly at the lips and then brought under the teeth, as the tip of the little finger caught in a mill crank will draw in the hand and the arm and the whole body, so the miserable mortal who has once been caught firmly by the end of the finest fibre of his nerve is drawn in and in by the enormous machinery of hell, until he is as I am, yes, doctor, as I am. For while I talk to you and implore relief, I feel that my prayer is for the impossible and my pleading with the inexorable. I endeavoured to calm his visibly increasing agitation and told him that he must not despair. While we talked, the night had overtaken us. The filmy moonlight was wide over the scene which the window commanded, and I said, "Perhaps you'd prefer having candles. This light, you know, is odd. I should wish you as much as possible under your usual conditions while I make my diagnosis, shall I call it. Otherwise, I don't care." "All lights are the same to me," he said, "except when I read or write. I care not if night were perpetual. And I'm going to tell you what happened about a year ago. The thing began to speak to me." "Speak? How do you mean? Speak as a man does, do you mean?" "Yes. Speak in words and consecutive sentences, with perfect coherence and articulation. But there is a peculiarity. It's not like the tone of a human voice. It's not by my ears it reaches me. It comes like a singing through my head. This faculty, the power of speaking to me, will be my undoing. It won't let me pray. It interrupts me with dreadful blasphemies. I dare not go on. I could not. Oh, doctor, can the skill and thought and prayers of man avail me nothing? You must promise me, dear sir, not to trouble yourself with unnecessarily exciting thoughts. Confine yourself strictly to the narrative of facts, and recollect, above all, that even if the thing that infests you be, you seem to suppose, a reality with an actual independent life and will, yet it can have no power to hurt you, unless it be given from above. Its access to your senses depends mainly upon your physical condition. This is, under God, your comfort and reliance. We are all alike environed. It is only that in your case, the parius, the veil of the flesh, the screen, is a little out of repair, and sights and sounds are transmitted. We must enter on a new course, sir. Be encouraged. I'll give tonight to the careful consideration of the whole case. You are very good, sir. You think it worth trying. You don't give me quite up. But, sir, you don't know. It is gaining such an influence over me. It orders me about. It is such a tyrant. And I'm growing so helpless. May God deliver me. It orders you about. Of course you mean by speech. Yes, yes. It's always urging me to crimes, to injure others, or myself. You see, doctor, the situation is urgent. It is indeed. When I was in Shropshire a few weeks ago, Mr. Jennings was speaking rapidly and trembling now. holding my arm with one hand and looking in my face. I went out one day with a party of friends for a walk. My persecutor, I tell you, was with me at the time. I lagged behind the rest. The country near the D, you know, is beautiful. Our path happened to lie near a coal mine, and at the verge of the wood is a perpendicular shaft, they say, 150 feet deep. My niece had remained behind with me. She knows, of course, nothing of the nature of my sufferings. She knew, however, that I had been ill and was low, and she remained to prevent my being quite alone. As we loitered slowly on together, the brute that accompanied me was urging me to throw myself down the shaft. I tell you now, oh sir, think of it. The one consideration that saved me from that hideous death was the fear lest the shock of witnessing the occurrence should be too much for the poor girl. I asked her to go on and walk with her friends, saying that I could go no further. She made excuses, and the more I urged her, the firmer she became. She looked doubtful and frightened. I suppose there was something in my looks or manner that alarmed her, but she wouldn't go on, and that literally saved me. You have no idea, sir, that a living man could be made so abject a slave of Satan, he said with a ghastly groan and a shudder. There was a pause here, and I said, you were preserved, nevertheless. It was the act of God. You are in his hands, and in the power of no other being. Be therefore confident for the future. Chapter 10. Home. I made him have candles lighted, and saw the room looking cheery and inhabited before I left him. I told him that he must regard his illness strictly as one dependent on physical, though subtle physical causes. I told him that he had evidence of God's care and love in the deliverance which he had just described, and that I had perceived with pain that he seemed to regard its peculiar features as indicating that he had been delivered over to spiritual reprobation. Than such a conclusion nothing could be, I insisted, less warranted, and not only so, but more contrary to facts, as disclosed in his mysterious deliverance from that murderous influence during his Shropshire excursion. First, his niece had been retained by his side without his intending to keep her near him, and secondly, there had been infused into his mind an irresistible repugnance to execute the dreadful suggestion in her presence. As I reasoned this point with him, Mr. Jennings wept. He seemed comforted. One promise I exacted, which was that should the monkey at any time return, I should be sent for immediately, and repeating my assurance that I would give neither time nor thought to any other subject until I had thoroughly investigated his case, and that tomorrow he should hear the result, I took my leave. Before getting into the carriage, I told the servant that his master was far from well, and that he should make a point of frequently looking into his room. My own arrangements I made with a view to being quite secure from interruption. I merely called at my lodgings, and with a travelling desk and carpet-bag, set off in a hackney carriage for an inn about 2 miles out of town called the Horns, a very quiet and comfortable house with good thick walls. And there I resolved, without the possibility of intrusion or distraction, to devote some hours of the night in my comfortable sitting-room to Mr. Jennings's case, and so much of the morning as it might require. There occurs here a careful note of Dr. Hesselius's opinion upon the case, and of the habits, dietary, and medicines which he prescribed. It is curious, some persons would say mystical, but on the whole, I doubt whether it would sufficiently interest a reader of the kind I am likely to meet with to warrant its being here reprinted. The whole letter was plainly written at the inn where he had hid himself for the occasion. The next letter is dated from his town lodgings. I left town for the inn, where I slept last night at 9:30, and did not arrive at my room in town until 1 o'clock this afternoon. I found a letter in Mr. Jennings's hand upon my table. It had not come by post, and on inquiry I learned that Mr. Jennings's servant had brought it, and on learning that I was not to return until today, and that no one could tell him my address, he seemed very uncomfortable, and said his orders from his master were that he was not to return without an answer. I opened the letter and read, Dear Dr. Hesselius, it is here. You had not been an hour gone when it returned. It is speaking. It knows all that has happened. It knows everything. It knows you and is frantic and atrocious. It reviles. I send you this. It knows every word I have written, I write. This I promised and therefore write, but I fear very confused, very incoherently. I am so interrupted, disturbed. Ever yours, sincerely yours, Robert Linder Jennings. When did this come?
Wow,
I
that's
asked.
a fucked
About
up
11 last
monkey.
night. The man was here again and has been here 3 times today. The last time is about an hour since. Thus answered, and with the notes I had made upon his case in my pocket, I was in a few minutes driving towards Richmond to see Mr. Jennings. I by no means, as you perceive, despaired of Mr. Jennings's case. He had himself remembered and applied, though quite in a mistaken way, the principle which I lay down in my metaphysical medicine, and which governs all such cases. I was about to apply it in earnest. I was profoundly interested and very anxious to see and examine him, while the enemy was actually present. I drove up to the sombre house, and ran up the steps, and knocked. The door in a little time was opened by a tall woman in black silk. She looked ill, and as if she had been crying. She curtsied and heard my question, but she did not answer. She turned her face away, extending her hand towards 2 men who were coming downstairs, and thus having, as it were, tacitly made me over to them, she passed through a side door hastily, and shut it. The man who was nearest the hall I at once accosted, but being now close to him, I was shocked to see that both his hands were covered with blood. I drew back a little, and the man, passing downstairs, merely said in a low tone, "Here's the servant, sir." The servant had stopped on the stairs, confounded and dumb at seeing me. He was rubbing his hands in a handkerchief, and it was steeped in blood. "Jones, what is it? What's happened?" I asked, while a sickening suspicion overpowered me. The man asked me to come up to the lobby. I was beside him in a moment, and frowning and pallid, with contracted eyes, he told me the horror which I already half guessed. His master had made away with himself. I went upstairs with him to the room. What I saw there I won't tell you. He had cut his throat with his razor. It was a frightful gash. The 2 men had laid him on the bed and composed his limbs. It had happened, as the immense pool of blood on the floor declared, at some distance between the bed and the window. There was carpet round his bed, and a carpet under his dressing table, but none on the rest of the floor, for the man said he did not like a carpet on his bedroom. In this sombre and now terrible room, one of the great elms that darkened the house was slowly moving the shadow of one of its great boughs upon this dreadful floor. I beckoned to the servant, and we went downstairs together. I turned off the hall into an old-fashioned panelled room, and there standing, I heard all the servant had to tell. It was not a great deal. "I concluded, sir, from your words and looks, sir, as you left last night, that you thought my master was seriously ill. I thought it might be that you were afraid of a fit or something. So I attended very close to your directions. He sat up late, till past 3 o'clock. He wasn't writing or reading. He was talking a great deal to himself, but that was nothing unusual. At about that hour, I assisted him to undress, and left him in his slippers and dressing gown. I went back softly in about half an hour. He was in his bed, quite undressed, and a pair of candles lighted on the table beside his bed. He was leaning on his elbow and looking out at the other side of the bed when I came in. I asked him if he wanted anything, but he said no. I don't know whether it was what you said to me, sir, or something a little unusual about him, but I was uneasy, uncommon uneasy about him last night. In another half hour, or it might be a little more, I went up again. I didn't hear him talking as before. I opened the door a little. The candles were both out, which was not usual. I had a bedroom candle, and I let the light in a little bit, looking softly round. I saw him sitting in that chair beside the dressing table, with his clothes on again. He turned round and looked at me. I thought it strange he should get up and dress and put out the candles to sit in the dark that way. But I only asked him again if I could do anything for him. He said no, rather sharp, I thought. I asked him if I might light the candles, and he said, "Do as you like, Jones." So I lighted them, and I lingered about the room. And he said, "Tell me the truth, Jones. Why did you come again? You didn't hear anyone cursing." "No, sir," I said, wondering what he could mean. "No," he said after me. "Of course, no." And I said to him, "Wouldn't it be well, sir, you went to bed? It's just 5 o'clock. And he said nothing but, "Very likely. Good night, Jones." So I went, sir. But in less than an hour I came again. The door was fast, and he heard me and called, as I thought, from the bed to know what I wanted, and he desired me not to disturb him again. I lay down and slept for a little. It must have been between 6 and 7 when I went up again. The door was still fast, and he made no answer, so I didn't like to disturb him, and thinking he was asleep, I left him till 9. It was his custom to ring when he wished me to come, and I had no particular hour for calling him. I tapped very gently, and getting no answer, I stayed away a good while, supposing he was getting some rest then. It wasn't till 11 o'clock I grew really uncomfortable about him, for at the latest he was never, that I could remember, later than 10:30. I got no answer. I knocked and called, and still no answer. So, not being able to force the door, I called Thomas from the stables, and together we forced it, and found him in the shocking way you saw. Jones had no more to tell. Poor Mr. Jennings was very gentle and very kind. All his people were very fond of him. I could see that the servant was very much moved. So, dejected and agitated, I passed from that terrible house and its dark canopy of elms, and I hope I shall never see it more. While I write to you, I feel like a man who has but half waked from a frightful and monotonous dream. My memory rejects the picture with incredulity and horror, yet I know it is true. It is the story of the process of a poison which excites the reciprocal action of spirit and nerve, and paralyzes the tissue that separates those cognate functions of the senses, the external and the interior. Thus we find strange bedfellows, and the mortal and immortal prematurely make acquaintance. Conclusion. A word for those who suffer. My dear Van L., you have suffered from an affection similar to that which I have just described. You twice complained of a return of it. Who under God cured you? Your humble servant Martin Hesselius. Let me rather adopt the more emphasized piety of a certain good old French surgeon of 300 years ago. I treated, and God cured you. Come, my friend, you are not to be hippish. Let me tell you a fact. I have met with and treated, as my book shows, 57 cases of this kind of vision, which I term indifferently sublimated, precocious, and interior. There is another class of affections which are truly termed, though commonly confounded with those which I describe, spectral illusions. These latter I look upon as being no less simply curable than a cold in the head or a trifling dyspepsia. It is those which rank in the first category that test our promptitude of thought. 57 such cases have I encountered, neither more nor less. And in how many of those cases have I failed? In no one single instance. There is no one affliction of mortality more easily and certainly reducible with a little patience and a rational confidence in the physician. With these simple conditions, I look upon the cure as absolutely certain. You are to remember that I had not even commenced to treat Mr. Jennings's case. I have not any doubt that I should have cured him perfectly in 18 months, or possibly it might have extended to 2 years. Some cases are very rapidly curable, others extremely tedious. Every intelligent physician who will give thought and diligence to the task will effect a cure. You know my tract on the cardinal functions of the brain. I there, by the evidence of innumerable facts, prove, as I think, the high probability of a circulation arterial and venous in its mechanism through the nerves. Of this system, thus considered, the brain is the heart. The fluid, which is propagated hence through one class of nerves, returns in an altered state through another, and the nature of that fluid is spiritual, though not immaterial, any more than, as I before remarked, light or electricity are so. By various abuses, among which the habitual use of such agents as green tea is one, this fluid may be affected as to its quality, but it is more frequently disturbed as to equilibrium. This fluid being that which we have in common with spirits, a congestion found upon the masses of brain or nerve connected with the interior sense forms a surface unduly exposed, on which disembodied spirits may operate. Communication is thus more or less effectually established. Between this brain circulation and the heart circulation there is an intimate sympathy. The seat, or rather the instrument of exterior vision, is the eye. The seat of interior vision is the nervous tissue and brain immediately about and above the eyebrow. You remember how effectually I dissipated your pictures by the simple application of iced eau de cologne. Few cases, however, can be treated exactly alike with anything like rapid success. Cold acts powerfully as a repellent of the nervous fluid. Long enough continued, it will even produce that permanent insensibility which we call numbness, and a little longer, muscular as well as sensational paralysis. I have not, I repeat, the slightest doubt that I should have first dimmed and ultimately sealed that inner eye which Mr. Jennings had inadvertently opened. The same senses are opened in delirium tremens, and entirely shut up again when the overaction of the cerebral heart and the prodigious nervous congestions that attend it are terminated by a decided change in the state of the body. It is by acting steadily upon the body by a simple process that this result is produced, and inevitably produced. I have never yet failed. Poor Mr. Jennings made away with himself. But that catastrophe was the result of a totally different malady, which, as it were, projected itself upon the disease which was established. His case was in a distinctive manner a complication, and the complaint under which he really succumbed was hereditary suicidal mania. Poor Mr. Jennings, I cannot call a patient of mine, for I had not even begun to treat his case, and he had not yet given me, I am convinced, his full and unreserved confidence. If the patient do not array himself on the side of the disease, his cure is certain.
Everybody dies, don't they? Some come back. Isn't that so? Isn't that so? Isn't that so? Isn't that so?
Da, da, da.
Time to Kill by Henry Kuttner. The city waited in anxiety and terror for the next bombardment. Already air fleets and giant guns had brought flaming rain. Streets were littered with broken masonry and glass, though all corpses had been speedily removed. Perfect organization took no risk of plague. Day after day, we looked up and saw planes hovering against the blue, watching. Far away, the cannon thundered, and men with fixed bayonets battled by the light of star shells and were shot and stabbed and caught on the wire. For us, behind the lines in the waiting city, it was far worse. Our nerves jolted. Our minds cried out silently in rebellion against the madness of war. Insanity was in the tense air that brought to us the sound of bellowing repercussions and the crash of toppling buildings. Each night we had a blackout. In the day we crept through the streets fearfully, visiting our raised homes and once familiar landmarks, wondering when the war would end. Those of us who remembered 1918 thought it might not end till mankind had been destroyed. But it is not of the war I am writing. That still goes on very dreadfully. It is of Rudolf Harmon that I wish to speak. Of Harmon and his strange telepathic power. I met him first in the partly destroyed office building which some of the homeless had made their headquarters. The first floor was nearly undamaged, and part of the second. The rest was ruin. Families lived in some of the offices, amid salvaged bedclothing, and for the lucky ones, army cots. There were pitiful attempts to make the rat holes home-like. A mirror, carpet, a picture or two on the walls. For the most part, however, we used the building only as a place to sleep and hide. One looks for little more when at any moment the devastating shells may rush down out of the skies. I was alone. My wife and child dead in the first air raid, and the office in which I had bestowed my blankets was already occupied by Harmon, a lean, gaunt, nervous fellow, 30 or so, with rather bulging eyes and a scrubby mustache. We made an odd pair, for I was short-set, stocky, and clean-shaven, built more like a wrestler than the physician I had been before our world ended with the undeclared war. Crises exclude formalities. I entered with my blankets. There was a question, a grunt, and a nod. And after that, the two of us lived together amicably enough, though with some disinterest. Now the office had belonged, I think, to an importer. What happened to him, I cannot say. He was probably dead. His desk was still there, and his stenographers, with a useless lamp on each, and a typewriter, broken on the floor. A dictaphone and a transcriber were in the corner. And Harmon, who was a mechanic of sorts, amused himself by trying to repair these. Very luckily, the building had its own power plant in the cellar, and so we could cook and use electric lights whenever we found an unbroken bulb, which was not often. No illumination could be displayed at night, of course. The soldiers were strict about that, at least at first, before they were all called to the front. But by that time, we had learned the theory of the blackout. I had little to do with Harmon for a time. Conversation is difficult when nervous strain is so intense and unremitting. We smoked a good deal, drank surprisingly little, and thought entirely too much. Meanwhile, the war went on, unceasingly. And day and night we could hear the far, faint rumbling of the guns, and after dark, their flashes beating like heat lightning over the horizon. It is difficult to describe the atmosphere of the city during those days, which have not yet ended. One's skin becomes unendurably sensitive, as though all the nerve endings were exposed. One's brain winces from sudden discordant sounds, and there is always the feeling of expectancy, the momentary dread of hearing the shrill scream of displaced air that precedes the explosion. Though we certainly at last would have welcomed a shell to end the unendurable eternity of waiting, not knowing what to do, seeing no solution and no hope. The mind, balked of the outlet of action, turns inward and devours itself. Spleen, jaundice, ennui. None of us was quite normal. In fact, such an atmosphere might be calculated to upset or suspend normal laws, not only of habit and thought, but those rooted in unchanging stability. The very earth seemed unfamiliar beneath our feet. It assumed an aspect of alienage, and seemed as though at any time it might change, shudder, and disintegrate into chaos. Faces seemed different, and eyes. One had time to analyze them, to realize the mystery in the simplest things. The articulation of a muscle, the ability of the optic nerve, and of all the other senses. I must stress this point, for it is significant in view of what followed. Harmon repaired his dictaphone and amused himself by dictating into the machine, keeping an audible diary of the days as they went by. There was little enough to record. By day, a skeleton army cleared away the corpses and patrolled the city. At night, the army was scarcely a squadron, without lights, for the beam even of an electric torch was dangerous. The stratosphere planes and balloons had powerful telescopes, and one by one, our own protecting Air Force was ordered to the front. So we waited, doing trivial and foolish things because we needed an outlet for our emotions and thoughts and energies. The nervous strain poured unceasingly into our brains, and men and women found various methods of relieving it. Liquor, sensuality, sudden outbreaks of violence. All these outlets and others were undamned. Week after week went by. Still, Harmon and I occupied the same room. We grew to hate it, but we never became really friendly. It was not dislike, but indifference. The food supply began to fail, and we shared whatever we could forage. This, too, was merely a matter of convenience and foresight. One day I came in with a few cans of soup, meat, and one of tuna. I remember the latter especially, for it turned out to be bad, and found Harmon seated before the dictaphone transcriber, staring at it intently, the earphones clamped over his head. He started when he saw me, and hastily turned off the machine. "Well," I said, throwing down my booty, "we'll eat for a time anyway. I'm worried about water, though. A guardsman told me the reservoir was bombed." The news did not affect Harmon perceptibly. He scratched his mustache nervously, and his bulging eyes watched me with an unreadable expression. I went to the window and looked out. "Two planes," I said. "At the front, they're being shot down in droves. There's a new kind of incendiary, magnetized bullet." "Stanley," Harmon said abruptly, "I wish you'd listen to this record." What?" "I'm afraid a bit," he told me. "It's a dream, a hallucination, or madness. I don't know which. Last night, you see, I dictated something while I was in a trance. At least, I wasn't fully conscious, though I wasn't asleep either. You've heard of automatic writing. It was rather like that. Automatic speech, except that I seemed to be dreaming, too. I was... He coughed and looked away, committing a murder. It wasn't me, though. My mind, my perception, seemed to be in someone else's body. My voice was giving my thoughts as they went through my brain. It was, well, horrible enough. Nerves, perhaps, I said. Let's hear it. Harmon gave me the headpiece. I adjusted the phones over my ears and moved the needle to the beginning of the record. The wax cylinder rotated. I slowed it down a trifle and listened. At first, I heard only an indistinguishable muttering. This changed to disconnected words, and then to a coherent monologue. Harmon watched me closely. His face was rather pale, and after a time, I understood why. For on the record were the thoughts of a killer, confused, chaotic in the beginning. Shadows. Building shadows. Jagged. Thrown by the moon. Stay in shadow. They protect. One can hide from the sky. The sky presses down. Pall. Smothering. Crouching. Death ready to leap out of it. But death doesn't leap. If it would, God, if it would. No, just waiting. Unendurable. Bombs. Shells. Bloody rain. Something to tear away the blanket on my brain. I'm calm outwardly. And my brain is seething rage and turmoil. The thoughts beat in uneven tides. This way below the threshold. To break the broken silence, I dare not scream. Don't. That would rip off the blanket and leave the brain exposed, palpitating. Stay in the shadows. Slink along the street, dodging the moonlight patches. For a space, silence, and the scratching of the record. Then the voice resumed. My brain moves, turns sickeningly in my skull, too full of thoughts and fear, hate, sorrow, emotions. What can I do? The front is certain death. Why do I cling to life? Lure me in tomorrow, but we can never leave the city. It is an unearthly. The air even is changed, pulses with vibrations of dehumanized emotion, like electricity, beating at the brain, supercharged brains. Some outlet, some escape. God, something is moving near me. Something spawned here where normal laws are transcended, materializing. A dog, small, leg broken. Its fur is soft, fur about its throat. My hands are white in the moonlight, against black, silken hair. My hands tighten, softly, tenderly. My fingers are strong. See the tendons stand out. My brain, tides of thought bursting through the blanket that smothers it. There's cold air blowing on my brain. The shadows are jumping toward me, swooping, shutting out the horrible sky. I'm in a cave. The shadows guard me. A cold brain, and my fingers filled with ecstatic aching. My hands are releasing the energy that was bottled up in my brain. The dog's dead. Again, the needle scratched, softly, rhythmically. I glanced at Harmon. He made a peremptory gesture. I heard the voice once more. Not enough. Not enough energy released. Brain turning, rocking. This is the right way, though. But not a dog. Not enough energy released. Not enough. Light on brass buttons. Khaki uniforms. Asleep. A soldier leaning against the wall. His gun nearly out of reach. He doesn't hear me. His collar is unbuttoned. It's a warm night. The pulse beats under the skin. The blue vein throbs. Can I approach silently? Yes. He doesn't hear. I move the rifle a few feet further away. Now I stand directly in front of the man. My arms lift. The energy is draining out of my brain into my arms. The throbbing in my skull isn't as sickening. Perhaps this is enough. No. The energy will rush back unless I... The shadows poised to leap. Softly, tenderly, my hands tighten about the soldier's throat. Now, leap, shadows, guard me. Swiftly, volcanically. The thundering torrent floods from my brain, through my arms, into my hands, down to the fingers that release the power. He is dead. His spine cracked almost inaudibly. Let him lie there. Calm. Quiet. The sky isn't pressing down anymore. The wind blows cool and refreshing on my bare brain. I had reached the end of the record. I turned off the dictaphone, removed the earphones, and swung to face Harmon. He tugged at his mustache, his lips quivering. Well? He asked. Subjective, I said. You're not mad. Nervous hysteria may cause somnambulism. You walked in your sleep, that's all. Yes, he said. But a soldier was found this morning, strangled on the street down by the river. I fingered the stubble on my chin. So? There have been coincidences before. I went down to see the body, Harmon said, but it had been taken away. Then I walked around a bit till I saw a dead dog. Black spaniel with a broken leg. His eyes protruded even more than usual. He wet his dry lips. Could I have? I grinned and touched Harmon's thin arm. Could you have strangled a husky soldier? Broken his neck? What do you think? He looked relieved for a moment, but immediately his brows drew together. Insanity is supposed to give you abnormal strength. Perhaps, but I strongly
Got
doubt
that
you could strangle
crazy
them.
strong.
I was a general practitioner, not a psychiatrist, but I know something about such matters.
Crazy man
Besides,
strength.
how could you go out and kill a soldier while you were dictating a cylinder full? I thought of that, Harmon said, but I might have been dictating from memory. Did you go out last night? I don't remember going out. I went to sleep about 9:30. Then suddenly I found myself at the dictaphone in a sort of trance. When I finished talking, everything seemed to go black. I don't know how much later I woke up completely. looked at my watch. It was a little after 2. You were asleep, but I almost woke you. I needed to talk to someone. I'm sorry you didn't, I said. I went to the window once more, staring unseeingly at a gutted skyscraper across the deserted street, hearing the low drone of a plane high above. Can't you figure out any sort of explanation? Harmon asked. I don't know. It isn't a materia medica, it's just an idea, a pretty fantastic one. If what you dictated was true. Yes? Well, then you read someone's mind. Telepathy hasn't been proved so far, though experiments have pointed rather conclusively to its possibility. The brain is a mysterious organ, Harmon. There's little really known about it. The pineal gland, for example, is something of an enigma, and the nature of thought itself. Well, I lit half a cigarette. Matter and thought, a vibration. Vibrations are wave impulses and can be transmitted under favorable conditions. The conditions here are extraordinary. Mentally, we're all rather haywire. It's in the air. Your mind isn't normal under this strain. And therefore it may be sensitive enough to get in telepathic rapport with some other mind. Harmon pondered. Why don't I have this rapport all the time then? Why just for 10 minutes or so last night? The thoughts you got were conceived under tremendous emotional strain. If my theory is correct, this murderer is mad. Superficially, he may not show it. I should be surprised if he did. Iron, rigid self-control denied him a more normal mental outlet. He forced himself to restrain the avalanche piling up in his brain. If he'd have got drunk, for example, he'd have been safe. But inhibitions prisoned him till the flood burst into a channel that would normally have been blocked up. I have seen murderers psychoanalyzed, Harmon. They didn't want to kill as a rule, but they were denied other sources of emotional release, or thought they were. Jack the Ripper was such a case. His fear complex led him to butcher women instead of marrying, for example. If normal channels are blocked, the flood entered abnormal channels. Harmon held the wax cylinder in his hand. Suddenly, he threw it down violently on the floor, where it cracked and shattered. "You may be right enough," he said. "But there's still something wrong with my mind, eh?" Well, I wouldn't say wrong. Nothing that relief from strain can't cure. "That's easy to get," Harmon said, with heavy irony. We were silent, listening to the low thunder of the great cannon at the front. The slow days passed wearily. Some left the city, but not many, for starvation waited in the ravaged countryside. In the metropolis, one could hope to find food and water. By dint of diligent searching, we were trapped here, bound by invisible fetters. We were the damned, and Harmon suffered and grew haggard under the strain. His eyes were unnaturally bright, his cheeks red, feverish, his lips cracked. A week later, there was a recurrence of his telepathic visitation. I came in one night, bearing a meager supply of food, to find Harmon crouching above the dictaphone, waiting for me. His whole gaunt body was trembling, and his face was a white, bearded mask. "It's happened again," he said, "an hour ago." Silently, I put down my booty and adjusted the earphones. Vague moonlight filtered through the cracked windows, now grimy and dirt-smeared. Harmon was a vague shadow, as he leaned against the wall, half hidden amid the gloom. Once more, I heard the eerie voice. Walk, 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 fast. Expend the energy in my brain. But walk warily, not in the moonlight, not under the crushing sky, lest it fall. Hear the guns. Each sound adds a charge to the already overcharged currents in my brain. Killing the dog and the soldier wasn't enough. The potential keeps building up again. I need another release. The shadows won't protect me. They flee, slide away, shrink from me, leaving me exposed to the hammer of the sky. I must kill again. This building I am passing. People sleep here. Refugees. No doors are locked these days. The hall is very dark. In the corner, what is it? A black, shapeless bundle. Someone wrapped in quilts, asleep. An old man. My eyes are accustoming themselves to the gloom. I seem to see very clearly. It's the energy in my brain. Light is energy, of course. The guns keep hammering. There's a plane going past. I can hear it, and hear the shadows following me. They tell me to kill. They'll protect me, guard me. The old man wheezes and groans in his sleep. His neck is withered and scrawny. Its texture is scaly with the wrinkles of age, a webwork of tiny wrinkles. I drop on one knee beside him. Silence, vague moonlight from the open door, and the rhythmic movement of breath stirring parchment yellow skin. And now the energy drains from my brain, and the pounding grows less violent. The shadows lean above me, poised to leap. Softly, tenderly, my hands tighten about the old man's throat. Storm of ecstasy, of relief, flooding, bursting gates that crumble under the onslaught, leaving my brain cold and quite motionless. There is only the slight ache in my fingers, sunk in livid flesh. And it is over. He is dead. My brain is free. At peace. The sky is no longer terrifying. The noise of the guns no longer shakes the citadel of my mind. I am relaxed. Utterly. Joyously. The record ended. I know what you'll say, Harmon said, nervously. Telepathy. But that doesn't make it any more pleasant for me. There's a mad killer somewhere in the city, and God knows where it may end. Harmon, I said, why don't you go into the country? Anywhere. It's not important. A change of atmosphere is the thing. Where can I go? He asked. We're in hell here. We can't get out of it. The whole land, the entire world for that matter. Harmon was silent, brooding. It's the end. Man's committing suicide. We can't escape. All my relationships, all my ties with life will cut during the first raid. There's nothing left. I don't know. He dropped his head in his hands and massaged his temples. I stood, wordlessly contemplating him. Why not smash the dictaphone? I said, finally. Perhaps Harmon thought I intended irony. Oh, it's easy for you to talk, he snapped. angrily. "You're so damn cold-blooded you've got ice water in your veins. You can't understand how I feel." I grunted and turned away, conscious of a hot resentment towards Harmon. I too had suffered losses as bad as his own. How dared he assume that because I showed little emotion, I felt nothing underneath? There was a scene I hadn't let myself recall, the ruins of my house, and the sight that told me I was wifeless and childless. I forced my thoughts to safer ground. Some things are too horrible to remember. A fortnight later, I came home after midnight, empty-handed. In my stomach was a dull, insistent ache of hunger. The specter of starvation brooded over the city, taking the place of the planes that had vanished days before. We were alone, in a world of the dead. Only the noise of the guns, intermittent now, yet somehow more frantically murderous than ever, told us that others besides ourselves were alive. Before I entered the room where Harmon waited, I heard his voice, or rather, the voice of the dictaphone. I walked in just as the record ended. "Hello," Harmon said dully. "It's happened again. No murder this time, though. Listen." He got up, gave me the earphones. I started the record afresh. It began abruptly. "Kill. Kill before the energy tears my brain apart. 2 weeks now without any release. Tonight, I must find relief or die. Trying to fight down the murder impulse is useless. Dangerous. Eventually it gets too strong for me. And tonight, it's strong. Horribly so. It's dark. Very dark. No moon tonight. And there are no shadows. Just the empty sky pressing down. The guns don't sound so often now. But when they do, my expectant brain rocks under the impact. I must release this frightful energy within my head. But how? Where? People live in this cottage, I think. But the door is locked. A window slides up easily enough. People don't fear thieves nowadays. Let me light a match. An empty room. And I hear the sound of soft breathing. The record broke off, then resumed swiftly. A bedroom. Another match. Its light shows me a bed. 2 children asleep in it. 8 or 10 years old, perhaps. Their throats are soft, white, waiting. I must kill swiftly. I cannot wait. In my head is a surging, thundering maelstrom. It pounds and shatters against the inside of my skull. No shadows to aid me, but the energy is flowing down into my arms. I must bend over the bed, over the child. Softly, tenderly, my hands tighten about his throat. Shut up! Shut up, damn you! The other boy is screaming. He scrambled out of bed, yelling at the top of his lungs. I hear men shouting, hurrying footsteps. No time now. No time to kill the child. The window's still open. Now I'm in the street. They're following me, bellowing threats. 1 more minute and I'd have strangled the boy and released the energy. But there wasn't time. Here's an alley. It's dark. And a side street. I'm safe now. Safe? God, my brain's ready to explode. The record was finished. I took off the earphones and turned to face Harmon. In defiance of the air danger, he had lit an electric lamp, screening it with a handkerchief. He was sitting now before the dictating machine, rigid, ignoring me. I started to speak, and suddenly paused, watching him. A tremor shook Harmon's gaunt body. His eyes were dilated. Slowly, automatically, he lifted the speaking tube of the dictaphone to his lips and pressed the operating button. The needle began to slide over the wax cylinder. "I can't stand it," Harmon said, in a dead, expressionless voice. "I can't keep the energy pressure under control any longer. My brain is throbbing, pounding, shaking in my skull. I escaped capture, but no risk is too great if it cools my brain. All the energy is back again inside my head. I must kill. Swiftly. Swiftly." There was an outburst of gunfire far away, but Harmon did not hear it. "The energy is moving," he went on. "Tides lifted from my brain, down my arms, into the very tips of my fingers. There it waits, ready to leap forth and escape." Again, the guns muttered ominously. "Crouch! Shadows ready to spring! Leap to guard me! Guard me as I kill! Now! Now! Now!" Suddenly, Harmon gave a high-pitched, wordless shriek. The speaking tube fell clattering from his lips. He swung around to face me, his eyes widely distended, his face yellow and glistening with sweat. A spasm of terror twisted his lips. The guns roared. The shadow fell on Harmon as I moved swiftly, softly, tenderly. My hands closed and tightened upon his throat. Today's story was Time to Kill by Henry Kuttner. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. Thank you so much for listening. Until next time, sweet dreams.
Creepy.
You're listening to The Bone Fields by Mitchell Lutie, performed by Anna Capraro and Scott Miller. Produced by Citadel Studios with Sentinel Creatives. longships. Toril braced against the cold wind and gripped her oar tight as the storm buffeted the longship Varulfur. Beneath them, all around them, the ocean was a broiling black cauldron, heaving its might against their own. It had not yet found them wanting. Inga hunched up beside her and grinned madly as the sea crashed over the side of the longboat. Her shaven head was lathered with sweat and rain, and the tattoos that covered her skin shone as though freshly inked. Njot is in one of his moods again. Toril spat out salt water and wiped her lips. He is always angry this time of year. Halfor was foolish to make us stay for so long. She stared along the aisles, past the ragged band of figures that made up the rest of the company. Halvor stood at Varulfjord's helm, unbowed by the frantic gale that hammered the ship. His long hair was soaked through, matted against his head and neck. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon, in search of their sister ship, Kveldefjord, who had disappeared into the storm. Halfor's raids are always the most rewarding. That is why he chose to stay, and that is why we chose to come. This old god's anger is a small price for what we have taken. Toril nodded. It had been a bountiful raid, and Halvor's company had made enough for them all to secure land and power upon their return home. They had stuck to the coast at first, like any other raiding party, and taken what they could from the farms they found there. But Halvor was ambitious, and they'd soon found themselves sneaking into larger settlements and then sacking them. It had been slaughter, but one well worth the wait. She glanced over her shoulder, towards the covered stern of the boat. She'd even managed to secure a slave on this expedition, her first. He sat huddled up beside two others, shivering into his soaking rags. Fritjof better not have gotten himself lost. Inga squinted her eyes against the rain. Or sailed Kveldefjord to the ocean floor. Then we'll never see half our spoils. Afterlife or no, I'll hunt him down and wring his thin neck until his eyes pop out. Inga had another reason for wanting to see Kveldefjord again. Her lover Aix sailed with Fritjof. The warrior had spurned her advances at first, but Inga was not easily dissuaded. The first night on Bretland soil had seen them share a bedroll, and they'd spent every night together since. Not even Fritjof would dare sink his ship when he carries Halvor's cargo. You will see, once the storm relents, then you will see that stupid boy's face again. Inga slapped her on the back and grinned. I'm more interested in what's between his legs. Toril rolled her eyes and sank her oar into the water. The pull of the waves was getting stronger and she struggled to find a rhythm. Others in the company, Hairlight and Orville, but others too, had already given up. They sat wrapped in great furs beside sheltered braziers, taking what little warmth they could. Halfor will tell us to stow away the oars soon. Then we will need to hold fast until the storm passes, or join Fritjof at the bottom of the sea. Toril shrugged. Halvor was too shrewd a sailor to let a mere storm defeat him, but when one's time came, even the trickster himself would be hard put to evade his fate. She turned to the sea and watched as it rampaged and turned beneath grey clouds. For too long she had been away from the open waters, and her mood had dampened with each day they had moved inland. Now that she was back, cold as she was, wet as she was, she felt her spirits soar. Her eyes narrowed as a wave rose up beside Varulfjord. It drew the ship towards it, until they were tilted horizontally against it, and a gauzy mist of water splashed over them. Halvor rode the wave expertly, bringing the longship over it before it could crest and plummet them all to their doom. As the wave diminished beneath them, Toril thought she saw a flash of silver below the surface, the scales of an enormous shape riding alongside them, but when she blinked again, it was gone. She shook free the vision and looked up as the call rang out again. What land is here? Inga rose from her seat beside her, stepping up onto it in an effort to see over the heads of the rest of the company.
There is nothing,
Ulfgar said from the seat opposite them. He ran a hand over his stubbly head and shrugged.
Not for many days still. There must be a mistake.
There is. Something. Inga leaned on Toral's shoulder for support and rose on her toes for a better look. I see a thin line, barely a smudge, but it has the look of land about it.
To your oars!
Halvor's voice boomed above the storm. He strode between the aisle, pulling the crew back down to their seats.
We make for the shore and a break from the storm.
Inga plopped back down beside her and laid her hands on the oar. Together, they pulled deep against the chopping waters for the smudge on the horizon. The howling wind relented as they navigated their way into a sheltered cove where the ocean was strangely dead and still. The land around them was unfamiliar, and Toril felt herself tense as she stared up at the grey crags above. Where had they come from? She had never seen this place before, and the maps did not speak of it, unless the storm had blown them further off course than she realised. Halvor had them moor Varulfur along the coast, and then set a team to repair what little damage the storm had done. Toril took up her sword and shield and walked along the beach with Inga, while the rest set up camp. She could see Halvor's pathfinders moving up ahead of them, slipping in and out of the trees that hemmed in the shoreline. Maybe they will find us another farmstead. Inga thumped her sword against her shield and smiled. Or perhaps a little lord and his castle, too far from anyone to call for help. That would be enough to settle my debt with Dag, no? Toril stayed quiet. Her own debts had been covered weeks ago, and she did not have it in mind to raid again. Inga stared at her from out of the corner of her eye, and then bumped into her with her shield. You were never smiling, even when things are good. Troubled Toril. That is what they should call you in the songs. Only because that hole in your face never closes. Inga laughed loud and skipped about her, kicking up clumps of sand. Trouble Toril, as his daughter did not smile. Trouble Toril, cold as Jotun, with rage like Freya. Toril dropped her sword and shield and covered her ears. You sing like a dog, Inga. If the gods could hear you now, they'd cut out your tongue. Good enough for the beer halls, but not for Trouble Toril, eh? Inga made to push her again, but Toril raised a hand. It's Bjarki, said Inga, following her gaze. Halvor's chief pathfinder was bounding over the beach towards them, his sword and shield strapped to his back. What have you found? Bjarki slowed, breathing heavily.
Kveldefur. We found her. She's up ahead.
See, I told you. Fritjof is too much of a coward to lose his ship. He will be sitting fat on Halvor's loot, like Hredmor and his dwarfs. Inga knitted her brow, her eyes still tracking the pathfinder as he jogged over the sand. And of the crew? Are they all there? Bjarki shrugged as he picked up his pace, heading towards the camp.
There is no one.
Halvor's company, over 20 warriors all told, stood at the top of a dune and stared down at Varulfur's sister ship. Fritjof had moored her on the beach, away from the draw of the tide. Her oars had been stowed away and sails furled, but there was no sign of life anywhere aboard. Bjarki and his trackers stood by Halvor, engaged in whispered conversation, while the rest of the party edged down towards the ship. Do you think an ambush? Inga's question lacked any conviction, but Toril shook her head anyway. She couldn't see any of the signs of a fight from the dune. No bodies littered the sand, and there wasn't a drop of blood to be found around Kveldefur. They must have moved inland. She waved her shield towards the dense forest beside them, and then squinted into the gloom herself. A coarse thicket covered the land between the beach and the rock face that loomed above. The trees were tightly packed, leaving hardly enough space for a man and his shield to pass through, and malformed roots snaked their way across the forest floor. Fool that he was, it was unlike Fritjof to leave his ship unguarded. And for what? A walk through parts unknown? A shout from aboard the boat saw Toril's eyes snap back to Kveldefur. Uber and Kutcher, two of Halvor's senior-blooded warriors, had clambered up the rungs of the ship and were waving everyone closer. The pair of them were covering their faces, and Uber retched up something watery before climbing back down. I do not like this. The two navigated the steep incline together, slipping and sliding as they made their way onto even ground. They were among the first to reach the bottom of the rise, and they pushed their way towards Halvor and his trackers, who had moved down ahead. Ulfgar gave them a curt nod and shifted up to let them through. He was normally the first to crack a smile, but his face was grim.
Might have been better we remained away from this bay.
He gritted his teeth and turned to look at the sea. Beyond the shelter of the cove, the storm still raged and the wind still howled. But beneath the crags of this new island, everything was peaceful.
I am reminded of the tales of Nostoront in this place, of the cursed and the damned. The hall is woven of serpent spines. There, Nidhogg sucked corpses of the dead, and the wolf tore men on dead body shore.
Toril shivered. You were always one to set a mood.
It is not me.
The old warrior thumbed his hand, and then rolled his neck before meeting her eyes.
Old Uwe has felt it too. We were not meant to come.
Inge guffawed. Ove always feels something, but sometimes it's just the madness inside his own head.
Mock him if you like, but he has seen more than you can know, more than you can understand.
Inge shrugged at that, and they walked in silence for a moment, behind Halvor and the Pathfinders. Ulfgar took such things seriously, more so than most. To argue with him was like pushing a ball through mud with its horns pointed at you. He bore his faith on his skin, and his shaven scalp was adorned with symbols of protection. Otala runes, the Fae, and tributes to Heimdall himself. Inge was about to snap back with a delayed retort when she gagged. That smell! Toril made a face and covered her nose with her forearm. Like rotten fish. Her eyes started to water at the stench that assaulted her senses, but she walked forward gamely, even as others choked and swore behind her. The rest of the party gathered at the base of the longship and waited as Bjarki and Ulfgar clambered up the rungs and stared over the side. They've left their shields. Toril glanced up at the rack, which remained untouched. That's Aix, said Inge, pointing her sword towards a red and white shield above them. They must have needed to move quickly. Toril nodded, but she felt the first hint of uneasiness grip her as she watched Bjarki and Ulfgar turn to face the gathered party.
It is a serpent's brood,
Bjarki stated solemnly. He made the sign of the Fae and spat at the boat.
This is Jörmungandr's lot, and we are not welcome in this place.
Ulfgar dropped down onto the sand and then helped the older warrior down.
It is an ill omen,
he said, once Bjarki was on the beach beside him. A crowd of confused faces stared back at him, until Halvor strode forward and nimbly clambered up the side of the boat.
Eels,
he said simply, as he stared down at the hold.
The storm must have seen them dumped in Fritjof's boat. Nothing more.
Ulfgar mumbled something from below, but Halvor silenced him with a wave of his hand.
There is nothing of the Midgard serpent here. Do you think we would have found this ship if the world snake had come upon it?
Ulfgar shrugged and thumbed his palm nervously.
I simply say what I see.
The Jarl shook his head and then stared at the party for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the dunes.
Fritjof is a fool. We all know this.
Some of the men chuckled at his words, but most were quiet. Ulfgar had put them on edge.
He has left his ship unguarded and charged off to see what treasures he can find for himself. He means to leave us with his ship like a nursemaid.
Halvor jumped down from the boat and dusted his hands off.
But we are not his nursemaids, are we?
Toril found herself muttering her dissatisfaction with the idea, along with the rest of the party.
We will move inland and find the fool. Then he can make a bed from the eels he left in his boat.
A grin split Halvor's face as the mood lifted, and raucous laughter was joined by his warriors.
Come now. Fritjof can't have made it far.
He nodded to his pathfinders, who moved off quickly into the forest.
There is still a little light before nightfall.
As the company moved towards the tree line, Inga pushed past Toril and headed towards the boat. What are you doing? Toril sighed and followed after her friend. You heard Halfor. We don't have much light left. I want to see. Inga dropped her gear into the sand and turned to Toril. Are you not curious to see what your Mangandr has left us? She didn't wait for an answer before pulling herself up the side of the boat. Toril sighed again and dropped her own gear to climb onto Kveldefur. The wood had started to rot, and the smell of decaying flesh intensified as she pulled herself up. Inga exhaled as she reached the top and stared down into the hold. Gods, Bjarki was right. What is it, Inga? She didn't wait for a reply before peering down herself. The entire floor of Kveldefur was covered in a writhing, seething mass of serpentine bodies. Their silver forms shifted in the half-light, wrapping themselves around one another in a slippery embrace. Toril nearly gagged at the sight of them, and turned away as the smell threatened to overpower her. There were so many. Inga curled her lips in disgust and watched as the creatures rolled across the floor of the boat. Fritjof and his company will have much to clean once this lot rots in the sun. They will have no help from me. She took one last look at the flowing mass of bodies and then clambered back down the rungs. Come, Inga, or we will be left behind. The living and the dead. Of Halvor's company, 4 were left to guard over Varulfur, and another 2 to wait by Fritjof's ship in case of his return. The rest set out into the dark forest, with torches lit against the coming of night.
I have not seen nor heard any sign of beast or bird in this place.
Ulfgar swatted away a gnat with his torch.
Only these bastards.
Your blood is too pure, said Inga, but I have the cure. She swigged from her flask and handed it to Toril. They will not eat you if your blood is poison. Toril shrugged and took a sip, almost spluttering as the bitter liquid went down her throat. What is this? She asked, wiping her mouth with her hand, then looking at the flask skeptically. Bart gave it to me as a gift before we left. It was all he had left from his journey east. No wonder his mind is so addled. Toril sniffed at the container and made a face. I would rather be eaten, I think. Suit yourself, but don't cry to me when your skin is raw from
That
scratching.
is an inappropriate spot for a bench.
It is Inga the Bloodied, now that they have fought the Christians and stolen their silver. She adjusted the shield on her arm and stared up into the canopy. They had walked for many miles beneath the outstretched limbs of ancient trees, and there had been no sign of Fritjof or his company. Not long after leaving the shore, Bjarki had found a single path that cut its way through the forest. It was the only way past the near-impenetrable undergrowth, and Halvor led them on it towards the great crags they'd seen from the boats. There are no stars. Inga frowned up at the branches, and then shook her head. They hide from this place. They're hidden behind clouds, said Thoril. She'd felt uneasy since finding Kveldefur and its slippery cargo, and didn't need Inga's superstitions compounding that. There was a storm, remember?
Or is it that this place is outside of our own?
Ulfgar glanced around him, holding his torch close to the trees. Their boughs and roots were scarred with age, and the leaves seemed to shrink away so close to the open flame.
Beneath the roots of the World Tree, there exists a place of terrible suffering. It is Hell's kingdom.
Toril rolled her eyes. But we have not died, Ulfgar. Ove is getting into your head with his stories. Unless you think we sunk to the bottom of the sea in that storm. The warrior shrugged.
Who's to say that we didn't?
Our flesh! Toril pulled down her sleeve and pointed to her bare skin. Our sweat and thirst! Do you think the dead suffer these things? Ulfgar flinched at the tone of her voice and raised a hand in supplication.
It is only a thought. I don't mean to anger you, Storm Maiden.
It is not you, Ulfgar. Toril took a deep breath and rolled her knuckles against her shield. I'm sorry. It is this place. The quietness is getting to me.
It gets under my skin, too,
said Ulfgar.
When these bastards aren't busy eating me.
He swung his torch at a cloud of insects and then beckoned to the other shield maiden.
I'll try some of your poison now, I think.
Inga grinned and handed him the flask. It gets better after the first sip. Promise. Ulfgar raised a skeptical brow and took a hesitant sip. His face paled and his brow creased as the liquor passed his lips.
This is what Bart calls a drink.
He spat on the forest floor and groaned.
No wonder he always stinks of cat piss.
Inga grinned and took back the flask. It has kept me warm through many a cold night, and it's better than being eaten alive.
That it is,
said Ulfgar, pressing on ahead. He waved an arm towards the thinning trees as a pale moon emerged from behind the diminishing canopy.
It looks like this dark forest has finally come to an end. Now we will see what wolfish murderers and serpent spines haunt this island.
The forest opened up into a wide valley nestled between steep, windswept hills. A thin strip of silver hinted at the existence of a river not far ahead. Its snaking path ran the length of the valley and then disappeared beyond the grey walls of the mountain range in the distance. Halvor ordered the company forward, beyond the shelter of the forest, towards the river. The warriors were relieved to find themselves with empty skies above their heads once more, and moved with purpose. As they moved out from the undergrowth, Toril couldn't help but notice the lack of stars. Even without the cover of clouds, the sky was like a black sheet, with only the one light of the moon guiding their way.
We will camp by the river!
Halvor led the company himself, setting a grueling pace that soon saw them all wet with sweat and breathing heavily. He waved his axe at his chief scout and motioned to the grey peaks.
Björki and Sigurd will move into the mountains while we rest.
He turned to his warriors, walking backward as he took them all in.
Do not sip too heavily on your mead this night. I think we will all need to be sharp come the morning.
His warriors grumbled to themselves, but accepted his warning without rebuke. Most were too tired for thoughts of drink, and the idea of a proper night's sleep was enough to keep them motivated. Inga had gone off to see if she could not join Bjarki and his scouts, and Toril found herself walking between Ove and Ulfgar. The moon had not yet reached its zenith, and its pale light made everything look a shade of grey.
There is no sign of that fool or his company. No tracks, no fires, nothing of our friends. Halvor leads us on a merry chase.
He spat at the ground and shook his head.
This place is empty.
Ove snorted from beneath his hood.
It is not empty, Ulfgar. You are just blind to what occupies this land.
He waved a hand at the mountains before them and smiled.
We walk where few have walked before, in the place between the living and the dead.
It was Toril's turn to snort now. Old Ove, you have seen so much, and yet your stories are always the same. The living and the dead, the beasts of Nastrond, the serpent that eats the world. Why have we seen none of these things? Every year you cry your tale, and every year we ship back home alive and richer than before.
I only repeat what I have seen, girl.
Ove made the sign of the Fae with a gnarled hand, and then turned to look at her. His skin was weathered by years of salt and sun, but his blue eyes were as piercing as ever. He stared at her for a moment, and then smiled.
You have seen something too, I think.
Toril shrugged, but in her mind's eye she recalled that flicker of silver beneath the waves, that formless shape slipping through the sea.
It is no blessing to have hold of the sight. To see one's future played out before one's very eyes has damned many a man to insanity. But you must be better than that.
What is it you saw?
It was nothing. She shook her head, readjusting her shield on her arm. Ove is mad. You know that as well as I.
I have seen it too, girl. It is the world's end that slithers behind your eyes.
He retched out a hacking cough and laughed.
Do not be afraid. Soon they will all see.
Toril snarled at the old warrior and picked up her pace, leaving the pair of them behind. It was only when she was at the head of the company and Ove's choking laughter had faded away that she felt her mind settle. He is mad, she thought to herself. Him and Bjarki both. Still, there was something in the way he had looked at her that made her think otherwise. The old man had seen more years than any of them, and his words, though often veiled by myth, were rarely false. She sighed to herself and tightened her grip on her shield. Either way, she would meet her fate head-on. The first night on the island was cold, and Halvor ordered massive fires to fend off the chill. He cared not that someone might see them. After all, who would dare attack Halvor and his company of bloodied? The warriors drew lots for sentry duty, and those that could tried to slip in a few hours' sleep before dawn. Toril and the other shield maiden had laid their kit out beside one of the bonfires and sipped from Inger's bitter liquor while Ove told stories of the night and of the first fires.
When Loke, Odin and Heinir crossed the vast mountains, they came across a herd of oxen.
The old warrior took a bite from his dried meat and crinkled his nose.
Fresh meat, not like what we've been nibbling on, eh, Ulfgar?
Ulfgar blinked into wakefulness at the sound of his name and stared across the fire at the old warrior.
What now?
Come, come. Inger rolled across the grass and extended her flask towards him. Don't be boring, Ulfgar. Sit with us. He shook his shaven head and pulled his blanket tighter about his chest.
I have the next watch. It would look poor for me if Halvor caught me drunk. You heard what he said.
She stuck out her tongue and took a steady draught from the bottle. You will be sad when there is none left. He shrugged and closed his eyes.
As long as I get my sleep, I do not care.
What about you, Ove? Inger turned to the veteran. Something to fend off the cold and make your heart kick like a newborn's.
I already see things that are not there. I rather not tempt fate with your fire water.
More for me and Toril then. She took another sip from her flask and squinted into the darkness surrounding the camp. The mountains were mere silhouettes in the distance, looming over the sides of the valley like the bastions of some great castle. The river they'd seen from afar was, in fact, two concurrent streams racing beside one another towards the sea. They bathed in its water and even fished, but there was no life to be found in it, and the warriors had made do with dried meats once more. For a moment, she thought she spotted a movement on the ridge above their camp, a single figure stepping into the moonlight. She squinted up at the hill, trying to bring it into focus, but whatever it was she'd seen had gone.
You're right, girl.
Ove cocked his head, a strange look on his face. It's nothing, said Inger, shaking her head, and then bringing her eyes back down to the fire. It's only shadows.
Is it nothing, or is it shadows?
Ove showed his teeth before winking at Inger.
They are not the same.
The shield maiden rolled her eyes and leaned back on her bedroll. She was tired of Ove and his riddles. It was both and neither. He could figure that one out for himself. She closed her eyes and let the warmth of the fire and the soft hum of her friend's chatter lull her to sleep. In the morning, Ulfgar was gone.
Da, da, da.
Bjarki shook his head as he walked over to Toril and the others.
There is no sign of him. Sigurd saw him take the watch, but after that, he did not return.
Where did he stand sentry? Toril had been the first to wake and to find his bedroll empty.
Not far from here.
He pointed to the base of the ridge on the other side of the river.
He took over from Eva
and left camp well after midnight. His watch was to end a few hours before dawn, but no one has seen him.
He can't have gotten far. But why would he have left us in the first place? Toril licked her lips and followed Inga's gaze. The drink had given her a splitting headache, and she was finding it hard to concentrate. It makes no sense, she concluded.
I am inclined to agree.
Halvor stood next to Bjarki and nodded to them each in turn. His mane of hair was wet from the river, and his beard had grown out. Flecks of white and grey dotted the scruff, making him appear even more distinguished.
It is not like Ulfgar to disappear like this.
Thin lines creased his forehead as he frowned.
I suspect he has been taken by whoever has been tracking us this last day.
Toril and Inga's immediate questions were ignored, and Halvor silenced them with a wave of his hand.
Bjarki spotted them when we landed. A small band, maybe 3 or 4 in total. They have been shadowing us since we moved inland, but I had not expected them to act so boldly, not against our numbers.
Inga shivered, remembering the silhouette she'd seen on the ridge. Who are they?
I cannot be sure. Locals, perhaps. Or other folk like us who've been washed up by the storm. The Pathfinders have been instructed to catch one of them if possible. Then we will see.
And what of Ulfgar? Toril's eyes narrowed as she watched her Jarl. She already suspected the answer.
There is nothing that can be done. We don't know the land, and Bjarki says the surrounds turn into more gullies and ravines than he can count. Too many places to disappear. We will find what has happened to him when we catch one of his captors.
Toril nodded. She knew Halvor did not allow for dissent. What was done, and she'd just have to hope Bjarki and his trackers were as good as they thought they were.
None of this to the others.
Halvor met her eyes, and then stared down Inga and Ove.
I would not have fears of shadow men spread through the company. They will learn of this when the time is right.
We will keep your secret, Iron Son.
Ove smiled.
But do not think to catch these spectres or to harm them. They cannot be hurt. They walk between the worlds. This I know. Ulfgar knows it too.
We will see, old man. There is little that walks in this world that does not fear the sharp end of my axe.
They walked for half a day before someone spotted smoke rising behind them, and Halvor called them to a halt. He signalled to Sigurd and those scouts not out searching for Ulfgar and his mysterious captors. They quickly moved up the ridge to get an eye on where the smoke was coming from. Could be Fritjof and his lot, said Inga. She dropped her kit on the ground and placed her foot on one of the larger rocks around them. The valley had started to narrow as they closed in on the crags, and rocky debris littered the floor around them.
Could be, could be.
Ove sucked on his teeth and tracked the scouts up the hill.
Could be a funeral pyre.
Best not to wonder on such things until we can be sure. Toril shielded her eyes from the sun with a hand and stared at the rising plumes of black smoke. There is another. It is smaller, but it is the same. Inga clambered atop the rock and leaned against Toril as she tried to get a better look. She's right. There is more smoke from somewhere further back.
We will find out just now,
said Ove, gesturing to the ridge. Halvor's scouts were racing down the incline, trying their best to remain sure-footed as they hurtled down towards them.
It's the boats!
The cry went up like wildfire, and Toril felt a familiar feeling of uncertainty crowd out her other thoughts. We are trapped here, she thought, as she joined the milling mass of Norsemen crowding around Halvor.
It is true. Our ships have been set afire. Both Varulfell and Fritjof's ship, though it does not look like the fire on Kveldefør has taken so well. She may still be salvageable.
What are we to do?
A voice called from the amassed warriors. Toril could see the company was close to panic. Tired men and women, stranded far from home on an island they'd never seen before. It would not take much to push them over the edge. To his credit, Halvor did not seem perturbed by the situation. He rolled his shoulders and turned to Sigurd. The two engaged in quiet conversation, both of them glancing up at the clouds of smoke in the distance, before Halvor raised a hand to silence the company.
We have no choice but to return to the ships and to see what we can salvage from the fires.
He nodded to Sigurd, who moved to gather the remaining pathfinders.
We will wait for Bjarki's return, and then we shall make with haste for the coast.
And the Fridtjof?
It was Inger's voice that Toril heard. She turned to see the other shield maidens standing beside two of Halvor's largest warriors, Theodoric and Henrik.
What happens to Fridtjof and his company? And what of Ulfgar? Are we to leave them here, to this island and its people?
Halvor gave her a look of warning, and then rolled the handle of his axe with his wrists.
There is nothing that can be done. We must look to our own preservation now.
His words were met with agreement by the gathered company, but Inger was not yet done.
If it were you, we would stay until we found you, or we were all dead.
Halvor smiled, revealing a row of straight white teeth.
But it is not me, shield maiden, and I say we go.
Before Inger could continue her protest, Halvor whistled and waved at the remaining pathfinders.
You have until nightfall, and then we are gone.
Inger gritted her teeth, but looked up at Toril's approach.
Just like that. Maybe Bjarki will find something. Perhaps of Ulfgar or Fridtjof, or both.
Inger shook her head and wiped at her eyes. She was tired and she was hungover, and she wanted to see her friends again.
It might already be too late. There is something wrong about this place. There is no life here. Not even a bird. Just these pests that want to drain us of our blood.
She swiped at the air as if to make her point.
Halvor must know it. If we leave now, we may seal their fates.
Toril nodded, but there was nothing more she could say. Halvor had spoken, and his word was law. Night had long since fallen when the first of Bjarki's scouts returned. Tired-eyed and weary-limbed, they slowly streamed in. They spoke of a great ravine guarded by the walls of ancient pillars, of figures cut from stone, and strange sounds in the trees. They spoke of an uneasiness that settled upon them, and a feeling of being watched, being stalked, hunted. But of Fridtjof and Ulfgar there was no sign.
We wait on Bjarki. When he returns, we will make for the coast, for our ships.
They waited until the night grew cold, when even fire barely kept the chill from their bones. The camp sat in a state of frozen anticipation, with each warrior ready to move at a moment's notice. But that notice never came. Halvor grew restless and took to pacing around the perimeter, harassing his sentries and forcing them to take deeper forays into the night to search for the Pathfinder. It wasn't long before Toril and Inger were sent out with a party into the black of night with only their torches to guide them.
We will find nothing like this, stomping around in the night like fools, hoping to fall upon Bjarki by luck.
Toril lifted the torch above her head and watched the flickering shadows around them. They had been walking for hours now, with still no sign of the Pathfinder. What hope she'd had of finding him had diminished, and she just wanted to return to the camp and to the warmth of the fires. She sighed as she stared up at the hills that loomed above them. The peaks were hidden by the night, and what little light the moon shone down on them failed to illuminate the darkest corners of the valley.
What else would you have us do?
Toril lowered her torch.
You heard Halvor. We must look to ourselves now. If we don't find Bjarki, we have to leave without him.
Inger shook her head.
Halvor will not leave his precious Pathfinder behind. Then we must do as he says and search every crevice of this valley before dawn.
The other shield maiden rubbed a hand over her skull. She had not shaved it in weeks, and stubble now covered the tattoos that spiraled across her head. Ove has taken it well. Ulfgar is like a son to him. Toril took a swig from her flask and wiped her mouth. He said he knew what was coming. Him and Ulfgar both. How could they know? You know what they are like. Toril turned to her friend and waved at the sky. The gods tell them stories or plant ideas in their heads. At least that is what Ove wants us to think. It is either true or he is mad. Sometimes I think it is both. They walked in silence for a moment, keeping within hailing distance of the rest of the party. Arvid and Dagfinn were barely a dozen yards from them, while Uskar and Tommen ranged ahead, their torches appearing like mini stars in the distance. But of course, there were no stars here. Toril hadn't seen one since they'd arrived. She looked up at the sky, careful to keep her footing on the uneven rocks that surrounded the gully. It is like Ove says. Inga came to a standstill beside her. This island is of another place. They were still standing together, staring at the emptiness above them, when Uskar's horn rung out in the darkness. It blew once, then twice, and then there was silence. He's found something, said Toril as she skipped down from the rocks. More torches were moving through the valley now, heading towards where Uskar's horn had sounded from. If it's Ulfgar, I'll box his nose in for leading us on this merry chase. Inga's face shone with hope, and she jogged ahead of Toril towards the gathering torches. Then we will see if Ove saw that coming too. Toril smiled at the thought and picked up her pace. The destroying flame. There were no smiling faces to greet them when they reached Uskar. A band of Norsemen stood around 3 indistinct bodies, bound and gagged with rope.
It is the Christians,
said Tommen at their approach. His eyes were wide, and a sheen of sweat covered his upper lip. The other warriors looked similarly spooked, and fidgeted with their blades as they waited. How is this possible? Toril stared down at her own slave, who'd been left back on their longship when the company moved inland. The man's greasy black hair hung over eyes that flickered back and forth across the gathered warriors. His beard was covered in spittle where the gag was loose, and welts had already formed upon his hands.
It is a trick,
said Sigurd, stepping towards the slaves.
Fritjof is playing with us. It is one of his games.
His words were met with silence, and Toril found herself thumbing her own sword nervously. How had they gotten ahead of them? Who had left the mountain?
Yes!
She knelt down beside her.
Torbo!
We know each other.
The man bit harder into his gag, and his eyes.
How are you, buddy?
Skull, averting her gaze.
How you doing?
To you. Even if he could understand her, she doubted he would have responded.
Just a second.
Something had scared
Get
him. And the other slaves too.
This for you.
She rose from the floor and nodded to Sigurd. Let's get them back to camp. See if Ove can make sense of what's happened here. He spent more time with the Christians than any of us. Sigurd pulled the nearest slave to his feet and prodded him forward. The wiry blonde man gargled from behind his gag, but stumbled forward without resisting.
I'm doing pretty good. We're
He yanked the man by the collar and
doing some building and listening to spooky stories.
Spit sprayed from his mouth and his face reddened. The Christian tried to make himself small
on an October night, making a little craggy village.
Toril placed a hand on the
Hi,
warrior's
JC.
shoulder and shook her head.
How are you?
It is no use, Sigurd.
Welcome in, Raiders.
All they know
Thank
is
you
our
for the
words
raid.
and the sharpness of our blades.
You are right. They are a
Yeah,
weak people.
this is one of their daily
God who dies.
He kicked at the slave
daily
with his foot
things
and
that
then
they
strode
give you
forward in the direction of
in the
camp.
game. They gave me this little thing right there, and that
Inga
was
helped
it.
Toril guide her slave forward. The man was surprisingly strong beneath
So I
his rags,
built everything
and Toril
else
felt the
that's
bulge of
on
muscle
here.
on his arms as she directed him back towards the camp. It was his eyes that held her, though.
Build
They rolled
and
madly in his head and did not
build
stop,
little
not
villages
even
and
when
shit.
they'd reached the safety of the encampment.
It's a lot of fun, this game. Having a lot of fun doing it. Oh. Well, kick back, relax, enjoy some
It is
stories, and
useless. I cannot make sense of
watch the
anything they
building.
say.
The slaves had had their gags removed, though their hands were still securely bound, and were sitting in the center of the camp. Ove circled them slowly, nodding and shaking his head as he asked
It's a
them
very
question after
simple
question in their
game.
native
A
tongue.
lot of it's
The responses were
intuitive.
hurried and garbled.
It gives you a
The
very
Icelandic tongue
basic
always sounded that way to Toril.
stuff to build with, and then everything else is just kind of loaded in on its own.
Halvor's voice boomed above the confused chattering of the Christians.
Was it Fritjof? Is this some game
Ooh,
he is
pizza
playing with
rolls.
us?
Ove translated the words and then waited as the ladies
That
Toril
sounds
replied.
good. Pizza
After a
rolls.
moment, the veteran turned to Halvor and shrugged.
He says they came through the earth.
What foolishness is this?
Halvor stopped his pacing and turned to the captives. His axe rested in the crook of his arm, and his eyes shone red in the firelight.
Do they mock me, Uwe?
The old man raised a brow and met the Jarl's stare.
I think, given their position, they would not dare, Ironson.
Halvor glanced at the slaves. His eyes narrowed into slits. Then he spat at the fire.
Find out what happened here, Uwe. And no more of these stories. I will have the truth.
I will do what I can, but I am not familiar with all of their language. There are words that do not make sense to me.
See that it is done.
Halvor spared one last look at the captives, and then stormed off into the night. Once the Jarl was gone, Toril sat down beside Ove and watched as the slaves chattered amongst themselves. Much of their panic seemed to have receded, but they still flinched when she arrived.
They are scared.
Ove scratched his nose with a thumb and looked to Toril.
They were asleep on the ship and woke up to screaming. Probably Erluf and his men.
What then?
I am not sure. The language they speak is strange, littered with metaphor, so I cannot quite tell what is true and what is an allusion to fact. Why they were spared, I cannot tell, but it has something to do with the blood of their three-faced god. It is not pure, or it is too pure. I do not know.
What of Elof and the others guarding Varaflur?
Nothing, only their screams.
Toril frowned at the old warrior. He was right. It sounded nothing more than the mutterings of madmen. Hardly enough to satisfy Halvor or the others. Did you not see this? In your dreams?
There was nothing of the Christians, nor of the burning ships.
Ove turned his hands over, mapping the scars on his knuckles with a finger.
This place blinds me to our fate. I only see fragments, but it is not enough. It is worse with the Christians. What I do see is blurred, as if from a great distance.
Toril leaned back, resting on her hands. What are we to do?
It's a crab.
No Fritjof, no Ulfgar, and now no Bjarki.
Halvor will want us to stay. He owes Bjarki a debt of blood, and will not
Looks like
leave
the
this
8-bit
place
Space
without us.
Invaders.
Even if it
Aliens.
means he risks us all.
That night, they caught their first glimpse of the strange people who had been tracking them.
Yep,
Sigurd
crabs.
saw them first, standing upon the ridge above them. But then more were spotted, until the hills seemed filled by their presence. Dozens of figures moved silently across the forsaken landscape.
I don't know what
Torches
the
raised to the starry
significance is
Halvor
for
ordered
the
the company to
crabs,
battle
but
readiness, but the observers seemed uninterested in an open fight,
I do not see a blade among them.
said Sigurd as he strode between the massed ranks of Norsemen.
Catch one alive if they come at us.
But the onlookers seemed content to simply watch from a distance. They moved away if any of Halvor's party got too close, only to reappear further along a moment later. The warriors grew frustrated, and some of them lobbed stones at the figures, to little effect. They are testing us. Toril moved up beside Inga and Ove, taking her place in the shield wall, probing for weakness, or trying to bait us into chasing after them. It might work, said Inga. She nodded to a band of younger warriors at the foot of the hills. The men were slowly hyping themselves up, and only the appearance of some of the company's veterans stopped them from racing headlong at the watchers. Ove lowered his shield and rubbed his eyes with an arm.
They are young and foolish, but we were all like that once. Halvor will see them in line.
His words were soon followed by the hoarse bark of the Jarl, and the offending warriors quickly fell back into place.
You see,
said Ove, staring back up the walls of the valley.
Not even youthful vigor ignores the will of the Jarl.
He squinted into the darkness and blinked before turning to Toril and Inga.
I fear we will need his strength before long, both of his mind and his axe.
The three stood together until the early hours, watching the watchers. It was only when the sun rose and the figures retreated into the many caverns and ravines that splintered off from the valley that the band finally found rest. That morning, they found Fritjof and the crew of Kveldifur. Their bodies, over 30 of them, had been nailed to stakes and hung rotting beneath the sun. The forest of corpses was found by one of Bjarki's pathfinders, upon the ridge nearest the grey walls of the ravine. Halvor had led the party up the hill as soon as he'd heard the news. Swarms of gnats clung to the dead in such numbers that it was impossible to make out the features of the deceased. By the smell, it was clear that they had been here for some time, longer perhaps than was possible.
We must burn them,
Halvor declared.
This is no way for a Viking to enter Valhalla.
He pointed towards the thin line of trees that ringed the hill.
A mighty pyre for the fallen, to usher their spirits on to the next life. Then we will deal with those who dared take up swords against our brothers.
The Norsemen took to the task with vigour, while others set to removing the crew of their sister ship from the wooden stakes. It was a gruesome task, and Toril found herself retching as she cut the bonds holding an elderly warrior to the post. Removing the nails from his wrists proved to be more horrid, and she was forced to step away from the corpse for a moment.
They will thank you for it,
said Ove, walking towards her.
Once they find rest in the great halls of our fathers.
Toril nodded and wiped her brow. Braziers had been lit alongside the dead, and the smoke fended off the worst of the insects, but the heat wasn't helping with the smell.
If we had not come upon them, the dead might have returned.
Ove drew a blade from the folds of his sleeves and approached the stake.
To leave a body like this, with the head towards the
You
heavens,
do not have
is
crabs?
the becoming
Well,
of
that's
Draugr.
good to know.
You can see here.
He tapped the swollen leg of the corpse with a knife.
Even now, the corruption has begun. These bodies will soon welcome on life, and then we will have to kill our brothers and sisters, even if it is no longer truly them.
He shook his head sadly and began the grisly task of removing the nails from the warriors' hands and feet. Toril watched quietly, and then helped Ove take the body down and place it on the floor beside the others. Behind them, the pyre had grown and now covered much of the surface of the hill.
They will see this fire from Tronda.
Ove smiled sadly and patted her shoulder.
And when we return home, we shall feast to the memory of those we lost here.
Toril wiped her hands on her breeches and stared down the line of posts. Any sign of Bjarki or Ulfgar amongst the dead?
Inga searches now for them, but she will not find them here, I think.
She looked quizzically at the old warrior, but Ove simply shrugged.
This is not the fate reserved for Ulfgar. As for Bjarki, I suspect he would not let his body be caught like this, not by whoever haunts these hills.
You think he is still out there?
It is what the Jarl believes, and if anyone can hide himself away in a place like this, it's Bjarki.
Then why not return to us if he is still alive and free?
I do not have all the answers, girl. And in this place, I can see as much as you. It is just a feeling, that is all. Perhaps Inga will come upon their bodies both, and then we can mourn their passing with the rest of them. But until then, I sense there is more to come for both Bjarki and Ulfgar.
Halvor will want us to continue on, won't he?
He will not let this go unpunished, and he will not leave Bjarki to suffer the same fate.
Ove raised a hand and gestured to the bodies still bound to the poles.
There must be a bloodening now, and vengeance for our fallen. Halvor will bring violence to those who have done this.
Toril nodded and watched as another body was removed from its stake. Good. Vengeance it shall be.
Crabs.
They watched from the hills as the pyre was lit, and great plumes of smoke blew across the valley, aiding the dead in their journey beyond. It was Inga that first recited the words of Hjalmar's song. She had found Eiks's body with the rest of them, and the words rung out cold from her mouth. Flies from the south, the famished raven, fly with himself the fallow eagle. On the flesh of the fallen, I shall feed them no more. On my body both will batten now. The sad notes of a taggle harper joined her voice, and then the soft rhythmic beat of a drum too. Toril watched as the flames roared across the hastily built pyre, and felt her heart go hard at the thought of her fallen raid mates. To survive the sword of the Bretons and Njord's angry seas, only to be slaughtered on a strange island far from home. She scowled. Ove's predictions be damned. She would see her kin avenged, and she would see Tronda again. When the last note of Hjalmar's song faded, the company put the funeral pyre behind them and set off towards the mountain pass. Sigurd made sure there was always a sword and shield between Halvor and the empty hills, but the Jarl ignored his mothering and moved speedily to the front of the band. The remaining pathfinders fanned out, occupying both the high and low ground surrounding the Norsemen. They would not be caught out by those who had put
Billy, thank you for the follow.
It was sometime
Appreciate
after
it.
noon that one of the scouts returned, in a state of nervous excitement. He was quickly taken aside by Halvor, who questioned him intensely before being sent back out into the hills. Something is afoot. Inga shifted her shield over her shoulder and watched as the pathfinder disappeared up a rocky outcrop. Halvor signalled to a band of veterans and soon had them following in the scouts' footsteps. The warriors were less light of step, and smaller rocks and stones rolled down the side of the hill, causing a groan from the disgruntled warriors closest. When the scout returned, with his escort of veterans in tow, he was carrying a small
Anybody else in here play this?
Toril tried to get a proper look at it, but whatever it was lay hidden beneath a bundle of rags. Let's see what he's found, said Inga, pushing her way to the front of the company. Toril and Ove followed, ignoring the cursed complaints of the other Norsemen as they navigated through the press. Halvor was standing with Sigurd and Tommen, staring down into the bundle, a strange look on his face. The scout was talking rapidly into his ear, but it was clear that Halvor wasn't listening. He placed a hand into the rags and retrieved the object, lifting it above his head for all to see.
This is what we face in this God's forsaken place,
He spat at the ground and rotated his hand so all the gathered warriors could get a proper look.
Must be the
Truly,
rhyming
it is a being
disease.
cursed.
The Jarl's fingers were wrapped around the pale white surface of a skull. Though distinctly human, the shape was warped, and the cranium jutted out unevenly. The
Oh,
forehead was sloped
Chevy.
and smooth, and elongated in a manner that seemed almost serpentine. Toril
You
felt her stomach
weirdo.
churn as she gazed into its empty sockets. Behind her, she heard the Christians praying frantically to their dying god, before they were forced into silence by their captors.
Behold the beast!
Halvor turned the skull in his hands and stared into its ever-smiling face, before letting it fall from his grasp.
And what awaits it?
He stomped a foot down hard, smashing the skull to pieces, and then rolled his shoulders.
Only the godless could do this to themselves. Only the godless could force their skulls to such a shape to mimic the unfit and deformed.
He sneered in disgust, then pointed at what remained of the white bones.
We will see the same thing repeated 1,000 times if needed.
With that, he turned his back on the company and strode towards the crags. The warriors followed him without
Well, at
hesitation,
least you're confident
and two
about it.
horsemen jogged up the last hill before the opening of the ravine. But when they reached the summit, even Halvor was forced to take pause. A low muttering spread amongst the ranks as more of the company came into view of the grey walls of the mountain pass.
This I did not see. How did I not see this?
Before them, on either side of the mouth of the ravine, the rock walls had been cut and chiseled. Two great carvings looked down upon them. Hewn from the surface of the rock itself, the shapes formed were almost as tall as the crag itself. The artist evidently had some skill, and the representations were almost lifelike. Toril felt her skin crawl as she gazed upon the first of the two carvings. On the left of the passage, a great snake stretched out across the length of the wall. Its coils were wrapped around a depiction of the mountain itself, while its angular head stared down on the entrance to the passage, its massive fangs exposed. The carver had somehow managed to create the impression of colour without its use, and Toril could almost see the silver scales of the beast beneath the sea once more. In contrast, the other engraving seemed more primitive. Rather than the smooth corners of the serpent's depiction, the angles used were all sharp and rough, at times obscuring parts of the carving entirely. Despite that, Toril could still make out most of the piece. It depicted a man sitting on his haunches, with his legs crossed. His one hand was raised, with two fingers extended to the heavens, while the other was pointed downward, towards the ground beneath his feet. As Toril got closer, she could just make out the poorly hewn shapes of more serpentine bodies wrapped around his own.
Eels,
said Ove as they approached. He was right. What she'd mistaken for snakes were, in fact, dozens of eels covering his skin like armor.
This is an old faith.
Ove made the mark of the Fae with his one hand and pulled his axe from his belt with the other. You have encountered these images before? Toril frowned at the veteran and then stared back up at the carvings as they walked beside them.
This one, yes.
Ove pointed to the man and his armor of eels.
But this...
He screwed up his eyes and stared at the snake.
I have not seen something like this before. Not even on my journeys to the land in the west.
Who is the man? The shield maiden stepped onto the sand that made up the floor of the ravine and helped Ove down from the rocky ledge beside her.
He is a figure from prehistory. Neruk, Elil, Nergal, the destroying flame. He has gone by many names and has had many worshippers. His time has passed, though, with the coming of the Christians and the worshippers of Allah.
The destroying flame. Toril clenched her jaw and took one last look at the carving of Neruk. His eyes seemed to follow her, and she felt she was being watched even when it was finally gone from sight. A shout from behind her stopped her in her tracks, and the whole company turned to see what had caused the commotion. Henrik and Ava were trying to pull the Christians into the ravine, but they had dug their heels in and wouldn't go any further. Toril saw her own slave pulling at Henrik, sheer panic in his eyes, while the others had fallen to their knees and were begging their captors not to force them to continue.
On your feet!
Henrik shouted. He smashed a meaty palm into her slave's face and dragged him through the sand. The others grabbed onto the Viking's legs, slowing him to a halt and giving her own slave enough time to get back to his feet.
They will kill them,
said Ove, but Toril was already moving towards the huddle of bodies. Enough! She called as Henrik kicked his knee into the lanky Christian's face. The man sputtered blood and grabbed his nose as a moan erupted from his throat. She lifted her sword threateningly when Henrik caught her eyes. He is mine! She pointed her blade towards her slave and nodded. I will not have you kill him because he has slowed you down. He shrugged.
They will not go any further.
I will take him. If he does not come, then I will punish him as I see fit, with blade or fist, but it will be my blade or fist. Henrik shrugged again, but let go of her slave and took a step back.
Be it on you.
Toril nodded and grabbed the slave by his collar. Understanding seemed to have dawned on him, and he did not resist, knowing that his life was truly at risk. She prodded him forward with her shield and walked him back towards Ove. What's gotten into them? Inga joined her as she guided her slave. She stank like spirits and smoke. I don't know. They are scared easily, these Christians. Or they know something we do not. Inga cackled and swigged deeply from her flask. Toril couldn't see where she'd placed her sword or shield, but she wasn't in the mood for a fight. Her slave seemed to have calmed, and the other prisoners had followed after him, preferring to face their fears than face a beating from an angry Norseman. She watched him carefully as they walked through the opening to the ravine, and saw that he was talking softly to himself, reciting what seemed to be the same words over and over. He was at prayer, she realized. She glanced at the other Christians and saw that they were doing the same thing. She didn't know why, but it made a shiver run down her spine. Halvagen.
Dun, dun, dun.
The ravine opened up until there was enough space for the company to walk side by side without touching the walls. Halvor stayed at the front and sent roving bands of warriors forward, sometimes joining them himself. His voice became a near constant feature as noon turned to late afternoon. He shouted reassurances and words of praise, of vengeance and anger. It was only when dusk fell and his voice grew hoarse that silence fell over the warriors. That skull, said Thoril, as Halvor called them to a halt for the day. How did it come to be shaped in such a way? Ove clicked his teeth and dropped his shield and bedroll to the ground.
It is through binding that such deformities occur. I have seen it once before, though not to such an extent. As an infant, the skull is bound with rope and cloth. The pressure forces the head to grow in such a way, or the child dies, one or the other.
Why would anyone do such a thing? Inga slumped down on the ground beside Toril and made a face. To risk death, only to be rewarded with deformity. It is madness. Ove stretched his back out and yawned.
It is beyond me. It was a long time ago that I last saw it, and the man I had seen was already dead, so he could not answer my questions.
Inga chuckled and rolled onto her side to stare at Toril. The Christians seemed troubled by it. Go on, ask yours what he fears. Toril turned her head to her slave and watched as he chewed on the dry meat she'd provided. The man's eyes met her own for a second, before he lowered his head and focused on his meagre dinner. Ask him, Ove. Toril rubbed her hands together and nodded to the old warrior. Maybe it will help us figure out where we find ourselves.
It is not so easy.
Ove frowned.
These Bretlanders speak in dialects I am not familiar with.
Try. Toril took a bite from her own supper and chewed it slowly, gesturing to Ove as she swallowed. Ove sighed and walked towards her slave, who ignored him until he felt a boot prod him gently in the side. The veteran knelt down on his haunches and started speaking in the Bretlander tongue, using his hands to articulate and emphasize points when communication seemed to break down. After a while, once the first fires had been built, Ove rose from his knees and wandered back over to them. And? Ove eased onto his haunches and palmed his hands.
Neruk, the old god, carved into the mountain. The Christians think he is someone else.
Inga rolled her eyes. Who do they say he is? Another god who dies?
Adir Melek, the blasphemer. I had not heard of him until now, but they believe he is a servant of the devil, and that this is the way to hell.
Servants of the devil, ancient gods, and the path to Nastront itself. Inga lay on her back. What are we to believe, Wolfe? Perhaps they are the same thing. Not you, too. Inga kicked dirt towards her and laughed. You are always the one telling Ofe and Ulfgar off for their stories. Troubled Toril. Now you believe them. I do not say that they are real, just that they represent the same thing. She crossed her legs and put her hands between them. The night air was bringing with it a chill, and smaller fires would soon be lit all around the camp. Inga rolled onto her stomach and stared out into the night. They had stopped where the ravine grew widest, and the towering walls were less imposing. Inga traced the movement of their scouts, following their torches as they moved alongside the edge of the ravine. Great shadows hung to the sides of the incline, and it was only when one of the torches grew closer to one that she saw it was not a shadow, but a gaping hole in the side of the rock. There were dozens of them, scattered all about the valley. She squinted against the darkness and watched as one of the torches disappeared down a tunnel, only to reappear moments later at another tunnel further along. This place is a never-ending maze. I will be glad to see it behind us, if we ever make it off this island. Toril nodded, but Ove remained quiet, deep in thought. He remained like that, even when the smaller fires were lit, even when Inga and Toril were wrapped up in their bedrolls, fast asleep. Wake up, Toril! Get up! Toril awoke with a jerk and instinctively went for her sword. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she saw Inga sitting over her, her eyes wide and a nervous look on her face. What is it? She wiped the sleep from her own eyes and rested on her elbows. Ove was nowhere to be seen, but the rest of the camp was being woken up by sentries and those who couldn't sleep. Listen. She listened. It was soft at first, barely a sound on the edge of hearing. But as she focused, it grew louder, until it was all she could hear. A low moan, punctuated by silence, carried itself across the camp, repeating itself over and over. What is that? She moved into a sitting position and stared into the night. At first I thought it was the wind echoing through those tunnels, but then it got clearer. Inga shifted until she was kneeling beside her and touched her arm with a hand. Toril, it is a person, someone in great pain calling out. Where is Ofe? Toril dragged herself up from the ground, her tiredness forgotten. He is with Halfor. He thinks it might be Ulfgar, but who is to say? Inga joined her standing, and the two started walking towards the camp's perimeter. The rest of the company was wide awake by the time Halvor had planned on a course of action. His scouts had moved out the moment the voice on the wind made itself heard, and had identified one of the tunnels as the source. Sigurd and a band had already moved into the tunnel, and the rest of the company would follow.
It is Bjarki, or Ulfgar, or both.
The Jarl stood by the fire in the center of the camp and stared into the gathered faces.
It does not matter. It is one of us, and we will not let his cries go unanswered.
The gathered Norsemen were in full battle gear, their shields held at the ready. Many of them had applied ochres and paints to their faces, and only their eyes shone out beneath blood-red visages.
Sigurd leads the vanguard. His veterans will mark a trail for us to follow. Then we will have our vengeance, and these vile beings will know that Halvor and his blooded have fallen upon them.
He raised his axe and let out a guttural howl, thumping his shield as the rest of the band joined him. Toril found herself howling with the rest of the party, and the weight of days fell from her shoulders. Finally, they would confront the enemy face to face. Finally, they would bring steel to flesh and release the frustration that had followed them since landing on the island. She would follow Halvor into the tunnels, and she would bloody her blade once more. She accepted the torch offered to her as she walked past the fire in Halvor's wake and moved into a jog beside Inga and Ove. The other shield maiden had a look of glee on her face. No doubt she was running through the same emotions she was. But Ove only smiled sadly when she glanced at him. He was too caught up in his stories, in his games of fate, and the will of the gods. The will of the gods was with them, and with their hero Halvor. How else could they perform such feats of strength and courage against the Bretlanders? How else could they survive the storms thrown at them? Even the Christians, with their miracles, could not compete with the chosen bloodied of Halvor. The entire company moved towards the tunnels, and Toril even saw the slaves being pushed along in the direction of the entrance. They would all bear witness to the whetting of her sword. She gripped her shield closer to her chest as the warriors were forced to press together. The tunnel entrance was narrower than it looked, and she smelt burnt hair as the Norsemen bunched up. The air grew hot, and sweat quickly soaked her undershirt. Beneath her feet, the rock was smooth, and she could feel a slight incline. They were heading underground. The tunnel grew wider the deeper they went, and soon there was enough space for the band to move unhindered by one another. Halvor waved the Norseman forward and took stock of his surrounds. The walls around them were smooth, as though the result of a current or stream. Small passages ran along the side of the main tunnel, but none of them were foolish enough to explore lest they lose the main party. Sigurd had been true to his word. Red paint stained the walls, marking out his path ever downward. The sound of suffering continued as they mapped out the tunnels, growing louder as they explored its depths. It wasn't long before Tora wanted to cover her ears or to scream loudly, anything to block out the noise. She could see the others were growing uncomfortable with it too, but with Halvor in the lead, they plodded on regardless. By the time the tunnel ended, becoming one great cavernous chamber, the groaning voice was all anyone could hear. Toril ground her teeth as they emerged from the passageway and lifted her torch up to fully see the hall. The light flickered as a cold current blew through the gallery, and she turned to see about a dozen other tunnels lined up beside the one they just come from. They'd have openings all across the island, she had no doubt about it. She spotted another of Sigurd's red spots of paint, marking out their route so that they did not get lost, and then turned to take in the chamber. The light of their torches barely illuminated the walls closest to them, let alone the hall itself, and Toril found herself staring into pitch black on all sides.
Where is Sigurd?
Inga had to shout above the reverberating groan that seemed to come from every passageway at once.
He must be here!
Her own voice sounded thin and soft, but her friend nodded anyway. Rather than shout again, Toril pointed to Jarl Halvor, and they both started to walk towards him. Before they reached him, Inga raised a hand and turned to Toril. She pointed to an ear and frowned. Almost as quickly as it had begun, the groaning voice on the wind had gone quiet. Is that the good thing? Inger bit her lower lip and watched to see how the Jarl would respond. Halvor raised a hand, bringing the company to a halt, and tilted his head. He stood like that for a moment, listening to the darkness. It was only then that Toril saw a flicker of movement amongst the shadows made by their torches. She squinted and lifted her own torch higher to dispel the void that surrounded them. Her breath caught in her mouth as another figure moved within the shadows, and then another. Just beyond the orange glow, shapes had begun to emerge, dozens of them, until the whole cavern seemed filled with darting forms, moving in and out of the light. Toril could make out faces now, as the inhabitants of the cave grew more brazen. Wrapped in cloth and bound by rope, the leering visages that greeted her were misshapen and deformed, like the skull they'd uncovered in the valley. To see such disfigurement brought to life made her stomach churn, and she felt herself shrink back behind her shield. They carry no weapons. Toril looked and watched as one of the figures stepped into the light, before disappearing once again. Inger was right. The man was unarmed and unarmoured. Aside from the rags he wore and the head bindings, he carried nothing. We will make short work of this. The shield maiden grinned beneath her own torch and strode forward more confidently than before. Despite the appearance of the Watchers, they made little attempt to attack or slow the war party. They kept to the edges of the light and tracked them as they moved deeper and deeper into the cavern. Toril noticed more tunnels on the walls, and some even on the floor beneath them. She was sure there were more above their heads, but the ceiling was shrouded in a darkness not even the light of their fires could push back. More of the deformed figures appeared from these passages, but they kept their distance, content to watch Halvor and his bloodied move through the cavern. Toril felt her foot step in something wet and stared down at a small pool of water, then dragged her boot out and tried to kick it dry. Orve was knelt down beside another of the puddles, his brow furrowed.
It is salt water.
But we are taste from the sea.
Maybe. But these tunnels, we do not know how deep they go, or what lies beneath the island. They may be flooded by the sea when it storms.
She cared little about the comings and goings of the tide, or for flooding tunnels, provided she was not there when next it happened. The puddles of water grew more numerous and larger. She was sure she saw movement within some of the black pools, silver shapes writhing within their depths, but when she looked closer, there was nothing. Inger was the first to notice a change in the ground beneath their feet. She let out a groan and pointed her torch at the floor. Toril felt her hackles raise as something broke under her boots. The others were noticing it too, and even Halvor spat in disgust. The floor was littered with hundreds of bones, and one could hardly make out the ground beneath them. It was like staring at some carved shoreline. Toril saw more of the warped skulls, elongated and serpentine in shape, but there were others too. The skeletons of all manner of beasts blanketed the chamber and cracked beneath their feet as they moved over them. The Watchers maintained their distance, but seemed less rushed to get out of the Norseman's way, and Halvor nearly caught one with the side of his axe. Others darted back into the tunnels whenever the band made to attack them, but it was clear they were readying for a fight. When they had walked for some time over the bone carpet, Halvor called the party to a halt.
Listen,
he said, as his warriors sipped from their flasks and wiped the sweat from their brows. Deep inside the cavernous chamber, Toril could hear the sound of a drum ringing out. It beat out a slow rhythm, but the sound was unmistakable. Another sound joined that of the percussion, a low hum that seemed to echo through the tunnels.
Where did they go?
Uskar turned to the gathered warriors and waved a hand at the empty tunnels. He was right. The Watchers had disappeared, leaving only the Vikings in the chamber. The drumbeat upped its tempo, and Toril felt the hair on the back of her neck rise as a foul voice joined it. It droned out words she could not understand, but the meaning was clear. Death. The end. Other voices joined it, singing out from a great distance, but closing in with every chanted note.
Shield wall!
Halvor called, dropping his own flask and lifting his axe. His warriors rushed to obey, and wood clashed against wood as the Vikings joined in a defensive formation. The shadows around them started to move, but this time, the figures were not content to hide away. They raced towards the band, charging across the bone floor, even as their feet were cut to shreds by the jagged remains. The voice in the chamber reached a sickening crescendo, and suddenly, hundreds of torches were lit all around them, finally illuminating the chamber entirely. Toril nearly balked at the sight. The bone floor stretched out as far as she could see, and there was no visible end to the cavern itself. She'd been right about the tunnels above their heads. The ceiling was covered by them, as was large swathes of the floor. What caused her to flinch, however, was the sheer number of figures that were bearing down on them. There were hundreds. Some were hunched over, their deformities afflicting more than just their skulls, while others seemed small and ungainly on their feet. It didn't matter, unarmed or not. She didn't know if they could be beaten. Halvor beat his axe against his shield in a steady tempo, over the sound of the drum in the depths. He glanced at his warriors and grinned. This was what Halvor was made for, overcoming the odds and proving the gods favoured him. Toril felt her nerves calm, even as the cave dwellers bore down on them. She dropped her torch, no longer needing it, and drew her sword. Halvor leaned into his shield, as did the rest of the company. When the horde of deformed monstrosities met the shield wall, it was with a blood-curdling scream, followed by the crump of bones breaking and flesh being torn. Toril threw her weight behind her shield and stabbed out between the narrow gap formed between her and Inger's shield. She was rewarded with a garbled cry, and the pressure against her arm was relieved, before another body flung itself at her. She repeated the process again and again, until her arm grew tired, but still she carried on. Blood covered the floor, running in a steady stream across the bones, and still they carried on. Jarl Halvor shouted out orders, pushing the press ever forward as they butchered their way through Fritjof's murderers. The savage people that inhabited the cave were unrelenting, despite their losses, despite their lack of weapons. They used their numbers against the Norse, and Toril saw more than one of her brothers pulled down by their sheer weight, before the shield wall closed around the gap again. When she felt she could not lift her sword again, and the sweat in her eyes was blurring her vision, the attack finally faltered. The steady beat of the drum in the distance finally fell silent, and the only sound was the bark of Halvor and the screams of those who fell beneath their blades.
Finish!
Halvor cried, breaking from the shield wall. He swung his axe in a vicious arc, dispatching 2 foes in as many seconds, then catching another with the back of his boot. He smashed his shield down into the mutant's skull until it stopped moving.
With the all!
The shield wall broke, releasing 20 angry Norsemen upon the thinning ranks of the cave dwellers. Toril charged out with Inger, leaving Orve to deal with the wounded abhorrents strewn across the battleground. Tired as she was, she felt her strength renewed at the thought of avenging her fallen raid mates, and of bringing this cult of death to an end. Her sword slashed at exposed necks and chests, arms and legs, until all she saw was blood. It was only when the last of the death worshippers had disappeared down the tunnels, and the beating drum had faded for good, that she heard the soft, sibilant whisper. She glanced around her and saw that others had noticed it too. Most of the warriors were standing still now, listening to the wind, and Toril was gladdened to see so many of their number left. She flinched as the hissing sound grew louder and turned back to the tunnels that surrounded the chamber. Theodoric was walking towards the nearest opening, his head cocked to the side as he sought out the source, while the rest of the company slowly edged back towards Halvor. Any ideas?
You have already seen it. You know what lurks beneath the tide.
Orve closed his eyes and shrugged.
Now we must meet it.
Toril crinkled her brow and held back a snarl at the old man's words. It is... Her words were cut off by a cry of alarm and then a high-pitched scream. She turned towards the tunnels in time to see a flicker of silver and the smooth scales of a gigantic form as it moved past the nearest opening. A giant tail appeared for a moment, and then it was gone, leaving an opening as empty as it was a moment before. Toril felt her heart pounding in her chest, and her legs started to shake beneath her. Theodoric was running back towards them, a look of primal fear on his usually stoic features.
It is Jormungandr! The Midgard serpent is here!
Halvor shook his head, but gripped his axe tight in his hand.
Stand fast!
He cried, but his voice wavered and his face was pale.
We are Odin's kin, and we do not run!
From the tunnels all around them, another wave of figures appeared. They started to sing in that strange tongue of theirs, and Toril could hear the drum pick up its beat in the distance again. Her whole body was shaking now, as fear gripped her heart. She thought it would stop entirely, but a hand clutched her shoulder gently, and she turned to find Orve smiling at her.
We must not fear this.
The hiss was growing louder, and it seemed to come from all the passages at once.
Soon, we will either feast in the halls of our fathers, or we will kill this thing and become like gods ourselves.
She took a deep breath and nodded, somehow conjuring up a smile for Orve. The old warrior patted her on the shoulder again, and then joined the shield wall beside her. When the great serpent finally appeared, it was from one of the holes above the gathered Norsemen. The beast pushed through debris, sprinkling them all with stone and dust, before it thrust its head out into the open. Toril nearly cried out, but kept her fears in check as the giant snake slithered out into the cavern. The creature was impossibly large, its head the length and breadth of a longship, while its body seemed without end. Row upon row of fangs emerged from behind black gums, and massive red orbs stared out from its arrowhead-like face. Two muscular appendages hung from the beast's sides, and ended in sharp claws the size of a man. The silver scales that covered it were a mess of scars, and massive cuts long since healed. What creature could do such a thing to such a beast? Toril wondered as it lowered itself to the ground. All around them, the snake worshippers were emerging, chanting and cheering as the serpent moved closer to the Norsemen. Some were foolish enough to get too close to the snake and were crushed beneath its coils. Others moved to flank the serpent and encircled the Vikings so that there was no clear route of escape. Though, by the look on Halvor's face, escape was not on his mind. The Norseman rolled his shoulders and tested the sharpness of his blade against his forearm.
You see this?
He raised his arm and nodded to the thin stream of blood running along it.
This blood is the blood of Norse, of Odin's son. It is the blood of Freya and of Vali. It is the blood of Baldur. This blood is the same blood that will course through Tur when Ragnarok comes, and Fenris and Jormungandr light fire to the world. It is like poison to the beast.
He looked over his shoulder at the approaching serpent and the gathering cultists.
Now, help me kill it!
His warriors moved in behind him, still in shock at the sight of the serpent, but emboldened by his words. Halvor seemed to grow before them, his size and strength swelling to match his words. For a moment, it seemed that they could perform this impossible task, that they could slay this beast with axe and sword, with spear and shield. Indeed, when Halvor moved into a loping run, his axe raised and a war cry on his lips, it seemed an inevitability. Toril chased after him, her own sword raised, howling and cursing with the rest of the band as they closed on the serpent. The creature hesitated, unused to being attacked, unused to anything but fear. It gave Halvor the time he needed to make the last few meters. He leapt into the air, pushing aside the cultists who scrambled into his way, and embedded his axe in the serpent's side. The beast lashed out, but Halvor had already rolled out of the way and retrieved a short blade from his belt. Then the rest of them were on it. Toril stabbed deep into the creature's quivering flesh, yanking her sword back and vomiting as the stench of rotten fish erupted from the wound. She wiped her mouth and fell back before the thing could slam its tail down on where she'd just been. Others thrust their blades into the creature's flank, while the rest took to clearing up the horde of the Fawn that was still biting at their heels. She caught sight of Halvor crawling up the snake's flank, using his stabbing blade like a climbing tool, and then he was gone, hidden behind the beast's lashing body. Inga crashed in beside her and cut down with her blade, piercing through flesh and bone. She grinned madly at Toril, and then rolled out of the way before the serpent could react. The Norsemen were clinical in their approach, and dozens of the snake worshippers were killed, even as the serpent itself was cut to a bloody mess. Still, the beast's skin was thick, and its scales deflected much of the damage done. Uskar was the first to fall. He lingered too long trying to retrieve his spear from the snake's chest. The beast didn't even use its fangs to kill him. It simply smashed its head down against the ground he was standing on, leaving nothing but a red paste behind. The next to fall was Theodoric. Encouraged by the Jarl's actions, he tried to clamber up the side of the snake in order to get close to its head. His hand slipped against the smooth scales, and he tumbled to the ground, only to be crushed beneath the serpent's claws. For a while, they fought like heroes, battling back both serpent and cultist. Blood ran like rivers from the creature's flanks, and great welts had formed all along its chest. The warriors learned to move and duck out of the way whenever it slammed its body against the ground, and roll out of range of its massive claws. Toril fought harder than she'd ever fought before, and was rewarded time and time again as blood spewed out from the creature's wounds. Even the serpent's worshippers began to doubt the strength of their god, and a great cry went up each time one of the Vikings impaled the beast. But the creature was old, and it had fought many battles. When it finally caught sight of Halvor climbing between its scales, the serpent struck with blinding speed. The Jarl let out a cry as the creature caught him between its jaws, and a massive fang penetrated his chest. Toril nearly dropped her sword and fled, but anger coursed through her at the last second, and she found herself slashing out at the beast violently. To his credit, when Halvor died, it was with a sword in his hands and a howl on his lips. Even as the serpent tore the life from him, he sunk his knife deep into the creature's gums, causing it to thrash madly before it flung the lifeless corpse across the bone fields. Halvor's Bloodied fought on for a while longer, but with each moment that passed, another of their number fell. Norsemen were consumed whole by the creature's gaping maw, crushed beneath its coils, or swarmed by the cultists. Tommen, then Ava, Henrik, and then Ove and Inga. All of them were butchered. Toril screamed in rage as a serpent killed them, until a hand pulled her away from the fight and she was running, fleeing from the end of the world, back the way she'd come. She didn't know where the torch had come from, but she held it out before her as she ran. The sounds of battle had long since faded, and all she could hear were her feet sloshing through puddles and cracking old bones. Those who had fled with her were dead. Caught by ambush after ambush of the serpent worshippers, only Toril remained. She had to survive. Only she could tell the saga of Halvor and his band of Bloodied. She paused at the entrance to one of the tunnels, and saw that a red mark had been painted on the wall. Sigurd, she thought, as she moved towards the entrance. She frowned and looked at the floor. She didn't remember there being bones at the entrance to the tunnel. Her torch still raised, she walked over to the next tunnel and saw that the same mark had been painted on its walls, and on the next, and the next. Toril shivered as the torch began to flicker. She didn't have long before it went out. Gritting her teeth to hold back the fear that threatened to overwhelm her, she moved on. If she could just find the right tunnel, she had a chance. In the depths of the cavern, a drum began to beat.
Always with the drums.
You've been listening to The Bone Field by Mitchell Lutie, performed by Anna Capraro and Scott Miller. Production copyright for Sentinel Creatives.
That night back home. 1 Chapter 1. The road turned rough 5 minutes after the bus cleared the turnpike. Jarring the last few passengers like pennies in a jar, the bus juddered ahead.
Having your horror book read by a AI robot is not a good idea. In fact, that's a terrible, terrible idea.
Decay by J.C. Moore. Mr. Cotter had nearly finished his luncheon when he remembered suddenly that it was his 73rd birthday and decided that he would celebrate it by a walk in his woods. No one had reminded him of the occasion, and his post had consisted merely of the usual batch of accounts rendered, and a disquieting note from his bank manager asking him to call next time he was in town. For the old Squire of Cottersham was something of a recluse, and he lived alone, but for his housekeeper and 2 maids, in the gloomy, isolated Georgian manor. His wife had died 20 years ago, and he was childless. None of his relations troubled him, except with brief letters or cards at Christmas time, for everybody knew that he was heavily in debt, and that Cottersham was mortgaged up to the hilt of its value. So Mr. Cotter was allowed to go his own quiet way towards senility, happy with his trees and his garden and his books. It had drizzled for most of the previous week, and he had hardly been out at all. Today it was fine at last, and a silver-grey quietness of early October possessed the countryside. The brown leaves spun down from the treetops without the ghost of a wind to speed their parting. It was a muggy, heavy, somehow ominous day. Mr. Cotter took his favourite ash plant from the hall and went out into the garden. Last night's rain still shone on the laurel leaves and softened the colours of the autumn flowers in the beds. There was a faint mist at the farthest edge of the wide lawn. Mr. Cotter paused halfway down the path for a chat with Daniel,
Mr. Cotter,
who was planting daffodil bulbs in a border. Daniel was cheerful and confident, as befitted one who was engaged in laying up a store of April gold. We ought to have a nice show in the spring, he said. Yes, good. Those dahlias look nice, Daniel. A fine lot, sir. For 20 yards, the dahlias blazed yellow and dark red, an epitome of autumn's splendour. They wove themselves into a rich pattern, like a carpet of Isfahan, intricately made to delight the critical eye of Hassan the confectioner. Yet somehow, for Mr. Cotter, theirs was a disturbing loveliness. They were arrogant and defiant because they saw the leaves fading on the trees and knew that winter, with its withering frosts, crept closer every day. Their defiance was a gesture of brave hopelessness, such as men make when they laugh and sing in the face of death. Mr. Cotter wished that instead of autumn it was springtime, with the earliest bees in his garden and the dancing delight of daffodils, swinging their little golden suns in the wind, and he and Daniel listening each day to hear the first chiff-chaff. For there was hope and bright certainty about the April days, and only a terrible and insecure beauty about October. Once he had loved it, but that was long ago, when he was young, and when winter meant hunting and wildfowling, and had no connection with bronchitis, no sinister connotation with the steady onward march of decay. Mr. Cotter turned away from his dahlias and went down the path towards the woods. Previous Cotters, living in England's prosperous days, had scorned alike greedy adventuring into newly found lands, and safer but just as profitable operations on the soaring stock markets. The former they had regarded as legalized piracy, the latter as an ungentlemanly affair, little better than usury. They had been chiefly soldiers and scholars, and when they returned from their honest trade of war, or from the pursuit of knowledge in continental universities, they had always been content to settle in their Codsham backwater, where they shot and hunted, bred shire horses, and planted trees. Today, the great woods of Cottersham were their living memorial, but every sizable oak, beech or larch had a grim price upon it, and lived only for so long as Ralph Cotter could afford to pay the interest on the mortgage. Each tree had a chip cut out of its bark, and a number painted on the white scar. It was the first mark of the axe, as death, watching and waiting, will touch with his cold finger this man and that one, while the victim still laughs and goes among his fellows. Mr. Cotter decided that this afternoon he would walk through the plantation. It was a young wood compared with the rest of Cottersham. Mr. Cotter's father had planted it 50 years ago, a mixture of larch and Scotch pine, and since then Ralph Cotter had thinned out some of the pine and put in quick-growing Douglas fir among the larches. The older woods around about consisted chiefly of deciduous trees. Beech and oak and hornbeam mingled their branches in masses half a mile deep. Little birches, as graceful as gazelles, made up the smaller coppices. Old dreamy elms and sanctimonious horse chestnuts formed an avenue down the drive and stood aloofly in the parkland. But of all his woods, the plantation was Mr. Cotter's favourite, perhaps because the larches and the young firs grew quickly and permitted an old man to watch the results of his handiwork, whereas the stolid oaks elsewhere took no account of human mortality, reckoning mankind's allotted 70 years and 10 but half of their youth, and demanding as much again the year they came to maturity. Mr. Cotter did not plant oak nowadays, because he knew that long before it was sapling size he would be no more than mould for it. And he walked chiefly among his spruces and firs and larches and pines, and watched them grow up as he tended them. For other reasons besides, he loved these woods the best. The conifers gave out a sweet, resinous smell, and their needles were soft underfoot. There was no riotous undergrowth, no tangle of hazel and briars to trip an old man up, or flip twigs catapult-like into his eyes. Only the straight brown regimented trunks rose up all around him like a bodyguard. He knew them all so well that he could tell offhand how tall a tree was without looking up to the top of it. He knew their moods too, how they seemed to change their colour from hour to hour and season to season, as no other trees could change. How they were rosy at dawn, and
Poor
gold
little
at clear
sheepies out
sunset,
in the snow.
tawny on bright days and sepia on sombre ones, black in wet weather, and purplish in the late dusks of summer. They had a shade for every mood, and a mood for every person, so that their swaying branches mourned when a man was sad, and they laughed in their windy tops when he was merry, for they were friendly and sympathetic trees. They were not impartial and aloof like the oaks, nor cold and queenly like the beeches. They seemed to know how one felt when one walked among them, and to match their spirit to one's own. Only one of their moods was wilful and incomprehensible, and they showed it but rarely. 2 or 3 times a year, when the great winds came, they went suddenly mad. Then their topmost branches sobbed and shrieked like demoniac violins, crying aloud with a pain that was like the agony of poets when loveliness tears at their hearts. And yet close to the ground, where the trunks rose up straightly, there was always a queer and expectant stillness, so that to stand there was like being sheltered and secure in a monastery around which the turbulent world went its vain and noisy and terrible way. Perhaps, thought Mr. Cotter on these occasions, Cottersham was his hushed cloister, at whose gates a new world clamoured insistently, a world born in conflict and unrestful as the sea, a world of which he knew nothing, but which would soon engulf him and swamp his quietude in a swirling, choking flood. Walking between his larches today, Mr. Cotter recognized them all as old friends. Had he not personally superintended each thinning for over 30 years, weighing up the merits of this tree against the merits of that one? Had he not planted many of them with his own hands, and watched them grow from foot-high seedlings to trees 40 foot tall? Had he not guarded them, season by season, from high winds, by planting a shelter belt of sycamore, from autumn and spring frosts, from smothering by their light greedy brothers, from drought and cockchafer and weevil and rabbits, and from all the other ills and perils of the forest? Whenever he went through his woods, Mr. Cotter looked out constantly for signs of his tree's enemies. Drooping seedlings hinted that cockchafers were busy, and Daniel would have to spend a day or 2 collecting the soft, obscene grub which bit off the roots with their sharp mandibles. Peeled stems might signify rabbits or voles, which must be trapped or excluded. Gnawed bark higher up the trees was a sign of the pine weevil, the little black beetle with the long snout and the 3 gold bars on his back. Daniel's children must be set the job of collecting them, and paid a penny for every 100 they took. Nipped cotyledons and larches girdled near the top was the work of the squirrels, but against them, the gay red fellows, Mr. Cotter would take no measures at all, and he willingly sacrificed to them a few dozen seedlings and maybe a grown tree or 2 every season, a tithe paid readily because of their sleek beauty and the frisking gaiety that was theirs. One more foe yet waged ceaseless battle against the trees. Mr. Cotter dreaded it and hated it more than all the others put together. It was stealthy and invisible, and but for a single month of the year was its actual presence seen. At other seasons only its results were manifest. The trees swelled and blistered, their bark peeled off, weeping slow trickles of turpentine. Their needles went yellow, dried up, and fell away. Soon the tree died, and still its assailant remained hidden, secret, unseen. Then, suddenly, on a dank October day, as if in horrible triumph, it blazed forth blatantly. A host of bright yellow toadstools appeared in clusters around the base of the tree, rising up out of the mould to mock the dead thing with their dreadful living parody of death. For when Mr. Cotter touched them with his foot, they collapsed stiffly, lost their flaming colour, and rotted, stinking. Mr. Cotter loathed them, not so much for what they did as for what they were. They produced in him a sort of queasiness, a definite nausea, and a strange and unreasoning fear. It was with a queer apprehension that he noticed this afternoon a yellow speckling on the ground, and realized that the season of the fungi had begun. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace as he walked towards it. They were toadstools right enough. They clustered round the trunk of a felled larch, and from a distance they looked like a patch of celandines or pimpernel flowering out of their time. But they had not the innocence of flowers. They were sophisticated and intrinsically evil. Even their gaudy colour was sinister, unhealthy, and obscene. Mr. Cotter remembered cutting down the larch last winter, because he had suspected then that the honey fungus was attacking it. He had felled it alone. That was before the doctor had forbidden such exercise, hinting grimly at an aortic aneurysm. Well, it might be. The doctor had asked questions which had nothing to do with Mr. Cotter's heart, and Mr. Cotter had smiled queerly in reply. The way of a man in his youth, doctor. One of the things which no man knows. That youth seemed so far away, so lost, so irrelevant, that it might have been somebody else's. Nothing to do with him. But here and there, amid the waste, was green memory. We pay, said Mr. Cotter shortly, accepting the unspoken verdict. So it wasn't this year, next year, sometime. The last possibility had been ruled out, and Mr. Cotter was afraid of death. If only he could believe, with the Christians, that it was but the opening of the gates into a new and delectable existence. But the supposition was ridiculous, unreasonable. Mr. Cotter had a mind trained on the taut logic of the Greeks and the sharp, cynical downrightness of Horace and Martial. Though he might subconsciously wish to do so, he steadfastly refused to play with the comforting nonsense about life in the hereafter. The theory was supported by a tittle of evidence. It was a dream of mystics and madmen, straw clutched at by men, drowning and afraid. Mr. Cotter would have nothing to do with it. At 73, he looked death straight in the face. But what a leering, hideous countenance it was. There was no beauty in it, and the very thought of it always terrified him. One's dust might dissolve into dust, help to build up new cells, new living creatures, in the old, unceasing roundabout of nature. But the soul, the vital spark, what became of that? Vacancy, just vacancy. There was the darkness and the despair. It was said that there came to old people a great peace, quietude of life's evening, so that they were enabled to await with equanimity the beckoning tap on the shoulder, which would come so inevitably, so soon. Mr. Cotter knew that it was a cruel lie. If any among mortals could face death calmly, it was the young, not the old, who could do so, for they felt perhaps, like Peter Pan, that it was a great adventure, the solution of the insoluble mystery, the answer to the unanswerable question. But Mr. Cotter did not want adventure, and he had long ago answered that question in his own mind. He wanted to stay in the world where trees faded yellow in autumn and budded green in the spring, where he could plant daffodil bulbs in September and be sure that a golden harvest would gladden his eyes in the following April. Now he could never be sure. He wouldn't go easily, he knew. He loved life still, after his own fashion. He would have to be cut down violently, torn away from it, like that tree, the last that he had felled. He remembered the manner of its falling. How it at first creaked a faint protest and trembled slightly when he put his shoulder against it. One more blow, he stood aside at right angles to the trunk. The larch swayed and began to creak more loudly. The creak became a deep groan, crackle, a long, sharp sob. Then suddenly, as it came down, it gave that long, high-pitched shriek, which all living trees give when they fall. A sound like the mandrake's mythical scream, that seems to be verily torn out of them, a sort of death rattle, a cry of their tortured spirit, which leaves them willingly. And then there was a crash. The brittle branches split with the sound of pistol shots as they met the ground. A host of little
Hi,
twigs
Glug.
crackled a chorus.
How are you, buddy?
And there followed a minute's deep silence, while the wood mourned the tree that had paid its last tribute to it. The creatures of the forest
How's your day going?
and listened to the stillness. At last, a jay screeched. The silence was over, the obsequies done. The larch, as a tree, was forgotten by the wood. It was become a log, and until it was cut up and taken away, the beetles might make their home under it.
Just starting another week of work.
Habitation there. That was death, thought Mr. Cotter. One just ceased, and life, pitiless, urgent, went on without one. He sat down on the trunk. He remembered that he had meant to have it cleared away, knowing that it was rotten and diseased. He had looked under the bark and had found there the thin, firm, ribbon-like mycelium of the fungus, which would spread quickly to the other trees. He ought to have told Daniel to take it away. When one was old, one was always forgetting things. Mr. Cotter sat still, listening, as was his habit, for the small sounds of bird and beast going about their affairs. There were none. The wood was strangely, disconcertingly still. No jay, no little owl, no scampering of mice, not even the cheering flash of a squirrel's bushy tail. There was a mist on the horizon that looked like wood smoke, a colour which is somehow the predominant motif of October eventides. The trunks of the larches were bluish too, like half-burned logs, and everything was silent and damp and dripping. Even the log on which Mr. Cotter sat felt wet and slimy when he touched it. He looked at the place where his hand was, and drew his hand suddenly away. He was touching a patch of silver-grey fungus, which had erupted on the bark. He had seen it before he sat down, but had thought that it was lichen, by which nature contrives to make certain dead things beautiful. But lichen was clean and dry, whereas this stuff was sticky and soft. Mr. Cotter wiped his fingers on his handkerchief and got up quickly. Dark was falling, and it was time to go home. In the house, beside the cheerful fire, he would read a book written by an old Roman poet long ago, and so forget unpleasant things. He swung his stick and started to walk briskly. But before he had gone 10 paces, he noticed that there was something curiously wrong with the trunk of the larch nearest to the fallen one, and went closer. to investigate it. He stood and stared. Then, with growing disquiet, his glance travelled to the other trees round about. The same strange rottenness had come to all of them. There were fungi everywhere. Their abundance and their diversity were such as Mr. Cotter had never seen before. Their forms were varied and horrible. Some grew out bracket-shaped on the trees, like huge soapy cheeses. Some had the shapes of toadstools and poked up venomous heads out of the soil at the base of the trunk. Some appeared like little blisters on the bark. They were snow white and spotted with skull and canary yellow and bright orange red. Mr. Cotter had seen the latter before. They reminded him unpleasantly of the year's fashionable colour of lipstick. He had been up to London last summer and had noticed with a shudder that all the girls in the streets looked as if they had walked in the October woods and kissed the horrible things, bearing away forever the ineradicable mark of their madness. But there were worse ones now than the orange fungi. There were some which were parchment colour, and maculated as if with some loathsome disease, and there were some more which were entirely colourless. These were neither white nor grey nor brown. The most that one could say of them was that they had a sort of greyish-yellow pallor, the colour of death, if that be a colour at all. Mr. Cotter had never seen them before, and a sudden unreasonable anger caused him to hit one of them with his stick. It bruised dreadfully, as if to show that it was alive, just alive, in its obscene and unhealthy way. It bruised bluish, then went green and yellow, like a rotting corpse, and dripped wet mildew down the tree trunk until it was nothing but a mass of slime, dripping and dripping, disintegrating altogether. Mr. Cotter stood and watched it, in fascinated horror. It was growing very dark in the wood. Mr. Cotter pulled himself together and turned away. He must get home. Trees stood closely round him and seemed to be hemming him in. He must hurry away from these nasty fancies. He walked for a few yards and perceived another of the grey fungi. Its thick, pallid bracket nearly girdled the tree on which it grew. Mr. Cotter raised his stout ash plant again and smote it. A piece chipped off it, and a bluish wheel where the stick had fallen. Horrible. All the trees must be rotten to the core. Mr. Cotter stepped aside and felt something crush underneath his foot. He looked down and saw that he had trodden on a brown puffball. It smoked still into the quiet air. Mr. Cotter kicked at it, slipped, put out a hand towards the tree trunk to steady himself, and touched the big grey fungus. It was cold and soft, and it felt dead. Mr. Cotter felt a horrible nausea rising within him, and with the nausea, a great fury, so that he lifted his stick and beat the fungus, aiming wild blows at it, one after another, until there was nothing left of it at all but pulp. Even as he slew it, he saw out of the corner of his eye another one at his left hand, and yet a third at his right. He ran at them and slashed them in turn.
Oh, I see.
And there were more on the furs behind him. He struck so hard that he broke the end of his stick.
I see how they managed that.
For he felt queerly that he could not stand suddenly quiet in the midst of those pulped grey things, smelling the rotten smell of them. Darkness fell, and Mr. Cotter's breath came shorter as he went into demoniac fury from tree to doomed tree, seeing his own doom in each, while the October mist rose up round the darkening boles, and the quiet wood watched. Today's story was Decay by J.C. Moore. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. Thanks once again for listening. Until next time, sweet dreams.
You're listening to The Bone Field by Mitchell Lutie, performed by Anna
for crying out
and
loud.
Scott Miller, produced by Citadel Studios.
Nothing like putting stuff in there more than once. Nothing like putting stuff in there more than once. Are there no short stories left in this list, or what? Hours upon hours upon hours. Dracula.
Does it in 80 minutes. It is really not far. Our fast train does it in 80 minutes. But so sequestered is the little valley in which I have made my solitary home, that I never go to town without the delicious sensation of poising my hand over a lucky bag full of old memories. In the train, I amuse myself by summoning up some of those ghosts of the past. The past not distant, but sufficiently remote in atmosphere from my present to be invested with a certain sentimental glamour. Perhaps I shall meet you, or you, but never yet have I succeeded in guessing what London held up her sleeve for me. She has that happiest of tricks, without which paradise will be dull indeed. The trick of surprise. In London, if in no other place, it is the unexpected that happens. For me, Fleet Street is the scene par excellence of these adventurous encounters. And it was in Fleet Street 3 months ago that I ran across Bailey, of Queens, whom I hadn't seen for 5 years. Bailey is not his name, nor Queens his college, but these names will serve to reveal what is germane to my purpose, and to conceal the rest. His recognition of me was instant, mine of him more slow. He told me his name twice. We stared at each other, and I struggled to disguise the blankness of my memory. The situation became awkward. I was the more embarrassed, because I feared lest he should too odiously misinterpret my non-recognition of him, for the man was shabby and unshaven enough to be suspicious of an intentional slight. Bailey now, who the devil was Bailey? And then, when he had already made a gesture of moving on, memory stirred to activity. Of course, I remember. Bailey. Theosophy. You used to talk to me about theosophy, didn't you? I remember perfectly now. I glanced at my watch. If you're not too busy, let's go and have tea somewhere. He smiled, with a hint of irony in his eyes, as he answered, I'm not busy. I received the uncomfortable impression that he was hungry, and with no ordinary hunger, and the idea kept me silent, like an awkward schoolboy, while we walked together to a tea shop that I knew. Seated on opposite sides of the tea table, we took stock of each other. He was thin, and his hair greying. His complexion had a soiled, unhealthy appearance. The cheeks had sunk in a little, throwing into prominence the high cheekbones above which his sensitive eyes glittered with a new light. A light not of heaven. Compared with the Bailey I now remembered so well, a rather sleek young man with an almost feline love of luxury, blossoming like a tropical plant in the exotic atmosphere of his Cambridge rooms. Compared with that man, this was but a pale wraith. In those days he had been a flaming personality, suited well, too well for my plain taste, to the highly coloured Orientalism that he affected in his mural decorations, and coexistent in him with this lust for soft cushions and chromatic orgies which repelled me, there was an imagination that attracted me, an imagination delighting in highly coloured metaphysical theories of the universe. These theories, which were as fantastic as the Arabian Nights, and perhaps as unreal, proved his academic undoing. He came down badly in his tripos, and had to leave without a degree. Many a man has done that and yet prospered, but Bailey, it was apparent, hadn't prospered. I made the conventional inquiries, adding, it must be 6 or 7 years since we last met. More than that.
Okay, we have to reload because our fires have gone out.
Look here, he burst out.
All of our smoke
I'm going to
has
behave like a cad.
stopped.
I'm going to ask you to let
All of
me
our
have
chimneys have gone
I
out.
expect it back in a hurry.
All of our poor
We
little
both
people
winced
would
as the
freeze.
note changed hands. You've had bad luck, I remarked, without, I hope, a hint of pity in my voice. What's wrong? He eyed me over the rim of his teacup. I look a lot
Oh,
older
that's
than you,
not
I expect.
good.
You don't look very fit.
None of the
I can see.
chimneys are
No, I don't. His cup came down
putting
with a
out
nervous
smoke.
stab upon the saucer. Going grey, too, aren't I? I was forced to nod agreement. Yet, do you know, a month ago, there wasn't a grey hair in my head. You write stories, don't you? I saw your name somewhere. I wonder if you could write my story. You may get your money back after all. By God, that would be funny, wouldn't it? I couldn't see the joke, but I was curious about his story. And after we had lit our cigarettes, he told it to me. To the
Oh,
accompaniment of
it's
driving
because I
storm of rain,
reversed time.
it tapped like 1,000 idiot fingers upon the plate glass windows of the shop. "A few weeks ago," said Bailey, "I was staying at the house of a cousin of mine. I never liked the woman, but I wanted free board and lodging, and hunger soon blunts the edge of one's delicacy. She's at least 10 years my senior, and all I could remember of her was that she had bullied me when I was a child into learning to read. 10 years ago, she married a man named Dearth. James Dearth, the resident owner of a smallish farm in Norfolk, not far from the coast. All her relatives opposed the marriage. Relatives always do. If people waited for the approval of relatives before marrying, the world would be depopulated in a generation. This time it was religion. My cousin's people were primitive and methodical in their religion, as the name of their sect confessed, whereas Dearth professed a universal toleration that they thought could only be a cloak for indifference. I have my own opinion about that. It doesn't matter now. When I met the man, I forgot all about religion. I was simply repelled by the notion of any woman marrying so odd a being. Rather small in build, he possessed the longest and narrowest face I have ever seen on a man of his size. His eyes were set exceptionally wide apart, and the nose, culminating in large nostrils, made so slight an angle with the rest of his face that, seen in profile, it was scarcely human. Perhaps I exaggerate a little, but I know no other way of explaining the peculiar revulsion he inspired in me. He met me at the station in his dog cart and wheezed a greeting at me. "You're Mr. Bailey, aren't you? I hope you've had an agreeable journey. Monica will be delighted." Listen, friendly enough. My host's conversation during the 8-mile drive did much to make me forget my first distaste of his person. He was evidently a man of wide reading, and he had a habit of polite deference that was extremely flattering, especially to me, who had had more than my share of the other thing. I was cashiered during the war, you know. Never mind why. Whenever he laughed, which was not seldom, he exhibited a mouthful of very large, regular teeth. Death's Farm, to give it the local name, is a place with a personality of its own. Perhaps every place has that. Sometimes I fancy that the earth itself is a personality, or a community of souls locked fast in a dream from which at any moment they may awake, like volcanoes, into violent action. Anyhow, Dearth's Farm struck me as being peculiarly personal, because I found it impossible not to regard its climatic changes as changes of mood. You remember my theory that chemical action is only psychical action seen from without? Well, I'm inclined to think in just the same way of every manifestation of natural energy. But you don't want to hear about my fancies. The farmhouse, which is approached by a narrow, winding lane from the main road, stands high up in a kind of shallow basin of land. A few acres ploughed, but mostly grass. The countryside has a gentle prettiness, more characteristic of the southeastern counties. On 3 sides, wooded hills slope gradually to the horizon. On the 4th side, grassland rises a little for 20 yards, and then curves abruptly down. To look through the windows that give out upon this 4th side is to have the sensation of being on the edge of a steep cliff, or at the end of the world. On a still day, when the sun is shining, the place has a languid beauty, an afternoon atmosphere. You remember Tennyson's Lotus Isles, in which it seemed always afternoon. Death's Farm has something of that flavour on a still day, but such days are rare. The 2 or 3 I experienced shine like jewels in the memory. Most often that stretch of 50 or 60 acres is a gathering ground for all the bleak winds of the earth. They seem to come simultaneously from the land and from the sea, which is 6 miles away, and they swirl round in that shallow basin of earth, as I've called it, like maddened devils seeking escape from a trap. When the storms were at their worst, I used to feel as though I were perched insecurely on a giant saucer, held 100 miles above the earth. But I am not a courageous person. Monica, my cousin, found no fault with the winds. She had other fears, and I had not been with her 3 days before she began to confide them to me. Her overtures were as surprising as they were unwelcome. For that she was not a confiding person by nature, I was certain. Her manners were reserved to the point of diffidence, and we had nothing in common, save a detestation of the family from which we had both sprung. I suppose you will want to know something of her looks. She was a tall, full-figured woman, handsome for her years, with jet black hair, a sensitive face, and a complexion almost southern in its dark colouring. I loved beauty, and I found pleasure in her mere presence, which did something to lighten for me the gloom that pervaded the house. But my pleasure was innocent enough. Death's watchdog airs only amused me. Monica's eyes, unfathomable pools, seemed troubled whenever they rested on me, whether by fear or by some other emotion I didn't at first know. She chose her moment well, coming to me when Death was out of the house, looking after his men, and I, pleading a headache, had refused to accompany him. The malady was purely fictitious, but I was bored with the fellow's company, and sick of being dragged at his heels like a dog for no better reason than his too evident jealousy afforded. "I want to ask a kindness of you," she said. "Will you promise to answer me quite frankly?" I wondered what the deuce was coming, but I promised, seeing no way out of it. "I want you to tell me," she went on, "whether you see anything queer about me, about my behaviour. Do I say or do anything that seems to you odd?" Her perturbation was so great that I smiled to hide my perception of it. I answered jocularly, "Nothing at all odd, my dear Monica, except this question of yours. What makes you ask it?" But she was not to be shaken so easily out of her fears, whatever they were. "And do you find nothing strange about this household either?" "Nothing strange at all," I assured her. "Your marriage is an unhappy one, but so are thousands of others. Nothing strange about that." "What about him?" she said, and her eyes seemed to probe for an answer. I shrugged my shoulders. "Are you asking for my opinion of your husband? A delicate thing to discuss. We're speaking in confidence, aren't we?" She spoke impatiently, waving my politeness away. "Ah, since you ask, I don't like him."
Yes!
Sprout the Healer, welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
She was eager to explain. He wasn't always like this.
We're
He was a gifted
currently
man.
building a large barn for our 3 sheep. Oh, thank you, Glug. Appreciate that.
I couldn't help being tickled by the comedy of the situation. A man and a woman sitting in solemn conclave, seeking a word by which to describe another man's face, and that man her husband. But her air of tragedy, though I thought it ridiculous, sobered me, and I pondered her question for a while, recalling to my mind's eye the long, narrow physiognomy and the large teeth of Death. At last I ventured the word I had tried to avoid. "Equine," I suggested. There was a world of relief in her voice. "You've seen it too." She told me a queer tale. Death, it appears, had a love and understanding of horses that was quite unparalleled. His wife, too, had loved horses, and it had once pleased her to see her husband's astonishing power over the creatures, a power which he exercised always for their good. But his benefactions to the equine race were made at a hideous cost to himself, of which he was utterly unaware. Monica's theory was too fantastic even for me to swallow, and I, as you know, have a good stomach for fantasy. You will have already guessed what it was. Death was growing by a process too gradual and subtle to perception into the likeness of the horses, with whom he had so complete a sympathy. This was Mrs. Death's notion of what was happening to her husband, and she pointed out something significant
Thank you.
that had escaped my notice. She pointed out
I have a little practice with making it. I've made them before, so.
physical difference. In effect, she said, if you scrutinize the features more carefully, you will find them to be far less extraordinary than you now suppose. The poison is not in his features. It is in the psychical atmosphere he carries about with him, something which infects you with the idea of horse, and makes you impose that idea on his appearance, magnifying his facial peculiarities. Just now I mentioned that in the early days of her marriage, Monica had shared this love of horses. Later, of course, she came to detest them, only 1 degree less than she detested her husband. That is saying much. Only a few months before my visit, matters had come to a crisis between the two. Without giving any definite reason, she had confessed, under pressure, that he was unspeakably offensive to her. And since then they had met only at meals, and always reluctantly. She shuddered to recall that interview, and I shuddered to imagine it. I was no longer surprised that she had begun to entertain doubts of her own sanity. But this wasn't the worst. The worst was Dandy, the white horse. I found it difficult to understand why a white horse should alarm her, and I began to suspect that the nervous strain she had undergone was making her inclined to magnify trifles. It's his favourite horse, she said. That's as much as saying that he dotes on it to a degree that is unhuman. It never does
Got to run, work day.
roams the fields by day
A
and
nice
night.
build.
Sleeps in the
Alrighty. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for coming in and bringing your community over.
If the man will meddle with horses, what more natural than this?
I'll try to be as entertaining as I can.
Fine animal too, as Monica herself admitted.
Our spooky
Roams
stories.
the fields, cried my poor cousin urgently.
This
Or did until
October
these last few
morning.
weeks. Lately it has been kept in its stable, day in, day out, eating its head off and working up energy enough to kill us all. This sounded to me like the language of hysteria, but I waited for what was to follow. The day you came, did you notice how pale I looked? I had had a fright, and I was crossing the yard with a pail of separated milk
Oh,
for the calves.
Glug's got the hunger.
Loose from the stable and sprang at me. Yes, Dandy.
Yeah, leftovers in the fridge. Better hope so,
His
huh?
eyes burned with ferocity.
Unless somebody else started eating your food again.
Pail and ran back to the house, shrieking for help. When I entered the living room, my husband feigned to be waking out of sleep. He didn't seem interested in my story, and I'm convinced that he had planned the whole thing. It was past my understanding how Death could have made his horse spring out of his stable and make a murderous attack upon a particular woman. And I said so. You don't know him yet.
You just haven't checked.
And you don't know
Well, there's always the ramen noodles.
Go now while James is out. The farmyard, with its pool of water covered in green slime, its manure and sodden straw, and its smell of pigs, was a place that seldom failed to offend me. But on this occasion, I picked my way across the cobblestones thinking of nothing at all but the homicidal horse that I was about to spy upon. I have said before that I'm not a courageous man, and you'll understand that I stepped warily as I neared the stable. I saw that the lower of the 2 doors was made fast, and with the more confidence unlatched the other. I peered in. The great horse stood, bolt upright, apparently in a profound sleep. It was indeed a fine creature, with no spot or shadow, as far as I could discern, to mar its glossy whiteness. I stood there staring and brooding for several minutes, wondering if both Monica and I were the victims of some astounding hallucination. I had no fear at all of Dandy, having seen him, and it didn't alarm me when presently his frame quivered, his eyes opened, he turned to look at me. As I looked into his eyes, an indefinable fear possessed me. The horse stared dumbly for a moment, and his nostrils dilated. Although I half expected him to tear his head out of the halter and prance round upon me, I could not move. I stared, and as I stared,
Good night, JC. I will be going to bed myself fairly soon.
of malign intelligence. The gesture vividly recalled a dearth to my mind. I had described him as equine, and if proof of the word's aptness were needed, Dandy had supplied that proof. He's come back, Monica murmured to me on my return to the house. Ill, I think. He's gone to lie down. Have you seen Dandy? Yes, and I hope not to see him again.
There's my little barn.
I was to see him again.
There's my little barn.
The first time was that same night, from my bedroom window. Both my bedroom and my cousin's looked out upon that grassy hill of which I spoke. It rose from a few yards until almost level with the second story of the house, and then abruptly curved away. Somewhere about midnight, feeling restless and troubled by my thoughts, I got out of bed and went to the window to take an airing. I was not the only restless creature that night. Standing not 20 yards away, with the sky in the background, was a great horse. The moonlight made its white flank gleam like silver, and lit up the eyes. It stared fixedly at my window.
Oh, it's a pissed off horse.
16 days and nights we lived, Monica and I, in the presence of this fear. A fear nonetheless real for being non-susceptible to definition. The climax came suddenly, without any sort of warning, unless Death's idiotic hostility towards myself could be regarded as a warning. The utterly unfounded idea that I was making love to his wife had taken root in the man's mind, and every day his manner to me became more openly vindictive. This was the cue for my departure, with warm thanks for my delightful holiday, and I didn't choose to take it. I wasn't exactly in love with Monica, but she was my comrade in danger, and I was reluctant to leave her to face her nightmare terrors alone. The most cheerful room in that house was the kitchen, with its red-tiled floor, its oak rafters, and its great open fireplace. And when in the evenings the lamp was lit and we sat there, listening in comfort to the everlasting gale that raged round the house, I could almost have imagined myself happy, had it not been for the presence of my reluctant host. He was a skeleton at a feast, if you like. By God, we were a genial party. From 7 o'clock to 10 we would sit there, 3 of us, fencing off silence with the most pitiful of small talk. On this particular night I had been chaffing him gently, though with intention, about his fancy for keeping a loaded rifle hanging over the kitchen mantelpiece. But at last I sickened of the pastime, and the conversation, which had been sustained by my efforts, lapsed. I stared at the red embers in the grate, stealing a glance now and again at Monica to see how she was enduring the discomfort of such a silence. The cheap alarm clock ticked loudly in the way that cheap alarm clocks have. When I looked again at Death, he appeared to have fallen asleep. I say appeared, for I instantly suspected him of shamming sleep in order to catch us out. I knew that he believed us to be in love with each other, and his total lack of evidence must have occasioned him hours of useless fury. I suspected him of the most melodramatic intentions, of hoping to see a caress pass between us that would justify him in making a scene. In that scene, as I figured it, the gun over the mantelpiece might play an important part. I don't like loaded guns. The sight of his closed lids exasperated me into a bitter speech designed for him to overhear. "Monica, your husband is asleep. He is asleep only in order that he may wake at the chosen moment and pour out the contents of his vulgar little mind upon our heads." This tirade astonished her, as well it might. She glanced up, first at me, then at her husband, and upon him her eyes remained fixed. "He's not asleep," she said, rising slowly out of her chair. "I know he's not," I replied. By now she was at his side, bending over him. "No," she remarked, coolly.
He's dead.
At those words, the wind
Seen
outside
that one
redoubled
coming.
its fury, and it seemed as though all the anguish of the world was in its wail. The spirit of Death's farm was crying aloud in a frenzy that shook the house, making all the windows rattle. I shuddered to my feet, and in the moment of my rising, the wail died away, and in the lull I heard outside the window a sudden sound of feet, of pawing, horses' feet. My horror found vent in a sort of desperate mirth. "No, not dead. James Death doesn't die so easily." Shocked by my levity, she pointed mutely to the body in the chair, but a wild idea possessed me, and I know that my wild idea was the truth. "Yes," I said, "that may be dead as mutton, but James Death is outside, come to spy on you and me. Can't you hear him?" I stretched out my hand to the blind cord. The blind ran up with a rattle, and, pressed against the window, looking in upon us, was the face of the white horse, its teeth bared in a malevolent grin. Without losing sight of the thing for a moment, I backed towards the fire. Monica, dividing my attention, took down the gun from its hook and yielded it to my desirous fingers. I took deliberate aim and shot. And then, with the crisis over, as I thought, my nerves went to rags. I sat down limply, Monica huddled at my feet, and I knew with a hideous certitude that the soul of James Death, violently expelled from the corpse that lay outside the window, was in the room with me, seeking to re-enter that human body in the chair. There was a long moment of agony, during which I trembled on the verge of madness, and then a flush came back into the dead, pallid cheeks. The body breathed. The eyes opened. I had just enough strength left to drag myself out of my seat. I saw Monica's eyes raised to mine. I can never for a moment cease to see them. 3 hours later, I stumbled into the arms of the station master, who put me in the London train under the impression that I was drunk. Yes, I left alone. I told you I wasn't a courageous man. Bailey's voice abruptly ceased. The tension in my listening mind snapped, and I came back with a jerk, as though released by a spring, to my seat in the tea shop. Bailey's queer eyes glittered across at me for a moment, and then, their light dying suddenly out, they became infinitely weary of me and of all sorry business of living. A rationalist in the grain, I find it impossible to accept the story quite as it stands. Substantially true it may be, probably is, but that it has been distorted by the prism of Bailey's singular personality, can hardly doubt. But the angle of that distortion must remain a matter for conjecture. No such dull reflections came then to mar my appreciation of the quality of the strange hush that followed his last words. Neither of us spoke. An agitated waitress made us aware that the shop was closing, and we went into the street without a word. The rain was unremitting. I shrank back into the shelter of the porch, while I fastened the collar of my mackintosh. When I stepped out upon the pavement again, Bailey had vanished into the darkness. I have never ceased to be vexed at losing him, and never ceased to fear that he may have thought the loss not unwelcome to me. My only hope is that he may read this and get in touch with me again, so that I may discharge my debt to him. It is a debt that lies heavily on my conscience. The price of this story, less £1. Today's story was Death's Farm by Gerald Bullitt. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, sweet dreams.
Watch out for weird horses possessed by their owners. Wonderful little hamlet we have built to watch over the dragon smoke coming out of the pipe from under the ground. Winter has come and set in. Quite like these little daily challenge things that they have. They're a lot of fun. I enjoy it. Pretty easy to get lost in this kind of stuff too, so
Cook fruit. You can.
I think we're gonna call it a day here. We will. Anybody on this morning? Probably check Tiny Glade. See who's playing Tiny Glade this morning. I'm on there. I'm playing. Not really anybody playing anything right now. It's kind of that time of the day. Not really many people on anywhere. So I'm just gonna call it a day right there. Thank you all for hanging out and coming and chilling with me, listening to spooky, scary stories on this Sunday morning while we worked on our little daily project. It's quite the build for 9 hours. And lots of little stories. I will be back on tonight. We might be doing a little DayZ tonight. I'm not entirely sure. See how I feel when time rolls around to do the stream. But till then, I love you all. Thank you for the raids. Thanks for everybody coming in and hanging out. Yeah, we're just going to call it a day right there. Not raid out. Nope, I do not have Frostline. I have no plans on buying Frostline. If I get a free key, I might try it out. Or if I enter somebody's chat for a free copy of it or something for a giveaway, I would take it, but I'm not gonna. I don't see myself going out of my way to get Frostline. It's not on a top of. It's not even in my radar house, so I'm not worried about it. Probably might still have a key to give away. Yeah, I'm not really interested in it. It doesn't. I mean, it's a cold weather map, and as you know, you guys know, I'm not one for the cold weather DayZ maps, so yeah, Elon sent me a message. Hey, we have a new server. It's Frostline. I was like, yeah, that's nice. I have no plans on buying Frostline. I'm not gonna get the DLC. I'm not worried about it. He's like, oh, okay. I mean, it's nice that people are doing lots of stuff with it and they're all excited about it, but just not. Uh, from what I've seen of Frostline, I'm not that impressed with it. Pakistan Hellfire. uh, don't take this the wrong way, but I do like Pakistan. I like the Pakistan map. But what I would like to see happen with the game can't be done, so it is what it is. But till tonight or later on today, however you want to view that, we'll see what the next task is, and if it looks interesting, maybe we'll do another task tonight on this, or maybe we'll do some DayZ if I get a wild hair up my butt. But I'm having a really good time playing this. I love doing the little building projects and just designing and creating stuff. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, I wish they would make it so you could open this up so other people could come and look at your stuff and walk around your little areas. And, view what you've made, or you could go visit other people's places and check out their shit. But that's probably somewhere way down the road, I would guess. But till later, love y'all. Thanks for hanging out and chilling with me, listening to spooky stories. I'll see you all later. You would have to worry about the griefers like on Minecraft. Well, I mean, if it was locked, I mean, you would basically have to lock everything in, and nothing could be changed, not even by you. It would just be open so that people could come on and walk around and look at it and check shit out. And you wouldn't be able to make any kind of changes of any kind. You wouldn't be able to add or take away anything on it. You would just be given a little avatar character that you could walk around and look at things, because you don't have any items in the game that people can, pick up and take stuff or do anything with it. You have no materials list in here. It's just whatever you decide to put in is all it is. So, I mean, you'd be able to walk around and look at stuff, but you wouldn't really be able to do anything. So, till later on. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Love y'all. Thank you for the raids. Thanks for the communities coming around and chilling with us. And till tonight, remember, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody.